the jungle.
Well, to quote one of the all-time lines in surf history, it's the morning of the finals. Here we are at the Occy Grom Comp 2023. We're into the quarterfinals. Vaughan Blakey and Rabbit Bartholomew, welcome to Snapper Rocks and Bugs. We've got a little swell here. Finally, bit of push. And this is the under-16 boys quarterfinal and stacked, mate. Holy smokes.
Yeah, it is super stacked. A three-man heat, and it is going to be just on here. Maverick Wilson.
Sting in that little backside whack there.
So a couple of things overnight. Swell has gone a little bit more east, so it's like probably southeast. You can the one pointer to this is that we have, for the first time in the event, a reverse rip.
Yep.
And it's not very fierce now. On the lower tide, it'll really come into play. So that changes things up. I mean, if you're not familiar with a reverse rip at Snapper, if you sit, you're actually going deeper.
Mate, the surf gods can be so cruel. Most of the time you're out here just paddling your guts out to stay in position. A traditional sort of standard sweep. And then at Snapper on occasion, you got to paddle the other way.
That's right. You get. I call it Haleiva neck.
Oh yeah, Haleiva.
Where you're looking over your shoulder all the time as you paddle back. Of course, over there you're looking over your shoulder in fear of hopefully not missing a 12-foot set about to hit you.
Oh, mate, I remember a junior contest way back in the old junior series days at Duranbah. It was Paul Evans and far out, I want to say maybe Jamie Thompson or Matty Thompson or someone like that in the final, and they just got straight out to sea.
Wow.
And, mate, they spent a big part of that final paddling their guts out, trying to get back to the beach.
Oh, yeah. Well, I did a little surf camp down there, me and Timmy McDonald, and it was, these little kids turned up, and I looked out there, and Gunnamatta, it was solid like 6 foot plus, right? And I was really worried about these kids, seriously concerned. We'll get back to that.
Oh, my goodness. Have a look at this. Oh, Hunter, this is 2-3 big turns in the pocket, Bugs. We're on this morning.
Yeah, that was three. The first two turns were dynamic. And look at Caden Francis, has already got a 6.33 to 5. And here we go. And this is the beauty about today. There's a lot of cut-off waves.
Oh, low road.
Bang.
Rack.
Wow, that was a little bit of Ryan Callan.
Oh, yeah, mate. Big time. And look at this. Another. Oh, wow. There's so much sting in these quarters already. I mean, this is quarter number one.
Oh, that was well done.
And beautifully ridden. Gets around the corner here, Mav Wilson. Oh, this is on, Bugs. I think the Occy Grom Comp's about to really flare, and this kid has been absolutely on fire. Is that the little Taj Burrow tribute spray there? I think it is.
I think it is. He's already got two good scores, but Hunter and Maverick have just posted a couple themselves. I'm really interested to see where that Hunter score goes. That was just not a long ride, but powerful.
Oh, there you go. 8.17.
Oh, wow. So this is a great message today. The judges have gone, okay. There's a little bit more to it today, a little bit more substance. And, we're just coming off the high tide now.
Love that, turning up this morning. I came around the point at Kirra, and there was waves, and the tide was a lot higher, and I was thinking, yes, here we go. Because yesterday and the day before when I was driving around, Bugs, quiet down there.
The Southwell, it'll just get the top of the superbank here at Snapper, but it won't fill into the bay unless it's a solid swell.
Oh, man, the Callanan is right there for this kid. Slicing off the bottom, and the way he loaded up was all Arcal, and congrats to Ryan for a semi or a quarter? No, a semi-final finish in Brazil.
Yep.
Undone by Ethan Ewing in a rematch of the Bells final. And so good to see Arcal getting into that pointy end of the draw, man. What a surfer. Holy smokes. That breakthrough's coming. It's definitely coming.
It's definitely coming. Yeah, he's on. He's starting to get... the comfort zone's starting to be the quarters and semi-finals now.
Yeah. And it's funny, mate, Yago and Ryan, as we see this Maverick replay, beautiful attack out of the lip. He's got that nice little sharp edge to his surfing, doesn't he?
I like the way he got around that section there. I thought as a goofy footer he might be done, but... So Hunter now has gone to first place. He's got the 817. Just that 4-3 backup. That was that little side chip that he got with that just one Arkel sort of manoeuvre.
Yeah, and worthy. A good decision because, we've got a lot more consistency today, so you're probably not going to be sitting around as much as you were yesterday, but it just takes that pressure off, mate. You get your back up, you can really just pick and choose then, but he's got one again. And I'm loving the way these waves are loading up on the bank today, Bugs. A lot more ridges, and so we're going to see a lot more opportunity for big turns, and wow. Just on Arkel, mate. I think Yago winning would be a nice little rocket up Arkel because Yago is one of the two nice guys.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes you think, has he got the killer instinct that the rest of the Brazilians have? And he reminded me a lot of a bit of a Machado. And in Australian surfing, see some dolphins out the back. How cool. Arkel is that guy. Arkel's the guy who everyone just loves. Is just such a cool customer, everyone's best friend. But, once you start getting into that pointy end of the draw, you can tap into something that maybe, I don't know, you haven't been able to access before. And you can start going, okay, let's get this happening here.
Yeah, see this, he takes a high line here, doesn't go, and he gets a really solid little, finishing move in there. But if you put him on wave that super connects, this kid could get, 9s.
Yeah, this is a really exciting heat.
When we first sat down, Caden Francis had already had two waves, a 6.33 and a 5. Went, oh well, okay. That is not the case now because Maverick's got a 6.17, Hunter's got an 8.17. It's all the backups. The backup waves could be the critical factor here in who progresses.
You can see that reverse sweep. That's as you say, the first time we've seen that. The boys are moving from left to right on your screen.
So that means the swell direction's changed.
Yeah.
No longer and that's what happens usually. It starts out very south here, then goes southeast, and then eventually goes east. If it's got enough, got enough steam to carry into the third or fourth day.
And it's funny, Bugs, because yesterday you were really stuck to the bank. You had to be sitting in the exact position. There wasn't a whole lot of those little chip shots that were coming in wide.
No.
But today they're going to be all over the place. And look at this crack! Oh, he just overcooks it.
Yeah, it was worth going for though because he knows that he's got to. Get out of third place, and the only way to do that is to go big. Because here's another situation. He had a look at it.
It's so classic, mate. You think of the Gold Coast, you just think of groomed, just sort of green, long walling perfection. But even when it's got this sort of little bit of wind lump through it, the way that it loads up and keeps loading up, and you can do a couple of turns and then bunny hop over a section and get a whole nother runner.
Yeah, I quite like a slightly broken up E-swell.
Oh, wow. Tight in the pocket and gets the carve. And a little bit of tail release and up and over there from Maverick Wilson.
Oh, I'd say that's going to improve on that 4.67.
For sure, that's beautiful. Sir.
He might move into second place right here because that was another slick ride.
First turn.
He's hungry. And getting back to that, the broken up east, well, it breaks the crowd up. I mean, when you get in a winter or Southwell, look at this ride, though. This first turn, bang, so vertical. Nice setup move here, and he finishes it. I like this.
Yeah.
The little, bunny hop sort of tail slide at the end.
That's just, having that ability and the knowledge that you can add a bit of flair or variety in your turn is such a weapon.
Well, look at the score. A 6.83.
Wow.
Yeah, and that was worth every cent. Every decimal point. So this has just turned on its head.
Wow.
We sat down. There'd already been a couple of rides by Caden, who has been the standout.
Has been, yeah.
Coming into the finals day. And now he's under the pump because Maverick's got that 6.83 sitting with a Hunter with that 8.17. That's a dangerous score. And he seems like he's sitting now pretty cool, calm and collected, which is what you do. And we're only halfway through this heat, so a big difference to the last 3 days. where people are scrapping, surfers are just scrapping
Yeah.
to get a second wave.
Oh, yeah, we saw some really, impressive top-scoring rides, but there's some really, scratched out, hard-working backup scores, and it was really tricky. And it made for some pretty tense final moments, scrapping into whatever you could get to try and get it to. Today, this is looking like a much different story. And Caden France is going to have to be careful here, Bugs, because, the other thing about Caden is he came out of the gate so hard. Like, he's really shown the judges what he's got. I think he's still got plenty left in the tank, but a lot of these other guys have sort of probably hit finals day going, all right, I can really open up here and show the judges something new. Like even Maverick on that last little turn, just popping it. We haven't seen a whole lot of that from him yet, so this is going to be fun.
Yeah, this is classic. And, I wonder how familiar they are with the reverse rip situation too. We can see them just moving right there. They're just slowly moving out to behind the rock.
Little photo shoot going down.
Yeah.
The Groms. Looks like Kobe Clements down there.
Oh, classic.
One of the, he's going to be challenging on that Challenger Series the next couple of years, you can imagine.
Yeah,
such a cool talent. Long reef surfer.
Yep.
Got any favourite longy surfers, mate?
Oh, well, back in the day, again, mostly unmentionable characters. But, it is such a classic little spot. I mean, I used to go over there with Peter Crawford,
Yeah.
Is it White Rock or
White Rock on the on the north side of the Longy
and
there.
just some classic characters were there always.
Yeah. It's got a bit of everything, Longy. It's got the German banks, that huge bommy out the back that you see from DY when you look across the bay there.
But I'm talking about unmentioned. I'm talking
I know.
I'm talking about the 70s.
Yeah.
The 70s,
Well,
mate. I don't know now. So
I was there in the 90s, so you had the Grangers, Matt and Tim Granger.
Oh, wow,
You had far out the Salakis twins, and Mike's a great shaper now. I've seen a few surfers in this event riding his boards. Steve Clements, of course, Kobe's dad.
Yeah, great surfer.
And Aussie was part of the LRSA.
Yep.
And they've just turned 50, another club that's ticked that box, Bugs, and I know that brings a lot of joy to your heart.
Yeah, that is great. 50 is an institution.
And Maverick. Wow, this kid is so on this morning. I cannot believe the attack. He's just so able to get that long frame coiled up and just hammers that first turn again.
It's really looking good out here. It's so suited him today. I think on that south swell where you had that little foam ball going off the bank, it was hard for the goofy footers to really get that vertical snap under there. It's coming in today though.
He's doing so well. I mean, these are not like big waves.
No.
They're still scoopy on the bank there, and he's just able to really coil it. And I love that tail release. The goofs do get an advantage sometimes when you get a nice steep cupped out face like that, because you can whip that board so much harder, and that fan of spray will
He's improved.
Will really go, oh, wow.
He's gone from a 617 to a 667. So there's another half point. That could be a big difference. 6 minutes to go, still plenty of time. This is where the match is. There's a bit of a chess game going on right here. I would think that Hunter has been sitting out there very stoically, knowing he's got that 817. Sometimes it can be a bit of a trap too, because we've got Maverick just surfing it off.
Yep.
But these two, I think, are very much in each other's heads as far as, Caden came out of the gate strongly. Now he's sitting in third. He's ready to unleash. And Hunter, well, he's just got that powerful backhand.
Yeah, and the quality of these guys surfing says to me that they know each other well. Like they've got a really good handle on who they're up against. And, Hunter's sitting out there. And the reason why he's waiting around is because he knows Caden can get eights. He's not sitting around out there sort of, going, I'll just catch whatever and hopefully improve on my score. He's like, I've got to put it out of reach. Like, it's just, he's too dangerous.
Yeah, probably a 6-point ride now would make it really difficult.
What about this, though? Wow, I'm so impressed with this kid's surf. And then the way that he's really punching out the completion, it's not just a safety turn, is it, Bugs?
No.
He's really, attacking it.
He's really attacking. That's where he's getting his points. The first and last turns.
Look how close they are to the beach still. Yeah, first ever Grom comp here at Snapper. And a wonderful thing to see what these kids can do with this platform. And, yeah, it's been a fantastic event, mate. This is day 4. It's the finals day. So we're going to be crowning champs today. And then we're down to Lennox for the next stop in this school holidays Grom bash.
It's a bonanza.
Yeah.
It's such a little, it's just a little Grom tour.
Yeah, it's real cool, isn't it? And, you know.
Of course, down at the Skull Candy, they bring in the Pro Junior, so there's another division.
Yep.
So this is heating up.
The greasy noses, I call them. Because, you know, the 16s, yeah, I suppose your nose blows out about around 16, but between 16 and 18, that's where you start growing into your features a bit more.
Yeah, that's true. Exactly, yeah.
It's an odd time. And this is a row. The screw is starting to turn here, Bugs.
Yeah, it's a waiting game. It's who's going to blink. You know, I think Hunter's waiting for quality. Caden, well, he's probably doesn't need a massive score, but, you know, in saying that, if he takes the wrong wave, then Hunter's going to put this away.
And positioning, as you say, is crucial here. I wonder if the surfers are aware that they are slowly being pulled out.
Well, that's the big question. You know, how familiar are they with a complete change in the character of the whole setup? I mean, we're talking a 180 change.
Meanwhile, Maverick Wilson just continues to hunt. And he's found another little low road here. Chip shot off the rock. Steep. Another classic backside re-entry and carving off the top. Goes for the float this time. He's having a lot of fun out here. It must, you know, rhythm is an amazing thing to get hold of in a heat, Bugs. And, oh, well, Hunter has pulled the trigger, Bugs. Little backside float. Oh,
yeah.
Trying to get rid of a 4.3.
You know what happened there, I think, is that he got a bit... Oh, here we go.
This wave looks nice. Floater here. Caden carves back to the source. Comes past Hunter. Gives him something to think about. A little bit of spray in the back. Oh, gee. These waves. Tricky ones to really get a handle on as far as the judging goes.
Yeah, well, we didn't see the start of Hunter's wave. We don't know if he got a first manoeuvre in. When we picked it up, he was already along. And, you know, it's funny, like, when he took the foot off the pedal, and that's when he made his mistake. You know, he was trying to just do the quick float and then get around for one more section. So what's going to happen here, if this doesn't go into... Now, did Hunter do enough to get priority, or was there no priority at this situation, and then he allowed Caden to take the inside off him?
Oh, this is amazing. This is actually, like, have a go at Hunter just chasing Caden down here.
But you know, he was coming from the other direction before, then Caden jumped on the inside. I'm wondering if Hunter didn't secure priority. Be good to know.
It feels like he may have. He just seems to be on the attack a bit more. Caden's trying hard to find a way to get away from him. Yeah,
we're still waiting for those scores. Well, Hunter got a 4.53.
So he did improve just marginally.
Yeah, because he was I think he was carrying a lower score.
4.1 or something.
Yeah.
Okay, 37 seconds here.
So, well, I suppose Maverick's got priority. And now Caden's going down the beach, so clearly there's been...
yeah, there's separation.
Unless they haven't put his score, and he hasn't improved on the 5.
Wow, 20 seconds. Tense moments in the first quarterfinal of the Occy Grom comp.
Yeah, it did. The wave did sort of fizzle a little bit on him.
Oh, this will be a huge boil over.
The two goofy footers. You wouldn't have picked it.
No. And that is the end of the heat. And it looks like Caden Francis, who
has been the
standout of this whole comp, Bugs.
Yes.
Highest heat total, and he's out.
That's a gnarly heat. He came out strong too, but he, you know, while the other guys surfed, he kind of sat. Like he had a 6.33 and a 5 to start with, and then did not add to his score. So that's very uncharacteristic.
But the Goof's getting it done.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Maverick and Hunter. Unfortunately, Caden Francis eliminated. We're going to have a quick break and be more with more action from the Occy Grom comp just after this.
Welcome to the judge. Tango.
Morning, folks. Thanks for joining us. It's the Occy Grom Comp 2023. We're at Snapper Rocks. And the Goofs, they're on a bit of a tear this morning as we move into the second quarterfinal of the under-16 boys division. This is the, what is it? It's the blue ribbon event, isn't it? It's you know, the under-16s. That's why we're here. This is the number one under-16 event in the world, named after the great Mark Ocalupo and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew in the box with Vaughan Blakey, and we're just seeing the Goofs loving these little chopped-up swells, Bugs.
Unbelievable, man. The goofy foot attack is incredible. And there's Mitchell Peterson.
Yep, some rapid-fire turns here, but again, you know, the way these waves just sort of set up, produce this nice tight little pocket and crack. Geez, the Goofs are loving it.
It's incredible. Now, that's a better ride.
Yeah, that's really nice. So that is
Lachlan.
Lockie, yep.
God, look at those scores. Lachlan got a 6.33 on the previous one, and then a 7.83.
And he's off again.
This is incredible. Like, the Goofies, he's just inspired by the last beat.
Oh, and he gets around the corner looking for the pin. Is he going to get through this? Oh, I thought for sure we were going to get the Vij.
Oh, that was wild.
Nice little traveller. Lockie Aguirre up against Mitchell Peterson and Maxi McGilvray. So,
well, he's already, like, Lachlan has already outscored the last heat.
Incredible. Look at him go. He's got a head of steam here.
And again, he probably went into this heat, probably not the favourite.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of the Caden Francis, as we said, just knocked out. Oh, wow, this kid can surf. Maxi McGilvray gets it up and over and finds the low road. Bugs, we're going to see some tubes today.
Yeah, this tide's still high.
Feel it.
That was a solid ride.
Oh, and out the back, snap into the pocket. Oh, man.
Well done. Yeah, this is a great heat going on right here. This is nearly like up the ante a little bit, you know, even from the last heat.
That was reminiscent of like a Corey Lopez float.
Yeah. 8.6. There's the high point. 8.6 for Max McGilvray sitting in third place. Mitchell Peterson, his second wave of 6.67. Here he is again.
Oh, my goodness. This surf could not be more fun. Like, if you are a Grom, I mean, look, I'm here sitting here frothing. I want to get a piece of that. But this really is the ideal platform for, you know, the best under 16s, under 14s, under 12s in the country, Bugs. It's just as, you know, I would say there's no consequence out here. And without that, like, extra element of fear or the ocean sort of ripping you left, right, and centre, it just frees you up to just attack.
Yeah, it's really cleaned up in this heat. That wave of Max McGilvray, that was the biggest wave of the whole 4 days.
And how beautifully did he surf it, just in such good tempo.
And he had to get over a couple of double-ups. Like, he had to get over double-ups twice. Just did it so easily. So he read the wave perfectly. You know, like there's Mitch Peterson with a 6.67, a 4.83. That's pretty solid at this point of the heat. There's only been 7 minutes. And but he's not in the box seat.
No, this is unreal. These quarters have been, straight out of the gates. It's just all on. And wow, the speed. It's impressive. Lockie Aguirre here and going to town. Oh, man, it's an amazing thing, isn't it? You know, really great surfers just tap into speed without even trying. I've always marvelled at it. Like, it was something I could never really get. But I remember paddling out against guys like Willsy and Guy Walker when I was a Grom. And they'd get to their feet, Bugs, and they were just fanging it.
Yeah.
Like, they weren't even moving.
No.
It's just it's something all the great surfers have, just instant access to speed.
Yeah, it's like when I first started, seeing Kelly Slater surf live, let's see this replay here. This one, I think this is 5.67. So a good solid score. It keeps him in second place. And, just really good solid surfing by Mitch Peterson.
Yeah, it gets a little complete too with tail slide. There's a big step up here. There's no question we're seeing the best surfing the event happening this morning.
Yeah, it's all come together now. And this wave here, these ones that are just behind, they usually don't offer this. They usually catch up to the wave in front, but this one didn't. I thought it was a mistake when he first took it.
But he's banked a 6.5.
So he's increased his position there. A 6.5, so 14.33 total. He's made a bit of distance between him and second place at this point. But Max, that 8.6 looms large.
Oh, mate, it's like this situation reminds me of those dreams you have where you're running down a hallway and you've got kind of like an axe murderer chasing you or something, and the floor feels like it's going backwards because Maxie's sitting there with that score.
That's a heck of a nightmare too,
mate.
By the way, Vaughan. That's a real good one.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, everyone's had those ones, and this is what Max is. Max is the monster. And, for Mitch and Lockie, they're running. They're running as hard as they can, but they're going to be keeping a real close eye on Max. And I think Max would have learned from Caden in that last one too, He was sort of... And Hunter, it was a tale of sort of two heats there. They were Caden got off to a quick start, and Hunter had a really big score early.
Yeah.
And then Hunter just sat there the whole time knowing that he had to bank something special.
And this kid here, Lachlan's doing what Maverick did.
He did, yeah.
He's doing exactly what Maverick did.
This is almost a carbon copy of the last heat.
It is actually a carbon copy because they're very similar scores, and Max sitting out there with that giant score. It's exactly how the last one unfolded.
Maxi McGilvray, he's a name that's been, really starting to pop up a lot. You see these grommets coming from a long, long way away, and especially living down in his region, Bugs, we get to see him surfing a fair bit. You see his name in the paper all the time, and he's just about ready to go.
Yep, he sure is.
I never, ever forget. Oh, please tell us about the first time you saw Kelly surf. After this wave, I really want to tap into sort of what your first impressions of Kelly were, but whoa, how's the power slice on that? Just the one turn, but extends through the lip. Look, I'm just going to throw a few names at you, Bugs. Bobby Martinez.
Oh, yeah.
The big carve through the lip, the power carve. No one extended better through a carving top turn on the back end.
No, that's right. Yeah, well, with Kelly, look, I mean, the first time I saw him surfing was out at backdoor, and of course he became the master of pipeline and backdoor. But the first time I really saw him surfing out here in Burleigh, it was just like what you said, as we see this replay here. Great big carving. That's a huge carve.
Isn't it?
But when you were saying before about they just get up and they look like they're not doing much, the way he could hold a high line was absolutely phenomenal. Like, it was just ridiculous. And when you saw it up close, it was just, he could hold it longer than anyone by a long way.
Yep, I'll never.
So it's not even a manoeuvre.
No. Well, I mean, that's. I remember TF saying that. I remember reading a really old tracks mag in my dad's shed. He kept all these surf mags in the shed.
Yeah.
And I was such a froth and grom, I'd go in there and just pick up old mags from the 70s. And TF, one of the first things I ever read was an interview with TF, real early one when the Salt and the Speed tag was just coming in, because he was known as one of the fastest surfers in the world, and it was just like high line. Stay high, man. That's where the speed is.
Yeah, that's right. And he was, that's right. And he was one of the few surfers, it's funny because here we see, God, Lachlan again.
Oh, my goodness. This heat is so similar to the last heat. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, TF was one of the only surfers that could hold a high line at Kirra.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like Kirra we were more using the base of the wave and also looking for those ones with that were below sea level. And Terry Fitzgerald could just zip along that high line at Kirra, and the speed he was keeping was unbelievable. It was a different way of surfing.
Yeah. Man, oh man, going fast on that down the line point is one of the great joys.
And then then you should have seen him out of Greenmount though when it was going down the natural point doing those spinning 360s.
Yeah, that's right.
With the wide afro, it was a sight. It was spectacular.
Oh mate, what a specimen too. He's big. I hang out a little bit with Joel Fitz.
Oh yeah.
He lives with Aussie Ride in a house down at Lennox, and they call it the ashram for retired goofy footers.
Oh wow, what a good
Dion Aegis was down there as well. He's got a bunch of them.
Yeah, that's so cool.
But this kid is so impressive. He really goes at the lips so hard, Bugs. And, I don't know, man. I mean, as any great surfer will tell you, particularly in the early 90s, late 80s, attacking the lip was a massive feather in your cap.
Yes,
it was all about whack it.
Well, we're going to get on to what I consider the greatest of them in the early days. But Lachlan, he improved from a 6'5" to a 6'6".
Vertical nooner.
He went from a 6'5" to a 6'6", so incrementally just getting a little bit further ahead. But, going back to Greenmount, see, what used to happen is that in the late 60s, early 70s, the North Narrabeen guys used to come up for summer. And I'm talking Tony Hardwick, Cole Smith, Fatty Al Hunt, it was, the Grom was Steve Cooney.
Yeah.
A classic crew, the Hoogevines and, it was all that incredible North Narrabeen crew, And me and MP used to just be mesmerised by how good Cole Smith was on his backhand agreement. Like, he was the first that I ever saw going up vertically and drive down the face. He would drive down the face and do that perfect bottom turn and do it 8 times in a row.
Yeah.
This is when he was like about 21, 22.
And just really brought backhand surfing into a new age.
Oh, well, you can see why Tom Carroll, looked to Colin Smith.
Yeah,
he was so phenomenal.
Mate, I was at the Australian Surfing Hall of Fame Awards one year, the year that sorry, Cole Smith was inducted.
Oh, yeah.
And what an amazing, contributor to global surfing with that vertical attack. But he was so chuffed.
But he was, I think he was better on his backhand personally, even though he came from North Narrabeen. His backhand was outrageous. And then he became a dancer.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. He became like a ballroom dancer. And, he was, I saw him one time and he was nearly like, not in a dance trip, but that's what he really enjoyed dancing.
That's
It
unbelievable.
sure is.
Well, a bit like Occy. Occy got into dancing there for a hot second, didn't he?
We got with the Dancing with the Stars. That's right. On national television.
Oh,
that was all
mate.
time. That was one of the most classic things of all time.
Yeah, he tells a great story about that. How he, you're meant to rehearse.
Oh yeah.
Here we looking for the tube, maybe. Maxi McGilvray, finally, he's waited a long time for this wave. It's a two-turn combo. Beautiful line. Wow.
A little punch. Little fist punch.
Yeah, but the cutty into the rebound, that is surfing way beyond your years, man. That's such a cool line to do.
This
is a bit more vertical.
Here's the answer.
Whoa, Mitchell Peterson really lighting it up.
I think that was his best ride. So they're both going to chip away at Lachlan now. Like Maxi, I don't know what he needs to go to first at this point, but look at this paddle. They've priorities, everything. We're down to 3 minutes. This is a carbon copy of the last heat.
Yep.
It was at the 3 minute mark where the exact same thing happened in the last heat.
Yep, they were in a paddle battle. They were jostling for position.
And waiting for scores. Critical scores.
And, Max, I don't know if he was perfectly in the right tempo with his wave, whereas this guy really was just in perfect rhythm.
Those last two turns were just slick.
Yeah, but this was an impressive.
It's a bigger
combo,
wave,
wasn't
it? It's a combo. So 1-2 classic combo. He's a bit late going up, but he makes sure of it.
Yeah. Oh man,
they're really going to deliberate, the judges. That was a classic contrast.
You can see the future with these guys surfing. The muscle, once it comes on, once they get into their their adult bodies a bit, the surfing that they're doing is just going to go through the roof, Bugs, because those lines are so impressive.
Aren't they?
Wow, a 7 for Max McGilvray. The judges absolutely gobbling up that line, really committing to the rail. I think that's the difference.
Now,
But we're waiting on a score.
Lachlan, Mitch is going to go, he's going to challenge here. He's going to challenge Lachlan here, because you look at their second scores. Lachlan's got a 6-6. He might be thinking his lucky stars. He went from 6-5 to 6-6 now. Mitchell with a 6-6-7, so he's got a slight edge there. Now it's that first wave. That was Mitchell's best ride for sure. So what a high-scoring heat. But how's Max? He's gone into first place. Has he only had 2 waves?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, what a way to surf a quarterfinal.
I'm so interested to get your take on that.
7-3.
Wow.
7-3. Good score.
Oh, just short, you'd imagine.
Well,
just short.
Yeah, just a tad short.
Oh, my goodness. Less than a point. This is really tense now for Mitchell Peterson, who's put together a beautiful heat. Jeez, he's been on fire, and he's finding himself with work to do.
Yeah, he needs a 7-7-8. That's what he needs.
But Maxi McGilvray, Bugs, there's no denying the way that he turned, where he turned, the fact that he got the combo. And look at this off the bottom. Oh, my goodness. That was hanging on by the thinnest last little bit of glass on his rail. And, overdid it a little bit, but far out. What a surfer. And here we go again. Lockie. Oh, my goodness, this kid can surf. He is just in a beautiful rhythm with this wave today.
Yeah, he's in an amazing rhythm. That wave there, could it have improved on that 6-6? It was a pretty slick ride. They've seen so much of him.
Yeah, and a lot of just single turn waves or a big meaty hack or a big nooner and then not much else. But yeah,
bang,
you're right. How's that turn?
Bang. There's 3 very slick turns. This is just another big, look at that, he gets over that little double up.
Just lost it just a bit on a little bit of a bump there as the heat winds down. And, you've got to take your hat off to Mitchell Peterson.
Well, is this wave in?
Oh, he's not looking.
I see the judges standing up.
No, I think it must be after the herder. But, oh, mate, he's got to hold his head up high. That was an incredible heat. He surfed so well.
So well.
But Maxie McGilray and Lockie, they got the job done. So we're going to have a quick break here. You can see what it means to these grommets. It's the Occy Grom comp. It's the biggest comp in the world, and it hurts when you lose. But the other two surfers into the semis. More work to do, Bugs.
Yeah, hold your head high.
We're back in just a moment.
Welcome to the jungle.
Welcome back to Snapper Rocks. It's the Occy Grom comp, and it's flaring. We've got swell. Thankfully, it has really on this morning. Beautiful little nugs, and they're a little bit chopped up, but it's actually really working well because there's a lot of little low roads. You get over the section, and you get these little bonus runners, and far out, mate. It's been a lot of fun. And here we are with Ava Holland. This is the under-16 girls quarterfinal number 1. Grace Gosby out there in the blue. Canon Takahashi in the white, and Quincy Simons in the red. And it's been a big morning of intense action. We've just seen the under-16 boys quarterfinals play out with absolute top-line shreddery. A couple of massive upsets too. Caden Francis out of the draw, who has been really one of the standouts. But now we focus our attention on the under-16 girls, and yeah, we're off and running. And look at this. You can see the way that the swell, it's not as clean and it's not as down the line as yesterday, but it's much more consistent and it's got a bit more push. So we're pretty stoked that finals day is going to go down with plenty of waves being ridden. And off the bottom, snap to slide off the top, Quincy. This is an amazing ride from the surfer in red. Gets a big finish. Vaughan Blakey and Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, how good was that?
That was so good. Quincy knows this wave so well, and she is just she's just added that power to her surfing.
Yeah, that was real muscle. But still, with a bit of flair, you know, that first turn, tail release.
It's a long way from the flying squirrel days.
Yeah, mate. They all start off as little squirrels. But look at this, a beautiful bowled out, clean open face, and just powers through that top turn. Wow, there's a lot of intent here. I think, you know, if you know this wave well, then you really want to put on a show for all the local supporters. And some nice, smooth backside surfing here as well.
Wow, Quincy has really added some superpower to her surfing. That calf she's got is like the buckets.
And again, Bugs, the speed. There's just a noticeable acceleration that, you know, just seemed like he had afterburners there. Flying off the bottom. And, yeah, this is a dreamy setup today. Like, you think about it. Under 16s, Snapper Rocks line up to themselves. Quincy up and riding again, takes the high line, down into the base, jams it, and far out. That turn worked last time, overcooked there. But this is an absolute fantasy, man. Like, you're 16 years old, you've probably surfed Snapper your whole life. There'd be almost zero occasions where you had it to yourself with just a couple of other surfers. And, you know, I know for a fact that every surfer left in the draw has lay in bed or sat on the bus or whatever in their quiet times and gone, I want to surf heats at Snapper. I want to emulate my heroes. I want to be Steph. I want to be Dimity. I want to be Macy. Tyler. I want to get out here and show what I'm made of at the highest level of competition. And it just does not get higher than the Occy Grom comp when you're 16 years old. So this is a fantasy come to life for a lot of these surfers.
It sure is. Well, Quincy, that 817 looms large.
Whoa, 817. Judges just absolutely frothing on that, and rightly so, mate. That's probably one of the best turns we've seen in the women's competition this whole event.
Yeah.
Eliza Richardson has been probably my standout in the women's side of the draw. She's just put together so many consecutive heats of, you know, excellent scoring rides. But, you know, Quincy is really making a statement here this morning.
Yeah, she's left her best till the last day. Of course, there's quite a bit of surfing for them to do today. Quarters, semis, finals.
Yep. It's going to be at least 3 heats to get to the W, and this is really nice. Grace just staying busy. This is probably her 3rd or 4th wave. And a 5.17, she'll ditch that 2.17 here for sure.
Well, Ava's come out of the blocks with that 6.33. Yeah, Grace is going to challenge that. Quincy, of course, sits there with that 8.17. That's a dangerous score for all the other competitors. Cannon of the Takahashi twins. She survived yesterday in very, very testing conditions on that super low tide. There was some, we were calling that heat. It was one of the hardest heats to call.
Mate, I honestly reckon yesterday at low tide was some of the most difficult surfing conditions I've ever seen. It was just like paddle, and you almost needed
a booger.
A booger would have been handy, but just the speed you had to get your feet before it bottomed out was like unseen in my career calling heats.
Yeah, and it was, and not many of them were breaking, standing up off the bank, so they were coming right onto the bank. It was nearly impossible.
I saw that a couple of waves do that thing that you normally see on like a slab, where the wave won't even break.
No.
It sort of bubbles and just rolls onto itself. It's really bizarre, but mate, this comp has attracted a huge international field, and I know you've always been the guy keeping an eye on, which countries are developing and where the next big push is going to come from. You saw Brazil coming a long, long time before the Storm got its name. Where do you think the next push will come from, mate? Because Indonesia, Japan has been boiling for a long, long time.
Yeah, well, I mean...
What do you think?
Well, I do think that Rio Wada making the tour is a big boost to Indonesian surfing, and there's kids from Indonesia in this event.
Yeah, quite a few. Kanon Takahashi, and beautiful slice off the lip, and gets this low road. And this has been the big bonus today. You know, you can get a couple of turns in on these back sections. Look how bowling and set up that is. Wow. Ava Holland goes upside down and links it beautifully. That is some really nice surfing there, Bugs. Oh my goodness. That was really close to a collision there. Oh, that was really nice to watch, though, Bugs. The power,
yes,
but the connection as well.
Yeah, that'll hold her in the top two for sure. Quincy sits out there. We're into the second half of the heat now. Having that 817 sits nicely for her, but
everyone who's had an 8, Bugs, has really sat and played the patience game. There hasn't been a whole lot of, hustling.
No, it's true.
Wow, I'm really impressed with the way that, Quincy gets her board through the lip. She's not scared to carve on a really hollow section, and that's not often the case. People like to sort of tap it or go for the vertical re-entry on those steeper faces, but she's really committed to the rail, mate.
She sure is. And we saw Grace there get away, but I think she's going to need a better quality wave to challenge, because she surfed that last one well, but only got a 4.1. So I think it was the actual quality of the wave that held the scoring potential back. I feel that was Cannon's best ride.
Yep.
Here she is in a nice wave. She gets that first turn, she carves it back, and kind of just takes the safety route just to make sure of it. She needed to get something on the board, but this turn here, yeah, that's really good surfing.
And the bottom turn, the setup was just pure power.
She's taken inspiration from some of those, Maverick and Lachlan in the earlier quarterfinals today.
Yeah, the Goofs are on a bit of a hot one this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate. So you reckon Indo? Do you reckon that'll be the next big push competitively?
No, I think there's going to be like great development over there. We've been watching Japan for a while. I mean, first of all getting some junior development going over there and coming through the ranks. Always been great surfers. The Ono brothers. Of course, Shuji Kasuya was the original great surfer to Kaukuga. And, but now there's some kids coming through. There's some very good ones. Young guys that are on the Challenger Series.
And this has been a good, strong... Wow. Nice little vertical attack here from Grace Gosby, just mixing it up a bit. She's done a couple of really nice, smooth snaps, but I don't mind the pivot up into the vertical rear.
But I suppose if you were thinking about a push, I'd say the nation of San Clemente.
Well said, Bugs.
San Clemente seems to be such a hot spot right now. You've got the 2% crew coming through, now being led by Kaloha and Dino.
Yeah.
But look at it. Crosby, Colapinto, Jet Schilling, Cade Matson.
It's almost as if they've...
Hashman. I mean...
There's so many, yeah. You're right, mate. And you know what? It's almost as if they've finally tapped into, the strength in numbers thing.
The club thing in America.
Yeah, it's all starting to breed a sense of camaraderie that is crucial to a big push.
Look, Darren Brillard and Don Meek and the crew have done such a great job over there with the club. Club surfing in America has just caught fire. There's well over 50 clubs. There's a lot of pride. They're kind of surfing for their cities.
Yeah.
It's a slightly different model to ours, but it's really working well. Huntington Beach, San Clemente, then over the East Coast, incredible up the Space Coast Club. All up and down the East Coast and the West Coast is club surfing is on fire.
I've never seen camaraderie, from the Americans on tour like there is at the moment.
That's right.
They've really tapped into, that collective energy. And the 2%, just even whacking a label on it, it works, mate. Like, it happened with the Momentum generation.
Yep.
It happened with the Cooley kids.
Yep.
You put a band around that, tighten it up, and you've just got pure power, and you're inspiring generations to come.
And then the Brazilian Storm kind of took it to the next level, because
They did.
you had the big three, but then below them was this and they'd all come and support each other. Even when they bombed out an event, they'd be down there just, rooting for their fellow countrymen. And, I think that is caught fire as well.
Yep. It's a cool thing to see.
Because back in the day, we there was a lot of Australians dominating that, but we were very much individuals.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think that's what's pretty much, been one of the main reasons why that west coast of America has struggled to really produce multiple champions or a big movement since the momentum generation is because you were kind of doing it on your own. It became so hyper competitive.
Yeah, one-offs it's much more difficult to do it one-off. You know. And even before the generation, you know, along came Tom Curran, Chris Frohoff, Ted Robinson, Mike Parsons. That was a crew too.
Gerlach,
Brad Gerlach. I mean, that was a classic crew. Ger was a bit of an individual, I reckon.
Oh, yeah, big time. But far out, he brought that Californian energy.
Yeah.
Sure down the line, speed and power. And wow! Quincy is... She's reminding me of like a Sonny Garcia kind of power out here game. It's just like all attack here, Bugs.
Yeah, all attack. And she's really worked on her power.
Oh,
like
my goodness.
I haven't seen Quincy since the squirrel days, really. And,
classic, mate. Yeah, I mean,
it might have been. I might have been one of the ones who actually called it. I saw her one day when she was about knee high to a grasshopper, just flying along this wave of snapper, and she became the flying squirrel.
You know what? Her styles reminded me of a little bit of Gerlach there. That was like out of the lip, that sort of framed up arm work. Ger always had that beautiful off the lip style. So good stuff. And just of that era. Geez, there was some characters, mate. You talk about individuals. It's you might not get that sort of big team push, but you basically amplify the personalities of crew when they're all battling as individuals to sort of stand out from one another. Gerlach and Potts are the two guys from that era who were just rock stars, mate.
Rock stars.
Here's Cannon here, and wow, smooth stuff. Just loving these bonus sections. You just know, like, look at this, Bugs. Even when it looks like just whitewash, it rolls down into another little section.
Yeah, Grace, it needs to something big here. Oh, that's a dangerous section. She just caught the nose of wood, lost the speed, so she wasn't washing it off on purpose there.
Yeah, Gosby flop over the back. That's an Australian technique, isn't it?
That's right. That's all time, mate.
Flosby. And you know, doff of the cap to the great high jumper. Only passed away last year. I believe.
That's right. Only passed away last year. Yeah. It changed high jumping forever.
How's the things you pick up in your life?
Unreal.
Yeah.
You know, and I love the story of back in the day. You know, when Duke Kahanamoku, you know, the Olympic champion, was late for his. It was some mess up from their team management. He arrived a bit late for his. Might have been the semi-final.
Yep.
And the 1912 Stockholm Olympics, and it was an Aussie guy who went, "No, hang on, we've got to hold on. We've got to wait for Duke. He's the best. I want to compete against the best."
That's so cool.
It's a great story.
Yeah, it is a good story.
They became really close friends, and in fact, that might have been part of the whole reason why Duke came out here in 1915 on a. He came out on a swimming tour.
Yeah, that's right.
And then said, "Well, I'm going to do a bit of surfing."
Yeah.
And they gifted surfing to Australia.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of our greatest gifts.
Oh, one of the greatest. One of the greatest elders that surfing has ever known. You know?
The greatest.
He's just he spread the love, the aloha, and surfing around the planet, and everyone is here. Direct line from Duke to all of us.
And so, you know, the finish that story off, and Duke won the gold medal, and the Aussie guy got the silver. And it was just a classic, you know. And I'm sure that Australian mate of his got invited over to Waikiki and for a bit of fun too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so incredible. That's such a good yarn.
It's a bit like that Landy, and you know, when who was it, that Ron Clark and the long distance running, and one of them fell over and John Landy picked him up.
That's right.
You know, that's just classic stuff.
Yeah, I love that, man. And that's really, you know, at the essence of sport. It's like it has to survive with the humanity to it. Because then, you know, the wins are more meaningful. If it's just like winning for yourself, it's
like when I paid Mark Richards' entry fee. For the Smirnoff, and he had to go to 30 foot away.
Unbelievable. Yeah, well, yeah, you must have been rubbing your hands together there. But
no. I mean, no, I'm not bringing myself into that story.
No,
I mean, those are the sort of things. That's just camaraderie that happens in sport, you know. Yeah,
well, it's just respect, mate. You know, you want to be against the best at their best, so the win is actually meaningful. It's got to be.
And 7 seconds remaining, so it looks like Grace is her last effort here.
She surfed a really good heat, but it's just that Quincy had an 8.17. And yet again, Bugs, you know, the surfers with the high score is really struggling to get that back up and just lock it away. But, you know, it's been a great morning, mate. Under 16 girls, quarterfinal number 2 is going to come up next. Can't wait to see how finals day pans out here at the Occy Grom Comp. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with Stace Galbraith in just a moment.
Welcome to the jungle.
Actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and, you know, try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job. Let's get it.
Welcome to the jungle.
Welcome back to day number 4, finals day here at Snapper Rocks, the Occy Grom Comp, the 18th edition. And we've seen some pretty stormy conditions this morning, but it is super fun. Easily the best day of waves so far for our competitors, as we see a couple of cracking rides early on in this quarterfinal heat for the women's under 16 division. We just saw a pretty hotly contested heat there for heat number 1. And no doubt we're expecting fireworks here again in heat number 2. Stacey Galbraith alongside Liliana Bowery.
Good morning.
Morning, Lil. How are you?
I'm kind of sad that it's finals day.
Same. I get real sad.
Yeah.
It went kind of quick.
So quick. And they say, time flies when you're having fun. But I think we've just had so much fun, it's gone too fast.
It has. It has gone really fast. And I think that, I know. It is very you just get settled in and all of a sudden it's over.
Yeah.
But however, we are going to be treated today with, we are starting to mow through the rounds. We will crown our champions today, obviously. And the performances so far this morning have been electric, to say the least. Couple of cracking heats in the under 14 boys division. I'd say a bit of an upset this morning. Young Caden Francis not progressing through his heat. However, they're all heats of stacked, so you can't really say it's an upset. It's just it's a sign of the quality of the surfing that we're seeing so early in these events, as we see a couple of replays here, Lil.
Wow, Stella, she's definitely been an outstanding surfer in this competition, in my opinion. She has such a nice style and so much drive. It's really, really great to watch, and especially Olive Hardy as well. We know how good she is. She's a surfer from WA. She charges.
It's just in the genes, isn't it? For
Yeah.
the Hardy family. Very, very astute ocean family. And just a couple of missteps there, I'd say, from the ladies earlier this morning. Estella was on a pretty nice ride there, but probably just went a little too hard on the second turn. She's going to look to rectify that here. However, it will be Mika Locke exercising her priority. She had a great start, a 5.67 for her ride, and a one-turn wave there, unable to get the second turn up. But conditions this morning, Lil, pretty fun.
They look so fun. I mean, when we compare it to the first day of competition, it was 0.5 foot, and now it's really contestable and surfable and rippable.
Yep. Yeah, it's one of those things, I think, that most places around the world you'd be wishing for those nice ruler edge, perfect lines, but just with the sand the way it is at the moment, just having the swell a bit more broken up and a bit more around from the east today, just a little bit more. It's helping with those little double ups running down the point, and even a short wave here at Snapper still offers you multiple turns. So that's what we're seeing today. Let's see Olive Hardy here on another ride. You can definitely see the intensity lifting here in these later rounds of this event. They all know how important this heat and this round is, as we see young Ava just getting in and out of that wave there. Nice style, young Ava, but she just probably was looking for a wave with a bit more vertical face. You've got a big comp coming up next week, Lil. What's your program between now and then?
I am going to just feel the wave. I haven't really surfed Lennox much, so I'm just going to study the waves, feel how I feel out there, and work on my technique that I'm working on. I haven't really surfed my backhand much because I've just come from Bali, so going to get back onto that. And I'm fired up, watching this.
Yeah, this is great inspiration, isn't it? All these young frothers, it's sick. Definitely inspired me to catch more waves every time I surf.
I went for a surf last night about 4:45 until pitch dark out here. It was really fun.
Oh, a couple of nice turns there from Olive Hardy and Ava behind. She's got a couple of nice turns out of the top here. She's looking to bring it through and get a nice big finish, as she does. Oh, beautiful rotation in the top of the lip there. Just unable to ride out of that turn, unfortunately.
I think that was some great decision making there by Olive Hardy. She just got a wave, and it wasn't a really good one. On her way out, she did get that two-turner. She does need to improve on a 3.3, so in my opinion, that did improve her situation.
And it's always nice too when you, I guess, have a couple of stumbles like she did, just to get the completion on the board and really feel like, okay, cool, I do have my eye in. I'm going to, just maybe not look to land the knockout punch on this wave, but just get the completion and start to feel like you're building into your heat. And that was the earlier wave, and this was the wave we're talking about, Lil.
Yes, I started with a nice little snap, and I really loved this finish. It was quite a challenging finish. You know, she could have hit it way too hard, but I think in her mind she's like, okay, I've fallen a bit many times. I'm gonna just land one, and that she did.
I love that wave there from Ava. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck on the final manoeuvre. So how quickly will you get down to Lennox? Will you look to get down there pretty early to put in some research, or will you hang up here on the Gold Coast and try and catch a few waves to warm up?
Yeah, no, I'm leaving this afternoon.
Out of here.
Yeah.
And Stella Green here from the Sunshine Coast, right?
Yep. Stella's from the south coast of the Sunshine Coast.
What did you say to me the other day? Kawana, yep.
Kawana,
yep.
Yep. Where we'd have the Parko Grom Comp.
Of course, Ann Street.
One of my favourites.
Yeah, Billabong do a great job of supporting junior surfing all around the country. They've obviously got the 18th edition here of the Billabong Occy Grom Comp, then the Parko Grom Stomp up on the Sunshine Coast, and then down in Coffs Harbour region, the Oz Grom Shootout. So, you know, all these events, not as many years under the belt as the Occy, but nevertheless, you know, offering great opportunities to young talent around the country to show their skills and, you know, see what it's all about, being a competitive surfer. Up and riding Olive Hardy, Lil. Great first turn. It's going to be an interesting wave to score for the judges. You didn't quite get the finish on it, however. One of the first things in the judging manual is degree of difficulty and risk, and there's certainly a lot of that in that first turn, Lil.
Absolutely. And do you reckon she could have got one more in there?
Yeah, I think that there was probably another few more points on that wave, but rather than chasing the wave, perhaps just looking to finish where that little crumbling lip was. We sort of spoke a little bit about it yesterday with a few of the surfers, just trying to maybe fit a bit too much in. And, you know, it's characteristics that you do see a lot across the junior surfing, and it's the surfers that learn to figure out just that timing in the wave, and obviously patience in your wave selection, and then a bit of patience on the wave. You know, she had such a strong opening first turn there. All that really needed to make that into a combo was just another finish up in the lip, which she wasn't able to get. So I know she'll go home and have a look at that and figure that out, but it's really easy to say from the couch. When you paddle into the wave, your heart rate's pumping through, pumping out of your rashi, and you just want to, you just always feel like you want to do more. And it's those surfers that find the balance that generally get the biggest score. And when you unlock that, you can sort of see surfers, it's just become so natural and easy to them. And they just surf the wave for exactly what it's worth, and they don't try and over-surf it. And, you know, it's a great skill to learn.
Yeah, and key word for me that you said there, Stace, was balance. I think it is, crucial in an athlete to find balance, you know, if you're really nervous, but also that confidence, and or if you are too excited, you need to find that balance of, okay, seriousness and, you know, just coming back to where you are and what you need to do. Because I know personally, when I get too excited, I actually struggle more to actually function. Like,
yeah.
It's just too much froth. And it's like, oh my God, how do I deal with that? And that was a really nice turn there by Ava. Just a one-turner, but really put it up there.
So this is where we'll see the judges, like in Olive Hardy's last ride, a 5.97. You know, we've been critical of maybe the finish, but if you sort of take that out of the equation and you look at the positives of that ride, beautiful big first turn. And that's where, on any wave around the world, the bigger turn you can do earlier in the wave, that's more risk. You're risking a lot more by doing that turn earlier in the wave. You're risking the whole ride. So that's where the judges, even though it was only really one turn on that wave that was a good scoring turn, still she got a great score for it, 5.97, the best score of the heat. And, you know, we've spoken about it at length throughout the last couple of days. The judges are always looking for quality. And that was certainly a quality turn. And, you know, about 6 points is what she got. And I'd say, you know, the 95% of that score came from that individual turn. And, you know, and rightly so. And then we've got the last wave here of Ava. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it might have been 5.3.
I think so.
And same thing there. One really strong turn is going to score higher than a series of smaller inside turns, sort of, such as this wave here potentially. I'm not too sure the judges will make the call on that, but you see it happen a lot on the World Tour. We saw Katie Simmons do it in Brazil. She's just squaring up and hitting one big section as hard as she could. That is, there's a lot more risk in that and a degree of difficulty than, say, a series of smaller turns.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something that I've been working on with my coaches throughout the past 2 years, is squaring up on that backhand and forehand, but also choosing.
It's scary, isn't it?
It's scary. I've slid out so many times, but
It's scary to look at the lip when it's breaking, and then you think, okay, well, I've got a turn up there. But yeah, that's why it's so highly rewarded, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I'm hoping when you do put the time in for things in general, it all pays off. So.
You have a red off the end here, Mika Lock. Oh, a nice turn in the lip there. Unfortunately, just couldn't get around the section. And this is Ava behind. Whoa, that was a sick turn, but unfortunately come unstuck. Under 5 minutes now. We're just coming down to 4 minutes on the clock. It's Olive Hardy out in the lead. Mika Lock is currently hanging on to second. However, she does have Ava Argyros and Stella Green well within striking distance here. It's, as have been all the other heats this morning. This one is super, super close. Saw a wave there of Ava where she come unstuck, which to me, in my mind, probably would have been the score to turn it if she had made that one single turn. It was a really, really nice manoeuvre. But unfortunately coming unstuck, so she won't get the full benefit of that score.
Yeah, so Ava is needing a 5.15. She is currently in third, and Stella Green, she has that 4.5, but she's looking for a 5.94 at the moment. And there is 3.5 minutes remaining. Here she is paddling now. This is looking like a...
It did look like a good wave, didn't
did.
it? Mika off the end. Nice carving turn. Comes through the inside, little double up. Oh, almost little tube there. And nice big finish there. Well done, Mika. She's done a great job there to just try and put a bit more daylight between herself, between third and fourth. And if the judges appreciate that ride enough, she might even go into the lead, which is exactly what you want to be hearing with the time remaining, counting down in this heat. We'll wait for scores to come in. There it is, a 7.1, and certainly rockets into the lead there. It's now Olive Hardy in second place, and that has pushed the requirement up for Ava and Stella. But again, still within striking distance. Just a couple of mid-range fives and about a low six for Stella would take it out at this stage, would get them into second. It's 2 minutes on the clock. Out there just sort of repositioning herself in the lineup. She doesn't, as I mentioned, there's a little bit of a reverse rip, so you don't want to get like sucked up behind the rock. You definitely want to stay down today. As we see a replay there of Olive's last wave. Last minute, Lil, I'm nervous.
I'm nervous. That's why I can't talk.
Here we go. White has first priority, and she's having a look at this wave. Up and riding, Ava Argyros. Nice first carve there. She looks really good on her board. There's a big floater to finish, and she comes down. It's a nice combination of turns there. This is where the judges will make their money today. What score will they throw at it? And behind Stella Green, a nice turn there, but just the one turn. So I'm not too sure that the judges will go too high on that wave of Stella Green there, but it's the score of Ava that we're really waiting on. This is Olive Hardy down the line. She's found a nice wave, beautiful carve there. And it again, another nice turn in the lip. And she rides out of that wave as we count this one out. Nervous moments here for Ava and Olive as we look to see their last two rides come in. We're publishing all the scores on liveheats.com, Billabong Occy Grom Comp, so if you want to follow on there with the scores and any results we've had so far this week, go and check them out.
Yeah, unfortunately, Avid falling just short there. That was a 5.43, and she needed a 5.58.
Really close there for Ava. A really well-fought heat. That's going to be the theme of the day, I think, Lil. Plenty of close heats already this morning, and I'm sure we'll see a bunch more. We're going to take a short break here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. This is the 18th edition. Don't go anywhere. We're going into under 14 girls semi-finals. Heat number 1 will be right around the corner.
Welcome to the jungle.
Welcome back to day 4 finals day here at the Occy Grom Comp, live from Snapper Rocks. Stace Galbraith joined by Liliana Bowery and Lil.
Hello.
Chi-Hu. Great start from Rosie Richardson. We'll draw up a replay for you very shortly. An 8.67 to get her semi-final underway. That's exactly how you want to start a semi-final, Lil.
That's exactly how I want to start my first heats.
Every heat, right?
Yep.
Here we go. Take it away, Lil.
Wow, Rosie off the top on that one and goes for a second up. She's really, really going off the lip and finishes really strong. She compresses her knees. She knows she's going to land it, and I really like that wave from Rosie. And I'm excited to see what her sister Eliza's going to be thinking too.
I'm sure definitely getting the family fired up there this morning with a wave like that. And just a shorter ride there for Lucy. Didn't quite offer up the same amount of critical sections for her, so she just scored a 4-point ride on that wave. But as you can see now, one of the greatest aspects of this event, Lil, is that we've moved on to woman-on-woman heats now. So you know, again, these events are they are cutthroat in the earlier round. There's no repechage heats, but it is to allow us that extra time at the back end of the event for the finals to be able to do, initiatives like this, which is, it's getting our competitors ready for that Pro Junior Series, getting ready for the Challenger Series, and that pathway to the World Tour. So, very exciting here, and what we'll see as we get through these events now is wave selection just becomes key.
Yeah.
You really, really want to find yourself on the best waves. You can be a little more patient because you don't have to worry about, I just want to get second. I just want to get through this heat. It does become all about winning. 2 people enter, 1 person leaves, Lil.
Yeah, wow. We were at the start of the event, we were like, surfing snapper with 3 other people, and now it's one other person. It's just so crazy to me, and I really want to be out there with one other person as well. And it gets just super, it'd be cool to, maybe talk to one of the girls after this heat, maybe the heat winner, and see what they're thinking out there, because it is quite nerve-wracking, you are with one other person out there, but it's hard to, you want to get through this heat, you want to be excited, but you're also so nervous, and like Stace said earlier, it's a balance of, it's important to balance that nervous system and, your adrenaline and your excitement. And this is a great wave by Lucy. She's still going. She did get 2 really nice hits. It'll be interesting to see what the judges score that in comparison to Rosie Richardson's 8.67. It was one of the bigger waves. And we see the replay here. Does well to take off on that, and here's that first section turn. She really gets a bit stuck there, but she really put it up there. I really love how she just hit it, and there we go. And she could have finished on that, but she decided to keep going, and just adding some points on that one. So that was a really nice wave from Lucy. I think she will build her house on that wave.
Sorry, Lil, had to step out for a minute there. Thanks for holding the fort down. What did I miss?
You missed a pretty nice wave of Lucy.
Awesome.
Darris.
Oh, I can see the scores improving there. Well done.
Still early days, and she must have the, building the house mentality, only up from here.
I like that. She's building into her heat. It's quite daunting when you hear, your competitor drop such a large score like that, but it's really important to remember, 13 minutes or whatever remaining on the clock when that wave goes down there's a lot of time left. And, the surfer in the heat with the 8.67, they've got their own version of pressure as well. They've got to keep surfing and, essentially back that thing up. Whereas Lucy's a bit more in that underdog position. She can kind of play the spoiler here. And if you can kind of see the fun and the challenge in that, that's what makes these heats still very, very winnable for any surfer. If you don't get the jump at the start, you just got to have a bit of faith that, you might get a bit of luck at the end. But you can't go into the rest of that heat just with you drop your shoulders and go, it's over.
Yeah, absolutely not.
And that's what Lucy's done a great job of here. She started with the 4, now she's replaced that with the 5.83. And why I say replace is that I don't believe that total will keep her there at the end. But if she can keep improving on her top score, not her bottom score, her top score, if a beautiful wave comes at the end that offers 8 or 9 points, she will have that, backup already there.
Exactly.
So it's kind of like the reverse order of constructing a heat. You're kind of looking for that second score first, and you just kind of need a few things to go your way. Whereas Rosie's probably looking at it the other way. She's got her keeper, and then she's just probably looking to get anything on the board, which is, the typical way of sort of how these heats play out. And I guess the one observation I would make of the World Tour, though, is that they don't look for backups. A surfer on the tour will drop an 8.67, and they're looking for a 9.17 on the next wave. And so that's where it gets, as you get a bit older and you start going in more high-level competitions, that's what the reality becomes like. So, yeah, it's all great learning, though, for these surfers, at this point.
Yeah, no, I actually don't think I've ever had a 2-man Pro Junior final either.
No, they certainly started to compact them into 4 over the last sort of 10 years or so. again, I'm sounding extremely old, but yeah, back in the day, there used to be man-on-man and woman-on-woman finals for the Pro Juniors. So yeah, this is a a great initiative again. Yeah, from Billabong, we're mentioning that the heats from the semi-finals onwards will be just 2 surfers in the water, which is such a great learning experience for these competitors. It's it can feel quite raw. You're used to looking around with 3 other heads out there, head on a swivel. What do I do? And then just all of a sudden you've just got one other competitor. Hang on a minute, this doesn't feel normal.
Yeah, I was, whilst you were away, I had a quick conversation to myself.
Nice. How did it go?
Everyone listening.
Was it positive? Were you nice to yourself?
I was trying to be.
Yeah.
Just, thinking about having that 2 less people if you get either more excited or more nervous, and like you said, having that balance or finding that balance of excitement and adrenaline, because I talked to most of these girls and I said, oh my gosh, like I'm frothing. This was me. I'm frothing. I really want to be out there. Like, did you have so much fun? They were like, no, it's so nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
And it's different. Yeah, of looking at it from the couch here, or frothing, and then actually being out there and wanting to make the final. And it's kind of hard to be so frothing because you're so nervous.
Isn't it funny too how you see surfers at different points in their career and what they learn to become sort of satisfied with? And there might be some surfers in this event that might make the semi-final and go, fantastic, I'm more than pleased with my result here. Then you'll see other surfers, the semi-final is like tears if they got eliminated, you know what I mean? And so it's all perspective, and everyone has a different view on the contest and what gets them excited and what gets them nervous. And one thing I think is really cool to see is when you see those surfers that have that level of talent that might not necessarily believe in themselves, but when that starts to click, then they really belong. They really believe that they belong there. You can just start to see the confidence, and you just even see it when they're walking around. And I think on the World Tour at the moment, someone I think of like that, it's Ethan Ewing. 12 months ago or 18 months ago, he couldn't make a heat. Like the first time he made it out of a man-on-man heat on the World Tour was Narrabeen in the COVID year. And then since then he's been top 5 in the world. Yeah. But he's been on the tour for 4 or 5 years. So it's like these things do take time. Feeling that confidence and feeling that belief that you belong here. And these experiences are all a big part of it. So you're right, though. No matter what way you look at it, the nerves are going to be there.
Exactly. And personally, I've been with multiple coaches, not psychologists, but maybe mind coaches, and trying to just learn how to back myself, because I know that as soon as anyone, and personally as soon as I know that I can back myself, it's over.
Yep. And that's a good place to be in. Do you feel like you have to be confident to perform at your best?
I think I do. I feel like I need to be confident in my ability, and just confident within myself. Otherwise, if you had any doubt within yourself, how are you going to back yourself?
Up and riding, Rosie Richardson. Now, this is where the little games start to come in here. Rosie, obviously, she doesn't need much of a score to go into the lead. She needs next to nothing, and she probably will get that on that wave. But she's still yet to put another score on the board. Then again, maybe she won't get the score that she needs to go into first. She might still stay in second. So this is Lucy's very important ride here. She really needs to improve on the 5.83. As you see, a nice setup turn there. She brings this one through the inside. Amazing wave selection. Beautiful turn out of the lip there. And gets it up, but can't complete there. And that's the little details that at this level you really need to be really sharp on. But nevertheless, great wave selection, Lil.
Great wave selection. I didn't realize that it was actually going to stand up like this until just now. And I really love this turn here. It's giving Caroline marks. I really loved how she led with her shoulder and looked at where she was going, and she hit that.
And like you mentioned earlier, it's like one thing to say, I want to square up, but to then go and do it is very, very difficult. And even on a small wave, there is a high degree of difficulty there, keeping it tight in the pocket. And the second turn there on that wave was fantastic. And as we see there, a 4.67 for Lucy, which look, it does improve her total, but I just think that, again, it probably won't be enough to really keep Rosie at bay for the whole heat. At that number right there, I think that she will have to keep building, and I know she'll be thinking the same as she paddles back out here. As we have Rosie Richardson looking at this wave here. This wave looks like it has a nice little run on it down the line. Maybe too much run on it down the line.
Okay, this is where it starts to get a bit.
Okay, Lucy has to be very particular here. She needs to see more than 6 points in this wave. So as we see it line up, nice carve to start there, and she takes it down the double up. Needs to be pretty perfect from here on out. And just a little error in judgment there from Lucy, and the reason why I'm critical of that sort of performance just there is because she's just handed priority back to Rosie now for a free swing, which is, those little things with momentum. The next set that comes in, if Lucy was able to take a wave off Rosie and improve her situation, they're just the little things that just get under the skin of the surfer with the 8-6-7. They just start to feel a little bit more trapped. So that's why with Lucy, it's not a matter of her bettering the 4-6-7. She has to better the 5-8-3 and keep pushing that total north and north. Beautiful first turn though, Lil.
Do you think she made the right decision here with continuing that, or should she have maybe just done an extra turn on that nothing wave behind it and pulled off?
I think the decision to go the wave was right.
Yep.
I just think, unfortunately, she will probably look at that performance and wish that had been a little bit stronger, because I think there was probably 6 points in that wave, maybe 6.5.
Okay.
And it just wasn't quite to be. As we have Rosie up and riding now. This is a great-looking wave. Nice snap out of the top there. She brings this one through the inside. Nice carve. And this is exactly the kind of wave she's been looking for all heat. She comes through to the inside. She can start to feel a little bit more relaxed now. She's definitely got the score she needs, but still you can tell there's a little bit of nerves in those legs. She wasn't able to ride out of that third turn. However, some nice turns before that, and I think that will be more than enough to see her go into the lead now. And this is where the requirement for Lucy will be quite tall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rosie was just looking for a 1.86, so I think no doubt this will be it, Stace.
Yep, definitely. A couple of nice combination of turns there. And it's funny, it's all these moments are learning. And, again, we saw such a beautiful start from Rosie, but then at least 10 minutes of, I would say, 10 out of 10 nerves because it was just so clear to us that, and her and everyone watching, you would need to just get another ride. She's got the single best wave by nearly 3 points. So all she needs to do is do what she's done there, 5.57. And now it's Rosie's chance to drop an excellent score. That's where it's at. It couldn't be any clearer. Right up until that moment, though, Lucy was doing great at just chipping away and applying that pressure to Rosie. So this has been a great heat to watch, and both surfers really staying committed all the way to the end.
There is 3 minutes remaining, and Lucy does have priority, and she looks pretty calm and content. She does need an 8.42, but it's doable out here, absolutely.
For sure. And she's got the talent to do it. Like we've seen, some really strong individual manoeuvres. She just needs to combo them up. It's coming down to under 2.5 minutes on the clock. We're going to throw to a quick break with Stace Galbraith traffic report in the chopper, the Billabong chopper. As we take a look over the M1 at the moment, there has been unfortunately a bit of a crash in the northbound lane. So if you're looking to go anywhere north today, perhaps look at taking the Gold Coast Highway. Thanks very much to Billabong, Creatures, JS, and all the other supporting sponsors, Surf Lakes, Mophie, Rainbow Bay Surf Club, for supporting this Billabong Occy Grom Comp traffic report.
Thanks very much for that, Stace. I'm actually heading south, so that's
You're heading
great
south,
news.
so you're sweet, mate. Just got a text from the missus. Not good. Stand still on the M1.
Damn.
If that traffic report helps one person, I'll be stoked.
I'm sure it would be helping most people here today. Whereas,
a lot of sunny coasters.
The Richardsons.
Yep. Hopefully it's all cleared up by the time they're going home. But you know what? If they're taking home any silverware, they probably won't mind sitting in the car for a few hours talking about it. As we see, coming down to a minute on the clock there. This heat's still wide open. There's been some great performances so far. It's just for Lucy Darragh. She will need to find the wave to help assist this score. And over the shoulder there, Rosie takes a quick peek, but gives way. With Lucy has priority. Beautiful first 2 turns and the finish. Are you joking me? Well done. That is a serious performance under immense pressure there. You know, regardless of where this score falls, that is just such a great performance under pressure, and she should be super proud of that. She's left it in the judges' hands, that's all you can do. Take us through it, Lil.
Wow, she came off the bottom that one, hit that, and straight into another. I really love that second turn. And to be able to, like you said, perform under immense pressure, man, that is a great athlete. Unfortunately, she did just fall short. That was a 7.5. But nevertheless, I think that was a great performance from Lucy and Rosie.
Fantastic heat. An awesome show there. Well done to both of these young surfers here as we see some great sportswomanship as they make their way through to the inside and hear those scores get read out. It was Rosie Richardson taking that one out, moving through to the final here of the under-14 girls division at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. Don't go anywhere. More semi-final action coming right up.
Welcome to the jungle.
You actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and, you know, try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
Tuesday here, day 4 of the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. This is finals day. We will be crowning champions. And we just saw an amazing matchup there in the first under-14 girls semi-final. It was Rosie Richardson taking that one out. Now she's flipped over to heat number 2 with her twin sister Eliza Richardson out there. Lil dropping exactly the same single highest score, an 8.67 as we catch up on some replays here, Lil.
And 8.67, like you said, same twins.
That might be the 5.
They're twins.
Twins.
Twin scores.
Twin scores. And at this rate, we could have a twin final. It's firing. Look at this wave, Lil.
Yeah, wow. Such a strong backhand from Eliza. We've seen that all contests.
And Talia Teb behind. She's had a great campaign so far. And just taking that one out into the face. That would have been a 2-5 for her. And then this was the end of her 6-5. Nice, big, strong finish there. Just this is just all action, this heat so far. Wowee, non-stop. These are the conditions we've been hoping for all week. Some fun little runners here at Snapper Rocks. It's been a great 4 days. Had a few adjustments, Lil. We moved down the point to Little Marley yesterday afternoon, just on that lower tide. I wonder if we might have to do the same thing again today, but for the time being, it's about as fun as waves get here, just off the keyhole section at Snapper Rocks. And I'd have to go out on a limb, I mean, and say that the pressure on Eliza, not only for herself, but the family right now is immense. One Richardson in the final, another one in the second semi. And she's got a really, really tough matchup on her hands here. Young Talia Teb has been on absolute fire, the Avoca Beach surfer.
Wow.
Beautiful turn to start that wave.
Wow.
Another good one in the lip. And a similar sequence of events sort of to the last heat there, Lil, where I mean, the only difference is that Eliza was able to back her score up. I mean, she got the 8.67 as her second ride, so she's already got her back up in play, whereas Talia is chasing now, but she does have a very strong single score here, the 6.5. As we welcome in a very special guest to the booth. We've had some amazing guests this week. This guy's been a little more elusive to get a hold of. He's been a busy boy. Jalungi Micah Slab, welcome to the booth. Welcome to the Occy Grom Comp.
Thanks for having me, pleasure.
You know Lil?
Hey Lil, how you going?
Hi Lungi, nice to meet you.
What's been doing, Brad?
Oh, just cruising, you know. Rainy morning, so I had to sleep in.
Did ya?
Yeah.
You been tuning into the action on the webcast?
Here and there, yeah.
Attaboy.
Had a look yesterday.
I've seen you tuning into the
Yeah,
chats, the
I was
live
on
chats
yesterday with the chats.
on the live
Huey
chat.
and Lennox causing mischief, same old.
Yeah.
Wow. So tell me, you've been keeping it PC in the YouTube live comments?
Yeah.
It's pretty rogue universe.
I was
out
in there with Lennox and Huey, yeah.
Lovely. The boys are tuning in from
Yeah.
Tahiti. Good morning, Huey. Morning, Lennox. Probably having some poss on crew for lunch right about now, I'd imagine.
Mm.
Oh, gee, that's a lineup. Wow. Who's paying this bill?
Yeah.
No, Bowie actually. And
Yeah,
yeah.
Mitch.
But Lungi, you got a busy week at the moment, mate. Plenty of cultural stuff going down. What have you been up to?
Yeah, it's NAIDOC week this week, so yeah, NAIDOC week is pretty much all the Indigenous people coming together and, you know, just celebrating pretty much. Yeah.
I noticed the theme this year was respecting your elders.
Yeah,
You're
for our
pretty
elders.
good at that.
Oh, yeah, I try to be. But yeah, for our elders, a pretty good theme. Elders, they hold all the knowledge, and it's a pretty good theme this year, and I'm happy with that, yeah.
And obviously a pretty special part of the world, and you must be, I must say, probably pretty jealous at these grommets at the moment, mate. They're getting Snapper Rocks all to themselves.
I am pretty jealous. I was on the cam yesterday and on low tide, and I seen these little pits. Like when it's like this, I call it like the boog bank.
Yeah.
And yeah, I love jumping on the boog when it's pretty micro little drainers. So.
Yeah. Well,
But yeah, I'm stoked they're getting waves.
It is, yeah, and it's been some challenging moments throughout the week through the tides, working through it. Like you said, it was real good for the bodyboard yesterday afternoon, and we had plenty of the contestants that were, either not surfing that day or been eliminated. They were out there behind the rock having a bit of fun while we moved down the point. So, mate, if that happens today, you could be out there.
Might have to whip the board out.
Might have to whip the boog out.
I'll bring the boog in.
You and Ock.
Yeah.
But, mate, plenty of talent in this part of the world. But talk to me about the scene down at Fingal and who you've been keeping your eye on down there.
Down at home, there's a lot of kids getting into it. But, yeah, the one kid I've been keeping my eye on is Mibben, my little cousin. And just gave him a couple boards, and he's pretty stoked with that. But, yeah, he's been progressing heaps. But we've got plenty of kids down there getting into it. But, yeah, they're all getting pretty good. But, yeah, Mibben Slavy's getting good.
Good to hear, good to
Stoked
hear.
to see him.
And Lungy, have you surfed in the Occy before?
I actually haven't. When I was around 12 or something, I used to come in and watch a little bit, but I never got the chance to go in it. I wish I did. But
oh my
Wow.
God! If this is a 10. I'm just going to go out and say that right now. The judges can't hear me, but if they can,
Yeah, I agree, Stace.
that was the best wave I've seen all event. And Lungy, I'm gonna say that you brought that one in.
I brought that one in.
All right, let's watch it. Take us through the replay, Lungy.
That first turn was pretty good.
It's under 14 girls.
Oh, wow.
Wow, yeah, clap that. That was sensational surfing. Well done. Funny story, Lungy, her sister, twin sister, was in semi number 1, already in the final. Eliza Richardson now in the second semi, having a great heat so far with Talia Tebb, looking to make it an all Richardson final in the
Looks
other 14
like it's
girls.
going to be a assisted playoff.
It could be. Wow, I'm way off. I owe $140 into the judge jar because I was 1.4 decimal points off what I thought that score was going to be. But as far as combination of major manoeuvres is concerned, I haven't seen a better
She
wave
surfed that super well.
all event. And it is going to be, unfortunately, combination situation for Talia Tebb now. She does have one really good score to 6.5, but with a combination, you still require 2 new waves because the total goes above 10-point rides being the requirement there. Even if she got a 10, she would still only have 16.5 as a total. So it's back to the drawing board for Talia. But Lungy, we've seen a lot of waves this morning.
Yeah.
Plenty of opportunity. So,
Is it getting bigger today?
It's sort of swung around a bit more to the east, so there's a few more opportunities.
Yeah.
As we see Talia up and riding here. Lungy, take us through it.
Nice little cutty. It's 2 nice turns.
She's seen surfing great all comp. There's no doubt about that. It just
Oh,
at
wow.
this point
Have
in
a
the
look
game
at that.
becomes a matter of wave selection.
Stop it.
Take us through it, Lil.
Look, Eliza on her backhand. I love watching her backhand, and she just puts it out there with confidence. She knows what she can do. I just really love her surfing.
Steezy as.
Staunch.
Staunch. But,
That's-
like, also not staunch because she's probably, like, 35 kilos dripping wet.
That's the Noosa backhand.
You'd be happy with 2.8s.
Oh, you'd be so
More
happy.
than happy.
Wow.
Just
I'm going
having
to
fun
stand
now.
by my guns there. Like, if that's not a 9.5, that's seriously red hot surfing. Nevertheless, it's still a really strong total. And again here, not to be disheartened, young Talia is surfing really strong as well. It's just a matter of wave selection at the moment. And, like we've all been in those situations, whether you're in a free surf or in a heat, you see the first wave of the set pop up and you think, this is a great wave. And you go it. And it was a great wave for her. But just every time she's turned around and looked out the back, there's been a better wave. And Eliza's been on it doing some great surfing. So, it's one of those things. I think Talia could definitely be holding her head held high, through this heat and the whole event. It's been really strong performances from her. Also, a great style. Both of these young women look really sort of natural on their board, Lungy. I know that's something you pay close attention to out here at Snapper. Being a bit of a style guru yourself.
I try. But yeah,
I do love watching your surfing, Lungy.
thanks, Lil.
Up and riding. Eliza Richardson squares up off the bottom, really pushing hard on those fins on the bottom turn.
Wow.
And another one in the lip there.
Very mature
She's
surfing.
got the ball rolling here.
Oh, wow. She's having fun now. And why wouldn't you? I mean, at this point in the event, like, if you paid your entry fee, I'd be thinking, as long as you made a heat, you'd be feeling pretty good about just getting snapper to yourself for even if you just had one heat, 20 minutes out there with no one out's fun. But I think Eliza's going to get every heat in the comp at the way she's going. Nice speed snap out of the top there from Talia. She's got a great style. Another great turn in the lip there. This is going to be one of her better rides. She's found some great sections here. Nice little
She's putting
finner.
it together.
Loving the pink spray.
She's still going.
Oh, she smashed this wave. This is a great ride. There's 5.5 minutes on the clock, and today, Lungi, with the tide sort of a bit higher still in the morning, would you be running or paddling the way the waves are at the moment?
I
know you love your fitness.
What's that?
I know you love your fitness.
A lot of the time I'm paddling, actually. I paddle out wide and...
Wow,
that
was a sick first turn. We might have missed that on the live action. Take us through it from here, Lungi.
Yeah, she's putting it together. I like the way she's surfing. Taking each section like one at a time. It's pretty good. I like seeing that surfing at snapper.
Yep.
Lungi, is this your go-to wave, or like do you try to avoid this place as much as you can?
I mean, if it's pumping, I'm out here. It's pretty much like a perfect wave if it's on.
Yeah,
and with the sand like this, if a little bit more swell and the wind right, it'd be almost all-time small snapper, but...
You do like your barrels, hey?
Yeah, love my barrels.
Who doesn't?
Yeah.
Miss Chopu over there. Big pits at Tahiti last time you were there.
Huge pits.
But yeah, I love when it's like this.
You've been a long-term team member of the Creatures team, Lungi. They've just brought out some new hardware. They've done a great activation this week down at the beach. So if you want to go and check out their gear, go and give it a look down here.
Yeah.
But
I'll definitely be having a look after this.
They do. The thing that Creatures do, I think, the best, is it's the most underrated, I reckon, is their leashes, the comp leash. I might even be got to check the terminology here, but it's one of the comp leashes. It is so thin. It's like a piece of string. But in conditions like this, that's all you really need, right?
Seriously.
You don't need a thick cord hanging behind you, Waimea Bay style. You want something as light and as fast as possible. I definitely think that's those little things add to your performance.
A lot of their gear is pretty high tech. They do like a bit of stuff behind the scenes, as you see with like the new grips and stuff. But yeah, I'm pretty happy to be riding them all.
And they put wheels in their board bag, which I personally love.
Don't put wheels?
They do.
Oh, they do?
Both.
Oh, yeah.
They do both.
I mean, if it's a short little trip and you don't need to be overweight and stuff, it's perfect to have, I reckon.
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
Have you been to Surf Lakes?
I haven't been to Surf Lakes yet.
Have you?
No.
You haven't?
No, I haven't.
None of us have.
Occy.
Occy, take us.
Where's
we
the
are
invite?
waiting.
Come on, Ock. Let's load up the Kia Carnival and get up there. Just under 3 minutes here. This has been a great heat from both surfers. Solid heat total there for Talia Teb, 13 points, but it's been all one-way action here up in the excellent range for Eliza Richardson Lungi as she just kicks in and out of that wave. But with 2 minutes 45 on the clock, I think if you're Talia at this point, you're really just looking for a Perso wave, which is rightly so. She's got snapper rocks with one other surfer out, and still time on the clock here to just make the most of this experience for this year's campaign at the Occy Grom Comp. I just think, in a combination situation with 2 minutes on the clock, it might be hard for her to claw it back. Nevertheless, some great surfing, Lungi.
Yeah.
Even so, like Talia's performance, I'd still be so proud of it if I were her. It's not easy, when your other competitor has 2 pair of high 8s and having to stay content and back yourself. But good on her. Have you been on a broadcast before, surfing?
What's that?
Have you been on a broadcast, surfing?
No. Oh, actually, I've jumped on the post-heat interviews a couple of times, but
you jumped on the single fin, the Burley Head single fin.
Did I? Oh yeah, with you.
No, with me. No,
Yeah.
you were on with Jed, weren't you?
Jed and you.
You won an award for it.
Did I?
Broadcast of the year.
Yeah, I remember that. Me, you, and Jed.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, that was good.
Awards now.
No, seriously, yeah. Independent Broadcaster Award, Fresh Air Broadcast, Lungi Slab.
I'm waiting.
Round 10, heat 1 of the Burley Head single fin. Just the knowledge that was, displayed and the class. Yeah, you have to go back and watch the replay, Lil.
Yeah.
Must. Take some
Longy,
notes.
you can help Lil write her award-winning speech when she wins a Logie.
What's that?
You can help her with the speech that she needs to write when you.
Oh
when
yeah,
she
I
wins
heard you in the
Logie.
run for a Logie. Congrats on that.
Yeah, thank you. No, I'm a bit nervous, but excited. Going to Sydney at the end of the month.
Nah, it'll be good. Look at the kids in the rain.
Coming down to 30 seconds on the clock here. It's all good fun. We've had a great couple of days here.
It's so sick seeing them all still down here.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot
Getting
of the
drenched.
Travelled from far and wide to be here, so we're grateful for everyone.
Is there any international kids?
Yeah, a couple kids from Indonesia, a couple of kids from Japan.
Oh, sick.
I might be missing some others there, but yeah, certainly a lot of crew in the draw that have come from far and wide, as also a bunch of local kids from the Gold Coast. But well done there to both of those semi-finals that we got to call. Amazing heats. And congratulations.
17-point total, wow.
That's looking pretty red hot going to the final. Well done to the Richardson family, both in the finals there, the under-14 girls. Lil, thanks for your time. Lungi, thank you so much for your time, mate.
Thank
we'll
you.
See you around throughout the day and keep shredding it up.
Pleasure.
We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the jungle.
You make the semis or the finals of a comp like the Occy Grom comp, all of a sudden all your peers are starting to look at you and go, oh, hang on. This I didn't see this coming, and you've got to be taken a little more seriously. So Hemi's done a good job here.
Well, even if you make the semi-final, the worst you can do is third place. I mean, that's pretty much a podium finish.
Yep.
So, third place in the Billabong Occy Grom comp is a feather in your cap.
It is, mate. But as I was, here's a little replay here, and yeah, he's got some nice ocean knowledge. That's what I was going to get to. Kids can be distracted in school. It's hard to be a Grom and be in class and pay attention when you're a mad frothing surfer. But how's the accumulated ocean knowledge, the nature knowledge that you pick up if you start surfing when you're a little tiny Grom? By the time you're 14, 15, you know more about the ocean than most people will ever know about, geography or maths or whatever at the same age.
Yeah, you're a budding oceanographer.
That's it. Things like bathymetry, winds,
contour,
tides.
bottom contours.
Yeah,
you know, and it is that combination because I always think it's a moving life force. I mean, my thinking is, they always say that, you know, the Amazon, the great equatorial forests are the lungs of the earth. In actual fact, this is the lungs and the heartbeat.
Yeah.
Because every tide that comes in, you know, you can watch it in rivers. You know, the rushing in, the rushing out over a 6-hour period. It's breathing.
And what was there the day before might not be there again the next day. And you think you got a handle on it. And every single one of these kids, especially these crew who are in this sort of pointy end of the draw, mate, like they have adapted because the conditions have been all over the shop. You know, we've had fun little runners. We've had that south swell that just pushed in a perfectly clean line down the bank. And today we've got the chop and the reverse sweep. So it's always changing.
Always changing. And, you know, there has been some challenging times. I mean, we've basically had a low tide event. You know, we had super low tides. The big tide's been in the evening. This morning we started with those under 16s, and they had a great tide. You know, there was just a hint of that reverse current. It wasn't too bad. As the tide goes out, I think could get quite fierce today.
Mate, the other thing that these Groms have a really good handle on is things like diet and, you know, sustenance. I mean, when I was Grom, and I know you're the same, you know, food, it was like whatever's in front of you, just smash it. Well, and, I was a horrible canteen scab, mate. I'd be in there trying to just scab enough 20s to get a sausage roll.
Yeah, there was this great little, it was called the Jungle Hut. It was right here at Rainbow on the corner, and it was great. It had sand floor and little palm trees, and we'd be surfing all day. Me and guys like Peter Bryan, Billy Grant, and his brother Peter Grant.
Yep.
And we'd finish one of my best mates, Bucky Perriott, and at the, you know, sometime that day we'd all somehow chip in and just share a bowl of chips and sauce. And it was like, that was
Grom heaven.
That would just keep you going.
Oh, mate, that's so good. Yeah, these days they're more about like, oh, no, man, I don't eat chips anymore. I'm into me activated almond chia pods, bro.
Exactly.
Got to keep the bloodstream juiced up.
Exactly.
No, I reckon if you put a bag of mixed lollies in front of anyone in this entire comp, they're going to smash it. Doesn't matter how diet conscious they are.
I know.
So here we go. Nice little snap off the top from Cruzy here. Under 14s, boys. We're really starting to work our way towards some exciting finals. I just watched the under 14 girls semis, mate. Wow, yeah. There is some serious talent in that division,
isn't there? and what's happening too is that with the tide running out, I think any coaching, the parents looking at it now, they'll be going, you know what, you've actually got to get to work early on the wave. There's not so many linking waves from the outside snapper to Little Marley Rocks. That's kind of not on the menu. Mm-hmm. What's on the menu is these chip-in pockets where you've just got to do 2 or 3 big manoeuvres.
That's it. And still getting a nice little, as you say, sort of chip shot in, and you're just looking for that one that just stands up and gives you something vertical.
You still got to look down the line and see something in front of you, because that little bump, you know, say 20, 30 metres down the line, that's going to be where you score your points.
Mate, it's definitely a little bigger today. Like, we're seeing, you know, good, consistent 2-footers coming around the corner there from Snapper Rocks. There's never been the odd bigger set. And it looks like Cruz has found something here on the inside, Bugs. Down the line. Beautiful little extender float. Oh, there was a low road on offer there. He's...
yeah, that was
a little bit of a missed op.
It was a missed op because we got does he make it? He went for it. Hemi went for it. And I actually think that's what you got to do. I think you got to go for it on these last finishing. I think the finishing moves, a dynamic finishing move, was going to net you some points.
I used to love days like this when I was a Grom, Bugs, because you know, when I was a Grom, the momentum films were coming out.
Oh, wow.
It was the first time that people had really focused on kind of dodgy waves in surf movies.
Yeah.
Surf movies were always about fantasy and escapism and finding something perfect, or perfect days on the you know, points.
Oh, gotcha.
But momentum came out, and days like this got their little moment in the sun. And it was on days like this, like you say, if you pushed it hard enough, you could pull off something you'd never even done before. And that was all coming through that sort of progressive, imaginative surfing that the momentum generation brought. That really had a huge impact on us. And we started looking at surf like this as, you know, the surf we wanted to be in.
Yeah, and look, it really was an influential time, and what a, you know, classic crew coming through. You know, Kelly Slater, Rob Machado, Shane Dorian, you know, Taylor Knox. I mean, they were amazingly exciting surfers.
And just celebrating the sludge You know, it made you excited to surf anything after school. I mean, we were all kind of like that in our grommet years, but you know, seeing what the best could do in that sort of surf, that's what inspired you to really start throwing the fins around like we saw Hemi just do. So this is really cool. Tide is draining really quickly now.
Well, you couldn't get a tighter semi-final, really, because you look at their first scores. Hemi's on a 4, Cruiser's on a 3.93, and then pretty low backups. Hemi just getting the slight edge there, but this is wide open. We're under the 9-minute mark now, so no one's really busted this open.
No, it's it seems like to me, mate, the tide is just starting to really change the shape of these waves. They're a lot shorter now. This morning with a little more water over the bank there, we were seeing Groms really link it together, getting a lot of double ups.
Yeah, this will change the strategies of the surfers with these little sections. You've really got to make the most of them, as we see Hemi trying to make the most of this one.
That's nice.
And this time he just nails it at the end. It's nearly like maybe 2 big manoeuvres is going to be enough. And we've seen the scoring this morning. 2 big manoeuvres will get you a 7-point ride. So this is a pretty neat wave. He finishes, just got caught up a little bit there, but a great finish. He went for the last time, a bit of progressive surfing, didn't quite pull it off. This time he just took the more orthodox approach for the finish.
It's cool. It's really cool, you know, like
357.
I feel like you can, you know, when you're a Grom, you can go for that big turn. You feel like you've got it. You slightly lose it, and you might just get stuck in the trap of going, oh, I'll do that again and I'll get it right. But Hemi's showing a bit of maturity there, just getting that finish. And as you say, you know, it didn't quite sort of improve his lead much, but it gets him back in that sort of, I can make, you know, I'm going to go to work here a little bit.
You see those? We got those 2 seabirds back again. They've been there every single day at this time. They come and they
do a bit of fishing.
Well, they do and having brunch.
Yeah.
And yesterday they both caught a little fish at exactly the same time. It was pretty cool. we get to see all this stuff.
What are those birds? Do you know, cormorants?
Yeah, they're not seagulls.
Shaggers. You see 1 shag, 2 shags, and there's Shagger out there as well, mate. Trying to pinch lunch off him. Here's Cruz on a little inside grower and gets the fins out over the back. Just a quick one.
Yeah, he's just yet to really get that slick finishing turn in. That's, I guess, been the difference where this is a close heat. It's only decimal points separating them. I think, see, that first turn's great. And it just, you know, it was the timing of the... he'd be happy to have got that in, though.
Yeah, I think one nice thing about that ride is that's the first turn he's done where he's been able to look a little free out of the lip. He's sort of, he's had some, you know, good little sort of wake-up surfs, I guess, wake-up waves where, you know, he's activating the body and whatnot, but that little turn showed a little hint of what he's got in his arsenal, and looking forward to seeing him on a better wave.
I'll tell you another challenging thing when it's like this is that you might be on the beach and go, look, there is some good sections down at Little Marley Rocks. So you want to get down there at some point, but you actually can't.
True.
This could be the best wave of the heat.
That's a really nice ride. And, what about that dismount?
Oh, well, he just got caught up there. He was on his way to 3 solid manoeuvres on that wave. So he's kind of, this wave here, it looks like right now he's setting up for a great score. Great turn there. He just went too far over the back of the wave, lost his speed, and was a little off balance for the finishing turn.
It was a pretty... a
grommet approach, but he got a 4-2. It was actually the best wave of the heat so far. Definitely left a 5-5 on the table.
No doubt. I thought the first turn was really nice. Beautifully timed, high speed, plenty of flow, and just, as you say, you know, kind of needed to be a little more aggressive into that cutty. Just left it a little too late, slowed down, put himself out of position for the finishing. Yeah,
he needed to kind of start turning his shoulders like about, you know, halfway up the face of that wave. He left it to, and it's something that does happen here because you get these little flat little shoulders sometimes where you've got to carve under the lip.
It's amazing, mate. I love watching Mick Fanning surf.
Oh, that's right.
For just pure technique.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
He's one of these guys who can, you know, come off the bottom as hard as he likes, and as he's twisting and opening up off the top, if the wave goes flat, he just readjusts and just kicks the fins out into like a little flat turn so he can drive out of it.
Yeah.
But if it stays steep, he'll just power through it. And
That's right.
That's like in the moment surfing.
Yeah. He's got, he's just got so many options. So getting back to the point though, see what happens on a good day out here where you've got a really fierce reverse rip, and you look at it and you go, look, I want to end up down there off Greenmount Point, and you're out here at Snapper, and you just cannot get there because the east swell's kind of broken up a bit. The reverse rip you literally just about have to get out of the water and walk down there.
I'm definitely not a fan of rips, Bugs. I was one of those kids who just would start crying. If I was in a rip, I'd just cry if I couldn't get to my bank and whatnot. And I grew up in New Brighton, mate.
Yeah.
You know the sweep is pretty full on down there, mate.
Fierce.
It's like a giant sweep highway from Byron up here.
You're on your way to Cabba.
Oh, it's awful. And, lots of tears. Contributed a lot of salt water to this ocean, mate, over the years.
And a lot of isolation.
Oh, mate. We used to get up in the dark down there, like in the pitch black darkness, about 4 in the morning. This is in winter. Go down the beach, light a fire, and wait until as soon as you could see definition, we'd paddle out. I would never do that now.
No.
Never. So, look at the speed here. Hemi's starting to find some rhythm, and there it is, Bugs.
Yeah, that's a bit better.
He cuts that one short and manages to maintain the speed. So this is a much nicer ride here from Hemi. And
a complete ride. If he gets to the finishing turn, it'll be the best wave of the heat.
Oh, he does it. And, mate, how impressive is his adaptability? Because he's made a couple of mistakes, and the next wave he fixes them.
He does. And that was a real quick fire fix. And Cruz, he's just trying to get in front of this wave, but there's not offering much. The waves he's got has really held him back. He hasn't been able to improve on his score, and he's going to absolutely need to, because this is a cracker, Vorno.
Yep, snap off the lip. And then this turn.
Yeah, just did it earlier.
Yeah, and he did exactly what you said, mate. He opened up a little earlier, and that allowed him to just stick into the pocket. He didn't go off the back. And, on the inside, these are really just bonus turns. But when you grease a little finish like that, the judges are really paying attention.
Yeah, that'll be up there. That's a 5.17. Thought they might have gone even. I thought that might have been pushing the 5.56 mark. 5.17. Actually, I'm a bit surprised. That's a bit of a low ball to me, because he got a 4.2 on one turn earlier.
Yeah, well, the door's well and truly open here for Cruzy. He doesn't need a whole lot. It's 3.93, so yeah, I mean, he's looking for a wave. We know he's got the goods. It's semi-final number 1. Hemi O'Brien is 1.5 minutes from locking in a spot in the Occy Grom Comp final.
Yeah,
it's a huge result.
Yeah, Cruz. He needs to get a good wave. The waves have not allowed him to display his potential, and he's onto a little one here.
Oh, geez, it hasn't played out well when Groms have paddled really hard for one and missed it.
Yeah.
We've seen it all event. It's a real rhythm killer. 1 minute. Can Cruz find something here, Bugs? We want to at least see him get the chance, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's what we want. We just want the kids all to have a good crack at it, and a finishing wave here he'll come in satisfied. Probably not satisfied, but at least a respectable performance in his own mind.
Yep. And he's really starting to get antsy out there. You can see him looking at every single thing that goes under him. He's like, oh, this one, is this the one? 38 seconds. Hemi's down the point, so he can see everything that's going on.
Now, this is a weak start. He's going to have to get going. Yep.
Oh, is it going to double up?
It's going to go all right, this one.
Oh, he gets the float.
Nice.
Bonus. There could be a little grower here, but it is one of those back waves, Bugs, that you were talking about, and it does exactly what you said. Those back ones can really roll up onto the back of the wave in front, kill all the steam in it. And 15 seconds left. You can't imagine that's the score.
But he did show his potential on that one. There's a neat little ride. He gets 2 good moves in here.
All right, well,
he floats over this section. That's a nice little float, and then backs it up with a little snap there, and then the wave fizzles. But it was fine.
It's going to be a tough one. But you know what? As you said, he's going to come in going, well, look, a wave came. I had a crack at it.
And he got a pair of 3.93s. So basically 2 4s.
All right, well, it looks like Hemi's moving through, mate, and unfortunately there you can see the disappointment for Cruz. So close to making the final.
Yeah.
But we'll be back with semi-final number 2 in the under-14 boys, the Occy Grom Comp, in just a moment.
Welcome to the jungle.
Welcome back to the Occy Grom Comp, and it's well and truly on here at Snapper Rocks. Vaughn Blakey, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, the 78 world champ, in the booth with a very special guest, Bugs. It's Jagger Phillips, mate, and congratulations on surfing in this event. I know it wasn't the result you were looking for, mate, but still an exciting thing to surf Snapper.
Yeah, it's always a good comp in the Occy comp. So many good people. Even Ock, such a funny bloke. And yeah.
He is, mate. Now, you're from Maroubra, eh?
Yeah.
And you surfed in the under 14, so you know these guys, like Carter?
Yeah, Loki and Carter Crowley.
Yep.
Both pretty good surfers.
Yeah, mate. And wow, Carter, the Goofs have been really strong in this event, hey?
Yeah, the rights.
And what about Loke? What can you tell us about him?
Oh,
Northern Beaches, mate?
He's a mad dog, you know? Gets around laughing, hanging out, and he's never sad, always happy.
That's good.
And yeah, sick mate.
Unreal. And you're from the south side, Loke's from the north side.
Yeah.
Is there a bit of that Sydney rivalry still going on, north side, south side?
Nah.
Nah?
It's all about having fun.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Tell us, how's your trip up here been? Have you been having fun?
It's been amazing.
Have you?
Seeing everyone around here, and yeah, especially you two.
Cheers, bro.
Nice guys.
Yeah, Jagger.
Yeah.
Classic, mate. So who's this guy? This is Loki right now.
Loki.
And he's a good little surfer. I mean, he's all the way here to the semi-finals. What do you think? We just saw Hemi get through that last one. He's going to be surfing against one of these two. I mean, the under-14s are so tough, mate. It's so competitive.
Yeah.
Who do you think is going to get through this one? It's really close at the moment.
Yeah, they're both ripping. I'd say maybe Loki.
Yeah, well,
by the looks of it.
They've both got an equal high score there, Raps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the same score.
Yeah, same score. Carter, that last backhand attack on that wave, that was a good one, 5.83. The Goofies are definitely in the mix on this one. There he is again. There's a pretty tall young kid, Jagger. Is he a bit taller than the others?
Yeah.
he looks pretty tall.
Yeah.
Hey, Jag, guess what Rabbit's son's name is?
Jagger.
Yeah, that's right.
I met him one time down at Maroubra.
He
actually gave me a board.
He told me that.
He gave me his board. Yeah.
Wow, Loki is ripping on this one.
Yeah.
Jeez, that's one of the better waves we've seen in the last 40 minutes, Bugs. That was really well put together, super aggressive turns.
It was, and he's just looking to oust that 517. He well and truly might have gone past the 583 with that one.
Bugsy, you would have spent a bit of time in the Bra over the years, mate. A pretty famous surfing area. Oh, how's the finish, too? Really threw the fins out the back.
Yeah, I went down there we had the 1972 Australian schoolboy titles at Maroubra.
Classic.
Yeah, I had a win there on that one. So I've only surfed in one event there, and I had a win, so I love Maroubra.
And so many great surfers from that region, that beach in particular.
Oh, I reckon.
From way back to more recent years, but it's hard to go past the Aberdeen Bros, Marky Matthews. There's a bunch of crew from that era in particular Richie Vass.
Yep.
It's an absolute slab shaman. Mate, who's ripping from the Bra these days? I mean, aside from yourself, Jag.
I mean, a few young kids that have been going good. A few older guys. Yeah.
Any names to keep an eye on, boys or girls? Jagger Phillips, that's the name we're going to keep an eye on, mate, I'm telling you. 13 and a half minutes. What's the deal? Are you up here on holidays?
Yeah, I'm up here on holidays, leaving tomorrow for the Skull Candy.
You're going to head down to Lennox?
Yeah.
Excellent.
So that would be sick.
Unreal, mate. Yeah, that's always a fun comp, isn't it?
Yeah.
And do you have the New South Wales titles after that this year, or have they moved it? They usually do.
I'm pretty sure.
The Yocker Grom comp, the Skull Candy, then the New South Wales titles.
Yeah.
Grom season,
yeah, I'm pretty
mate.
sure it's
So
after
it's
the Skull Candy.
it's a big tour. It's the Grom tour.
Yeah.
That's what I call it.
Have a go at this last score of Loki, mate.
Look at this set.
8.33, and Carter's going to answer back now. This is one of the bigger waves we've seen, and he absolutely kabooms it. Oh, low road. Will he get a connection here? No. What a bummer.
That's the biggest wave of the day.
That is. Easily. Mate, what was it like sitting out at Snap? Oh, behind him in the tube, maybe. Oh, wow. This heat has just really fired up.
I'm calling that a make.
That's a big make. Yeah, definitely. I thought for a second, was he flying out of the tube when we cut back to that ride? Or?
I don't know,
sure.
but I'll tell you one thing. That second wave of the set, all the lump and bump had gone. It had that draw off the bottom. It was standing up.
So exciting when you see it do that.
It's really, it might be just, two one-off huge manoeuvres that the judges, try to differentiate. Carter's was unreal. And Loki, what a stand-up wave that was. We didn't see the start though, right?
No.
What did happen?
So curious to see that.
8.33 before though. Wow.
Yeah, that's a monster score, mate. An 8.33.
Gee, that's put him in the box seat as the favourite for the final if he makes it.
And here's a little replay of that previous ride. And look at him go.
Yeah, he's really putting it together. This is amazing. A very mature surfing for.
And there's the one behind it. Far out. He really came off. As you said, Bugs, it was clean face, less water, no ribs, and he just attacked it.
So that's a 6.33 versus a 6.13 there. So Lockie just gets the edge on that one. Carter, very brave, attacking that lip vertically. The wave had a bit of wonk in it. He wasn't able to get around that next section. It would have been up in the 8 range probably if he had. But, this is a step up this heat. Well, the waves are better. In that last heat, there wasn't that many good waves. This heat, it's pumping.
Yeah, what's the go, Jag? If you're surfing a heat and someone, gets an 8, are you able to sort of just put that aside and focus on your own game, or does it rattle you a bit?
Gets you a bit nervous for the next wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your go-to method when you feel the nerves kicking in a bit? Do you just take a few deep breaths, or do you just put the pedal to the metal and just start attacking anything that comes near you?
Yeah.
And so, Jagger, what's your favourite wave?
Oh, I like Uluwatu and Bali.
Oh, wow. That was a nice carve.
Oh, my.
Oh, adding variety here too with some fins free.
Yeah.
Nice control. Uluwatu, mate. How old were you when you first went to Uluwatu, Bugs?
Oh, like I was 18 or
18.
Yeah.
So how many times do you reckon you've surfed Ulus?
No,
mate?
19, 20.
Oh, like a couple times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What, do you like the racetrack, or do you like those big peaks out the back, or maybe even going up to where Mason surfs at Temples there?
Temples.
Yeah, that's a good little
fun.
wave.
Them racetrack. Pretty sick barrels there.
Yeah.
No, I would have been more like 20. I went over there with Doris Doris and Richard Harvey.
Oh, I love some of the names that you pull out of the woodwork there, Bugs. Some full-blown characters, absolute legends in Australian surf, and real like Indonesian trailblazers. Doris, he's classic Tony Elfrington. And here we go. Like Carter's got work to do, but he's sticking with it. He looks confident. He's just unfortunately just comes unstuck there. He really needs a good score, and Lacana just looks to me like he is really starting to have fun. That 8.33 is giving him a little bit of breathing room. And we haven't seen too many Groms just take to the air like that. That, to me, is a guy who's going, yeah, I'm going to start really pushing the envelope here. Start, building towards hopefully what could be a finals appearance. Just got to be careful, though. We know that Carter has a really serious backhand. Biggest wave of the day so far, and he really went at it.
And we see here, Carter, he just tries to squeeze that last turn in. He would have felt he had to go for it, though.
What about that, though? Got the shot, for sure. You an airman or a power man, Jagger?
I like the cars.
Yeah.
Sometimes like the airs on a good section.
Yep.
But yeah.
Who's your favourite surfer, mate?
Ethan Ewing and Idolo. They're both pretty.
Wow, that's so cool. I mean, you've got everything covered just with those two surfers.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You've got the pure rail game and the acrobatic lunatic.
Yeah.
I love them both too. They bring such different energy to a lineup. And, but both just so fun to watch, eh?
Yeah.
Have you seen those guys surf in real life?
I saw Ethan at Narrabeen.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I haven't seen Idolo. Oh, actually, I saw him on Narrabeen too. Yeah.
Was that the year that he did that giant backside full
they
rotator and they didn't score
it? Count it.
What did you think?
I reckon it was a mate.
There you go.
But Connor definitely. Was it Connor?
Yeah.
Connor
I'm pretty
Crawford,
sure. Yeah, he did well.
Yeah, mate. It's pretty fun to watch professional surfing. Love seeing what the best surfers in the world can do in the best waves. And you know what's up next, hey? J-Bay. Jeffreys Bay. Do you like that comp?
Yeah, that would be good to
It's kind of a friendly one for Australia because we don't have to get up in the middle of the night. We can just cruise home from school and the first heat kicks off just as you put your school bag down or you get in from your late.
4 p.m.
How good's that?
4 p.m. in Australia is 8 a.m. in J-Bay.
And you just get up and you just plonk down in front of the TV or in front of your phone or whatever you're doing. You're like, yep, give it to me, Heath. Who do you think's going to make the top 5 this year in the men's and women's? Hey, Tyler Wright's already qualified, Bugs, for the WSL finals.
Yes, Tyler's made it. Tyler and Carissa have made it.
Yep.
They're the two that have qualified.
That's so cool, man. Who do you reckon, or who do you hope is in that top 5, Jagger? I want to know.
I reckon Griffin. Griffin's actually been surfing so good.
He's great.
He's looking good.
Ethan, he just got second.
Yep.
Ethan's on a roll. Oh, look at this little double up. Oh, we're going to see some tube action. Oh, I thought for sure. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Loki is absolutely tearing Bugs. That's one of the best turns we've seen in the pocket.
It sure is. And now backed up by Carter.
Oh.
Carter's got some... Oh, got caught behind there. Will he get around the section? Yes, but there's nothing left.
Hey, the surfing is so there for Carter. He's just got to get one of those clean faces, mate, I reckon. But this is amazing. Look at the ridge, and he's just perfectly timed it.
This is classy surfing.
Yeah.
Wow, he did so well on that. That was a vertical wave, another one. He's picking these waves with the incredible draw off the bottom, whereas that one there, it doesn't have that.
No, it's really the only difference between these guys is Loki's wave selection's just been on point.
Yeah. You know, you look at that now, you look at the texture out there now, you wonder how those waves happen. Like they're just not there, but Loki is finding them. He's found 2 with beautiful. How's that? No paddle takeoff.
Yeah.
I like. Now that score yet to come in. Yes, it's come in as a monster.
Wow. Well, this is combo land now.
Oh man, this is a big scoring semi-final. 8-4, 8-3-3. Has he peaked too early?
It can happen. But the other thing is it can just be the big ramp into the final as well.
Well,
so.
that was the hallmark of Kelly Slater when he was a young up-and-coming surfer. He could just go out and repeat the performance.
Yeah.
You know, not just peak in the quarterfinal or semi-final. He'd you know, he was unbelievable. Well, he still is.
Yeah, Carter Crowley there, finishing off yet another kind of in-betweeny, and it's just leaving the door open for Loki to just take whatever he wants, really. I think Carter's feeling that pressure of having to paddle into waves, and it's a tricky one, Bugs. I feel like he surfed a really good heat. Like, those scores are fantastic in comparison to a lot of heats we've seen. It's just that there is a full-blown tsunami of rhythm going on out there for Loki.
Yeah.
This is a really great result here if he can manage to hold on to this one into the final. And under 14s, as we said, you know, it's so hyper competitive. You really see the under 14s sell. Oh wow! How's the just the flair on the kid?
He's got a lot of flair.
Yeah, mate. Like, you really see you guys. You know, the 14s. You think you're just getting out there having a bit of fun surfing with your mates, but when you win, you celebrate, and when you lose, you really feel it. Hey?
Yeah.
He's so
definitely.
confident on the takeoffs, and everything he does is done with such flair and confidence.
Can he back it up?
Oh, it looks like he definitely can. But, you know, these are big scores for a semi-final. Big scores. Yeah, the question is, I mean, is it going to be up against Hemi, right?
That's right. And Hemi just put together a really nice sort of measured heat in that last one.
Yeah.
You know? He kept it together. But you'd think that Lacana is going to get away with this one, Bugs. That's definitely comboed.
Yeah, it's getting to the point now where Carter, he needs something very special to come
Here he
his way.
Or air rev.
Speed, you reckon?
Yeah.
Here it comes. He called it, Jagger, and he almost gets the ride out there. Still did well to keep the board under his feet.
Well, this is one of the most impressive performances I've seen, and I think it is the most impressive performance, you know, from go to woe, you know, like the whole heat.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
now
it's been a masterclass from this Grom.
Now he's free surfing. It's always a pretty, you have heats, Carter, I mean, Jagger, where you get those two early waves and you just, how good do you feel, you know?
Yeah, it feels incredible.
Mate, Bugs and I were just talking before about, you know, how do you energise? What's your pre-heat routine like? Have you got like a strategy, or do you just get stuck into the soft drinks and the mixed lollies and then ramp yourself up on the sugar and then just get out there and tear in?
Couple Red Bulls would do.
Oh, mate, I do not want to see you on a Red Bull. This is 2 minutes to go, and Carter's starting to just feel a little bit of frustration here, which is, you know, it's unfortunate, Bugs, but he's had such a good run through this event.
Yeah, well, you know, also we've just got a lot more chop coming into the play now, so what's going to happen is that you're really going to have to maybe let that first wave of the set go through, because it's going to carry all that lump and bump with it. Very hard to get the scoring potential. The second, third wave of the set will have that nice smooth draw, the smooth face, a bit more draw off the bottom. That's what Lacana is nailing.
Yeah, his wave selection's on point. He's really just found the gems. And these ones are still around too, you know. You can get that sort of chip shot wedge across into a little TP, and if you time it right, you've basically just got this big ramp that you can either take to the air or just bury the rail, hack your way through it. There's 1 minute 15 to go.
Now, this wind might bring a bit of more air game into it too, Vorno.
I'd love to see some of these Groms take to the air, man. You a straight air man or a air reverse man?
I like straight airs.
Yeah.
Can't really lend there of this. Nearly there.
Yeah, good stuff, mate. I've only done one in my entire life, and I think it was an accident. Here's Carter Crowley now. And he's going to finish with a nice little snap to slide. 44 seconds. Yeah, the wind's really picked up in this one. So, again, adaptability, the name of the game, Bugs. You've just got to be able to shift your whole approach depending on what the conditions are throwing at you.
Yeah, it's really, the conditions have really changed. That wind has just come in now. It looks like it's come in from the northeast. It might even have a little bit of northwest in it. I mean, it's changing all the time. From the start of this heat to the finish, there's not many smooth faces now, Jagger.
Nah, there isn't. It's good.
Mate, you going to go to any theme parks while you're up here on holidays? Doesn't interest you?
Nah.
Just get me out in the ocean, man.
Yeah, definitely.
What about, well, there you go. Lakana Cullen absolutely hammers down his place in the final. Congratulations. And Carter Cowley, mate, great performance throughout this event, and congratulations on a third-place finish. That's huge. And, gee whiz, Jag, you going to stick around and hang out with us a bit longer?
Yeah, I will.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
It's the Occy Grom Comp, and the semi-finals are underway. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
Welcome to the jungle.
Welcome back to the Occy Gromcom, and things have changed radically in the last half an hour. We had really smooth, open faces, and the onshore probably won't affect the smoothness of the face, but it's definitely chopping up the lineup. It looks like, goodness me, it's just chop, 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 chop city out there, chop suey. So Vaughan Blakey in the commentary booth, very special guest with me. It's the 1978 World Surfing Champion Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. And I'm going to say the 2028 World Surfing World Champion, Jagger Phillips, joining us. Welcome, Jags. How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm real good.
Awesome, man. Well, we got the under-16 semi-final girls out there right now. This is going to be a ripper. And some big power play at work. As we look at a little replay, Olive Hardy in the white, Ava Holland in the red. Women's surfing, so fun to watch. It is absolutely, you know, the eyes of the surfing world are just zoning in on women's surfing at the moment, Bug, especially this new generation, inspired by the likes of your Katie Simmers, Sierra Kerrs, Sky Browns. I mean, there's so many young freaks out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's amazing what's happened. An absolute revolution in women's surfing in this new generation. I mean, because when you think about it, like, you know, Stephanie Gilmore, Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright, I mean, in the last, they've won every world title for the last 15 years.
It's crazy, isn't it?
And then you've had this incredible backhoe, you know, Sally Fitzgibbon, Lakey Peterson, Courtney Conlog, and of course Caroline Marks coming through now. But now there's like the first sort of leading edge of a new generation.
That's right.
They're really starting to make their presence felt.
What do you think of Sierra Kerrs surfing, mate?
She's pretty good.
She's amazing, isn't she?
Yeah.
And did an air reverse at Lakey Peak last year, Bugs. Full rotator off a really heavy section, and probably a real game-changing moment in women's surfing, like a proper helicopter to the flats. And you know, this is the sort of surfing that isn't even on tour yet.
No.
And it's already inspiring a whole new legion of young, upcoming women surfers. It's going to be such an exciting time. And these two, you know, they're on that leading edge as well. Olive Hardy, Ava Holland, under-16s girls, best junior women in the country right now. And they're looking for basically that big feather, the stamp, the accolade, whatever it is, bragging rights, to win this event is a big, big deal. It's got Occy's name on it. The ultimate Grom champion from way back in the day. Actually just found an old surfing magazine cover.
Yeah.
Which stoked me out, Bugs. It was Occy. I reckon he's not even 20. We'll get back to that in a second. Oh, here's a little high road. You don't see these ones too often. Ava Holland, will she get the connection? That's 3 pretty nice turns. But I really like the cover line on this, Bugs. There he is. It says, Mark Occhilupo, he's young, he's hot, he's number 1.
Yeah.
Well, he was number 1 in the world when he was like, what, 18, 19?
Yeah, he was, that year he led from a lot of the world tour. I mean, it was an amazing crew that came on. Obviously, Tommy Curran and Tom Carroll were kind of established.
Yeah.
They were the hot two. And then there was Mark Occhilupo, Barton Lynch, Damien Hubman, Derek Ho, Martin Potter. It was an amazing crew. And, that era just took over.
Wow.
Yeah. But Occy, well, in his first run of things, he nearly got a world title. And then he came back and just the best comeback in the history of sport, I reckon.
That's true.
I really do. It's so amazing. I mean, he had this 6 or 7 year, hiatus from the sport where he just kind of rested up.
Yeah.
And then when he came back, it was all there for him.
Yeah, it's such an amazing. Do they teach that in history at school, mate? The Occy's comeback story? Is it like a big part of the curriculum and stuff? It should be. It should be.
So good if they did.
Yeah. No, it's one of the all-time stories. But, Occy's, I don't know, Bugs, like you'd be able to tell me, were there child superstars before Occy, or was he the first?
Oh, well, there were, but, David Eggers from California, but they did tend to kind of maybe burn out. I mean, Nick Wood.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
He was a superstar when he was 14, 15.
Yep.
But there wasn't that so much management. Like back in those days, you really were on your own. There wasn't the team management and all the coaching. There was no safety net in a way.
Well, even surfing as a sport probably wasn't quite there. Parents weren't looking at it as a viable career option like they do now. They were looking at it going, oh, no way, you're not going to the beach and hanging out with those reprobates.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, I started I think I had the first surf academy, maybe in Australia, in '84, and back in those days, it was like dads were going, well, am I going to give Rabbit $10 to throw a little, or am I going to, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
mate.
The only kids that turned up they had no money. There were, like Jay Phillips, Jason Buttonshaw, Shane Bevan.
Oh, I love
and
it.
I ended up, well, I may as well just turn it into the Snapper Rocks Junior Development Program.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Jagger was just telling me he's going to move up to the north side next year, go to Narrabeen Sports High, which definitely has surfing as part of its curriculum and program.
That'll be a good move, mate.
Yeah.
I reckon it's a great move for you.
Yeah.
Narrabeen's such a fun wave, It's just that whole area.
The entire zone is
The
so
whole
fun.
zone. The whole zone up there is, there's a lot of different waves.
Yep. You can
It'll
really
be good
test
for you.
out everything.
Good call. Good move, Jagger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Maroubra's fun and that, but you've got to surf different waves, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously. So, what school are you going to?
Narrabeen Sports Side.
Oh wow, unreal.
Yeah. A lot of.
Yeah.
They might turn you into a rugby league player.
Oh, look out.
Oh, nah.
Yeah, a lot of Manly's first grade teams over the years have
That's
come
right.
out of that school. But, a couple of surfers who came through there, Chris Davidson,
Yep.
Aussie Wright, went to
Yep.
that school. Some really, big, powerful names who had a huge impact on global surfing have come through that system. So,
Wow.
yeah, it's cool, mate. That's a good move. And that's really cool. So, Olive Hardy and Ava Holland, these are two surfers who would have benefited from pathways that, you put the seedlings into the ground years ago, Bugs, and no one is coming through as a junior anymore without a really good sense of what that pathway looks like and how to get there, and that's been one of the really important changes in junior surfing.
Well, we needed that definition, and the pathway, you can't have any bottlenecks in the pathway. It's got to be a clear pathway all the way through the ranks, and that's what's there now.
Yeah, it's fantastic, mate. And, you know, I think one of the other big differences is, you know, I think this is fair to say. I'm not going to. It might be a generalisation, but in the old days, you surfed to get away from your parents a lot of the time. Because, you know, they were working hard and the society was looking a lot different. You had to have a career that lasted your whole life, so people were miserable. They were coming home, they were grumpy, they'd yell at the kids. The kids would go, I'm out of here, I'm going surfing, check you later. And now the parents are on the beach filming.
Yeah, well,
Can you imagine that when you were 14?
Well, I mean, I went to up there the Palm Beach Crumman School one day, and the surf was a bit on shore. The Surf Excellence program was on. The kids having a bit of a grumble, and I went, you know what? For what you kids are doing now, I used to get the cane.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, mate.
And I tell you what, the surf had to be real good at Greenman on a winter's morning, because when you went to school, you were going to get the cut.
Yep. Corporal punishment, mate.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah.
So the teachers used to whack you.
With a big cane.
Yeah.
Did you get hit?
Oh, many times.
Look at Bugs, he's starting to tear up. PTSD.
We had a premiership running. We had a premiership wall on who got the most cane for the year.
Goodness.
Yeah. It was classic, mate.
I caught the tail end of that, Bugs. I got the cuts at school from our school principal at Billy Nudgel Primary School. He was one of the last guys dishing it out with a big old piece of bamboo,
and with a lot of vengeance.
Yeah.
So what happened though? Then I went to Miami High School, and the principal up there, Bill Callan, he was the first adult to ever, you know, I got sent to his office. I'm thinking I'm going to get the cane, and he said, "Rabbit, what do you want to be?
Yeah.
What do you want to do?" And I said, "Sir, I want to be the best surfer in the world #1 ranked surfer." There was no such thing, right? And he said, and I'm looking at him, and I'm looking down, and he went, "Rabbit, I'll back you." He said, all you got to do, you will make a deal. I'll give you time to go surfing, and you got to finish your HSC. And I went, "Sir, you got a deal."
Mate,
Yeah.
you just gave me goosebumps, Buds.
That was the first adult that ever backed me.
Did
the rest of them were like, "You aren't going to end up one of these long-haired surfy louts."
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Like surfing was at the bottom of the rung, you know. And as you said, we wore it as a badge of honour.
Yeah, mate. Yep.
There was the rebels, you know, back in the day, and the surfing was part of the whole youth revolution happening in the world.
I just can't imagine what that must have felt like to you.
No, it was it was a moment that I'll always give credit to my old school headmaster Bill Callan for that, and he started school surfing, and Miami had the first school surfing contest in the world.
Wow.
In 1970.
Wow.
And that was a big risk for him.
What a legend.
Yeah, no, a real legend. He came from sport. He represented Queensland in rugby union and rugby league, so he had a sporting background.
So he knew the benefits of activity, of being in nature.
The other part of the deal was that I had to play in the rugby league first. So
oh no!
Yeah, I had to play in that team, you know, and it was a lot of fun. I mean, I love rugby league, but gee, we were playing against some big thugs up at Southport High School, I tell you.
Oh man! Hey, just before we tap back into this heat with 7 minutes to go, Bugs, did you ever see Bill after you won your world title?
Oh no! I became, you know. His son Bill Dennis was my best mate in life, and you know, I used to go to the family house all the time. Bill,
so you got to tell him many times.
No, many times. Yeah. He was the one who said, "Rabbit, you got to do the Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew Academy of Surfing."
Yeah, wow.
It was his again. He said that's what the next phase is.
Out, what an unsung hero in Australian surf culture. I mean, without him, we might not have Bugs.
No.
It's 6.5 minutes remaining. Olive Hardy, Bugs, she's put together a good heat here. 4.5, 5.67. That's solid. Ava Holland is right there, though. 4.43 is her top scoring ride. And with 6.5 minutes to go, or just under, she needs to get rid of that 3.9. And she'll need something in, you know, the high five, low sixes.
Now, just one final thing.
Please do. I love this.
Now, Bill wasn't always fond of every surfer in that school.
Oh, here we go.
I think Andy Mack had a bit more trouble than I did.
Andy Mack. What a champ. Here's Ava. Wow, that wave just didn't give her much at all. Love how smooth Ava is on the back end. And the Goofs have had a real run through this event. It's been good. Who's been your biggest mentor, would you say, mate? You reckon it's your dad, or have you got a few local surfers or heroes that you look up to? Everyone needs one.
Oh, like in WSL?
WSL? Nice one.
No, man, in WSL,
My
like
dad.
you know, like your dad, eh? Classic, mate.
Yeah.
Good on you.
Very good surfer. And, yeah. It was a part of a really big movement that came out of Maroubra back in the day, and it was unreal to see. So this is our heat leader, Olive Hardy, and mistimed and down into the impact zone.
It's such a different scenario out there than it was, say, even in the last heat.
Oh, it's changed so radically, hasn't it?
It's a radical change, and with the outgoing tide, with this combination, those the drops are going to be like really difficult to negotiate. It's going to be a real test.
That has been, as the tide drops out, it's really about how to get speed as quickly as possible. Because if you get hung up in the lip, you're just going down the mine. Down you go, into the impact zone. Kaboom! And there's not a whole lot of points if you're stuck in that little zone, Bucks.
No.
Oh, mate.
Jag, you would have been in a lot of heats, like it seems like in the Groms and the juniors, but by the finals it's a bit onshore a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
You got to practice in this stuff, don't you?
Yeah, do you like onshore, mate?
Yeah. Like mostly no one out then.
Yeah, true.
Oh, yeah.
Best time to get waves to yourself.
Yeah.
And you tend to get a lot more waves. You're not as fussy when it's onshore. You just sort of, if a lump
Lot
pops
more
up, you just go for it.
Sections. Yeah.
Yeah, you play any other sports, Jagger?
I skate.
Yep, unreal. That's an Olympic sport.
Jiu-jitsu.
Jiu-jitsu, yeah, that's a gnarly sport.
Yeah.
That's
a
super
good.
gnarly.
That's really cool. Wow.
What do you reckon? Could you fold me up like a pretzel?
Yeah.
Easy, eh? Mate, I'm like a jiu-jitsu expert's dream opponent because I've just got levers everywhere. It's just like, I'll just fold you here, crush you there, pop your shoulder out here, tap you down. Go to sleep, Vaughan.
Unreal.
3 minutes remaining. Yeah, that's another thing about the modern grommet. I think we were talking about it the other day, Bugs, but just how multifaceted they are. Like we grew up just with just eyes on one thing, and that was the ocean because you couldn't. You were constantly battling the rest of society to even be allowed to surf. So
precisely.
You just focused on that, and that's all it was. But these days, Groms are musicians. They're like artists. They're jiu-jitsu experts. They've got interests all over the place, and it's making it a richer culture. It's better off for everything.
They're just about accepted in society.
Yeah, almost, mate, almost. I'm sure you and I could do something to reverse that single-handedly. Well, we almost did at Avalon RSL a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, my God, all time. Harry Bryant. Harry Bryant's a legend.
Oh, he's so good.
So good.
You like Harry Bryant, mate? Is he a good
he's so funny.
Yeah.
Good surfer, too.
Yeah, well, he's another guy who, he's just like Craig Anderson and a bunch of them, instead of sort of going down the creative path, they just pack their four-wheel drives and head out in the desert alone.
I reckon that's unreal.
Yeah, and here we go. Big roll in here. And does get a finishing snap. Ooh, a 4.5. Could go there.
Yeah, that was a great single move by Olive. And out the back, Ava's just had a real lot of trouble getting a good quality wave. But, gosh, they're slim pickings out there right now.
Under 2 minutes. I do get the feeling if the wave comes, Ava's got it.
Yeah.
Like, she's got the skill. She can make it work. A lot of these waves, and we've seen it in a lot of heats this morning, Bugs, someone is just finding the rhythm, and at the moment that surfer is Olive. But you just sense that if Ava does get a wave, she's definitely got the skill to get it done.
That's right. This is a great turn. Nearly caught an edge, but pulled it off nicely. Has she improved on that 4.5? Maybe not.
Nah.
So this is still a tight heat because you look at Ava's second wave. There's only a minute to go. They've both basically got a 4.5.
Yep.
So if Ava can nail a high 5 or a 6, she'll win this heat. So it's still open. A minute to go though. You see a bit of movement now. Ava Holland going down the line. She's going to go for this one.
Oh.
Chip shot wedge gets the takeoff.
Oh, is it going to? It's just crumbling.
Oh.
Now she's got a bit of open space.
No, that's unfortunate. For a second it looked like it might run. Chip and run. And look at this, Bugs. There's the smooth face right behind. So not a big wave, but two much cleaner opportunities for Olive Hardy to close this one out. 22 seconds remaining. Jeez, it's been fun sitting in here with you, Jagger.
Yeah, Has.
And it's a little bit warmer in here than outside us. It's real cold and windy today. I was saying to Rabbit, I was like, come on, mate, what happened to Queensland? Perfect one day, even better than next.
Yeah, we get a bit of weather. But I think the whole East Coast is copping this one.
Yep.
Yeah. It'll clear up only after tomorrow. It'll be nice again.
Well, a lot of fun to sit here with Jagger and Rabbit, and that is a big congratulations to Olive Hardy taking out the semi-final. And we're going to have a quick break and be more from Occy's Grom Comp in just a moment.
Welcome to the jungle.
And 23 Billabong Occy Grom Comp. Big thanks to Vaughan Dead, Vaughan Blakey, and the whole commentary team. Bugwan, the Rab, Ock, Lil B, had Lungi in here before.
Lungi slab.
Lungi Slab, Julungi.
Lungi.
Good lad. Thanks to all the sponsors for being a part of it this year. As we mentioned, it's down to man-on-man and woman-on-woman competition this afternoon. A great initiative from Billabong and the event organisers, which it's nothing new. They've been doing it for years. They really want to try and prep these kids to, get a look into what it's like at the very, very top. And one of the only junior contests around the world that go into the one-on-one format. Into the semi-finals and the finals, so it's a great thing and a great experience these competitors will get from this point on, Lil, as we see a bit of fireworks here early from Quincy Simmons.
Quincy Simmons, aka the Flying Squirrel, She's a really good surfer. She has been, on top of her age divisions throughout, from under 10s, under 12s.
Under 6s, I think.
Yeah.
Under 6 snapper board riders. But yeah, great family, big lovers of surfing, and as we all are, Quincy and family were cheering on the Harrison family at the Bolito Pro last night. the CS, over in South Africa, which no doubt, the way Quincy's going, we'll probably see her there one day. But she's got her back up against the wall at the moment, I would say. She is out in the lead. However, it is young Mika Locke who has the single highest scoring wave of this heat so far. And I would say Mika in the box position at this point, Lil.
Yeah, she has that 6.17. I'm sure she'd be feeling pretty confident, although she does have a 1.67. But as soon as you get one of those good and higher scoring scores, I think these girls might be going, okay, I'm going to get 7 now.
Totally.
Got that one under my belt, and yeah.
Here we go, Quincy up and riding. Great amount of board speed there going into that first turn as she makes her way down the line here. Yeah, not too much on offer as we've seen the wind kick up out of the east here this afternoon. A lot of people, unfortunately, well, understandably, a little bit sad about the wind. I, however, for one, Lil, am stoked about the wind because I hope it will help the waves through the low tide become a lot more surfable. Whereas yesterday, Mika Locke, beautiful turn there out of the top. But yeah, as we saw yesterday with the offshore conditions, it kind of becomes unsurfable just because there's no entry point to the wave. Whereas with that little bit of onshore wind ruffling up the conditions, I think we will see a few more opportunities for waves that actually become rideable at the top of the point rather than just, bodyboard only.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see if you're right.
Just little sections like that, where you can just tag it and get the fins out, and if you can get a couple of them on a wave, you're going to be getting a big score. As we see a bit of a battle for priority here, we'll try and listen out to see who actually gets it. Plenty of updates to the priority rules over the years, so it's important to stay on top of the rule book. It's priority's an interesting one. It's definitely flipped back and forth over the years. It sort of used to be who rode the last wave, and then it had times where it was just a sheer paddle battle. Even if you rode the last one, you would get priority, and that's where it's at the moment, is just whoever's back out the back first. And as we see Mika Locke there dropping a 3.9 on her last wave, one strong turn to get that 3.9. Quincy's found a nice little double up here, a couple of nice turns, doing well to stay tight in the pocket, but unfortunately just coming unstuck on that last turn. How'd she go at the start of this wave, Lil?
I really loved her upper body rotation. You can see her head in her first turn really went back to the power of the wave. But yeah, she got a slash on the second turn, and unfortunately didn't get much towards the end there.
As we see Mika just coming unstuck at the end of that ride there. Quincy got a 5 on her last wave, so now she's chasing a 5.08, just chipping away at that total. It is still Mika Locke, though, with that single highest scoring ride there. And I think it's, this is a great chance for these competitors to learn about, how to come over event favourites. Like, I have to be honest, Quincy is definitely, like you said, one of the favourites in the division across not only Australia but the world. And Mika has found herself in a great position here. She's doing extremely well to put up good scores, and she's a great young surfer herself. So there's absolutely a very evenly matched heat here. But I think what has to be noted is that because Mika has the single highest scoring ride, there can be that tendency just to want to back that score up. And like I mentioned earlier, on the World Tour, and as the competition starts to get a bit harder, you kind of have to restructure that framework about really looking for a backup and looking for, say, the knockout punch. If Mika could chuck a 7 or an 8 on the board here, she would put a really, really strong buffer between her and Quincy just by way of having the two highest scoring rides. At the moment, she has the highest scoring ride and the fourth highest scoring ride. So, just the advantage is really with her at the moment. But, you have to switch your mindset up from just looking for any wave to looking for the real wave that you want to win the heat at this moment.
Yeah, so she would be looking to improve on a 3.9 and maybe even matching a mid-high 5 with Quincy's. You know, like you said, has her backup as the 4th highest scoring wave.
I'd go one step. I'd have to say one step further, Lil, and say she's looking to better the 617.
Oh, yeah.
Just to really like put some pressure on Quincy, just because at this point in the day with the tide running out, the good waves, they're a little bit harder to identify, and so with a bit of pressure on, you're kind of thinking, oh, you know, you can start to see those cracks start to appear, and you know, like everyone has their weaknesses, and obviously, like we mentioned, Quincy, she's one of the strongest in the division globally. However, it is Mika that's in the box seat at the moment, and I'm really interested to see, like, the point I guess I'm trying to make is the next exchange is crucial. Even though there's still 9 minutes on the clock, this next exchange could be the telling exchange in the heat.
Exactly, and I love how, like you said, Quincy globally is, really, she's a great surfer, and everyone knows that, but however, nonetheless, that hasn't stopped Mika, you know, you would be able to tell if she was nervous or because she's against Quincy Simmons, but she's like, no, I'm gonna go win this thing.
100%, and absolutely she can. We saw Quincy Simmons had a great performance in Stab High Ladybirds Lakey Peak edition early this year, I believe. Gee, the year seems to just sort of be flying by, but she's certainly becoming one of the more globally recognised names in junior women's surfing. And as you can see there, just that little bit of intensity to want to ride a wave and try and just inch into that first position. And as I said there, with the tide running out all afternoon, the conditions will become a little bit trickier to surf, but with the wind the way it is, I think it'll actually still make it pretty contestable. I think yesterday, with the tide running out and the perfectly offshore conditions, you just was seeing waves that no one could ride. It was like unsurfable, so we had to make the move down the point. I'm fingers crossed we don't have to do that today. We have seen a bit of weather come through, a bit of rain, a few squalls, but sun now trying to poke its head through at the moment, Lil. Sort of 4 seasons in one day at the minute.
Yeah, it's very cold.
I'm cold.
I'm very cold.
We're not acclimatised, are we?
No.
Especially you. You've just come back from Indonesia.
I have, and I'm half Indonesian, so I love the warmth.
Love the warmth.
And I love getting a tan, and I just feel myself losing it. I'm not getting any sun.
Vitamin D deficient.
Yes.
So we mentioned about sort of preparing and getting ready for events. You've got an event coming up. We'll get back to that in a minute. Mika Lock here, as I mentioned, an important ride in the context of this heat. A nice snap out of the top there, but unfortunately unable to ride out of that, and didn't look to be a second manoeuvre on that wave either. So just as you can see, that the waves certainly becoming a little trickier. But getting back to preparation, Lil, you've just been surfing in a bikini for a month or so. Now you've got to go down to Lennox Head and jump into probably a full suit. How do you get ready for that?
I think I mentioned this earlier. I never really loved surfing in wetsuits. It was a mom thing, but I've switched that, and I've watched all the professional surfers. I think it was Betty Lou and Kirra. I watched surf and steamers. And it all comes with visualization for me. So when I'm in my steamer, I just think, okay, I'm going to surf like Betty Lou and Kirra.
100%.
That's how, I was just like feeling. It's more so the arms. I love to feel the water with my arms. So I do now wear a short arm, long leg furnace from Billabong. If I'm not being biased, they're probably the best wetsuits because you just feel so free.
No, you're not the only one that's saying that. Stab Magazine had the review recently. Billabong Furnace did take that out, so you are getting some strong backup there.
Yes. Couldn't agree more. And it's just about being all comfortable in my body and comfortable in my mind. And so I'm just going to surf, be free, visualize that I'm in a live broadcast, and I'm getting commentated, I'm frothing, and I'm really excited. I just got to back myself, and that's that for me.
I got an idea.
Give me an idea.
Jump in a 4-3 for one surf.
I'm going to be honest, I don't even think I...
Go get one
from
Bong. They're just around the corner. Then, when you jump into a short arm, you'll just be feeling like you're in a bikini again.
So true.
It's kind of like riding a 6.2 before you ride your 6.0. That's sort of where my head's at.
Yeah, I might actually do that.
4-3, chuck boots on, get out there at Lennox,
Boots are a bit of a stretch, Stace.
Boots are gnarly to surf in. Shout out to everyone around the world, the southern parts of Australia that have to don that for 2 to 3 months of the year. Very, very, very testing. Not up here on the Goldie. It's pretty much boardies and a vest all year round. Quincy now has found a nice little double up through the inside. She's just caught behind there, unable to get out onto the open face. And this is where, with the clock counting down, those little decisions can start to weigh on our competitors. It's going to be a good challenge here for Quincy to try and reset, get herself back out the back. We know she's capable of really big scores, and Mika Locke is as well. So it's going to be a great last 5 minutes here.
The past 2 waves, I actually have seen the girls try to... I think they've both been sold. I've seen after Quincy got her not last wave, the wave before, she paddled right up to Mika in order to sell her waves, and that hence why Mika went that wave. Quincy had a look, and Mika's like, okay, I'm going to go.
Yep. It is all those little games, isn't it? They're all the things you've got to learn to manage. You've got to go the wave because you want it, not because the competitor's trying to sell you on it. Here we go. Wanting the wave here. Mika Locke up and riding. This one looks like it's got a nice little double up down the line if she can stay with it. She pulls through to the inside, just unable to keep her feet there into that second section, and has to jump out over the back of that wave. So she will not improve her score there, Lil. What'd you make of this ride?
It was actually scored at a 1.4, so... yeah, unfortunately, if she maybe would have hit that, I think that maybe would have improved her 3.9. Yeah, unfortunately, didn't do much. She was a bit late to that one, but there is 4 minutes remaining. That is a lot of time out here.
It really is today, isn't it? We're seeing
really
a lot
is.
more opportunity. Yesterday, 8 minutes to go. If you didn't have a backup or you didn't have your single scoring ride locked in, you're probably starting to get a bit antsy. Whereas today, there's a lot more scoring opportunity, a lot more little wind chops and waves to kind of ride. So I think that, 3.5 minutes to go, I think we will see at least one more decent exchange in this heat. Here we go, Quincy Simmons, important wave here. 3.5 minutes on the clock. She's chasing a score to get into the lead. Starts it off with a nice carve there. She's got good board speed coming through the inside and just focuses on that one big, strong finishing turn. Really mature surfing on that smaller wave there as it ran down the line. She didn't try to fit too much in. She just put all her eggs into that last turn, and I think that's going to pay off well for her here, Lil.
Yeah, it wasn't too much, but at the same time, it was quite a lot for how little that wave was.
We're eagerly awaiting scores here. I don't think Quincy's chasing a massive number, Lil. What is the actual number there?
5.08 she's chasing.
What do you reckon?
I think along the lines of that.
I think so. Yep. I think it's going to be right there. I'm with you. I think it's going to be a yes. I think we're going to see a situation change, but that's only us. We're not the judges. We will wait and see. Regardless of what happens here, it is Mika Locke now. Earlier in the heat, I mentioned that she might be looking to try and really ramp it up by dropping something above the 6, just to put 2 really strong scores on the board. But now with the clock counting down and an exchange due, she is in a beneficial position of only looking to better a 3.9 to improve her total. So it is sort of an easier task to improve for Mika because she does have the smaller score, but we are waiting for a score of Quincy before I make anything official there. There it is, a 6-point ride. So Quincy Simmons does jump into the lead as we expected. Now it's Mika's turn with priority as she goes here up and riding. Nice carving turn to start. This wave's sort of splitting up. She did get a second turn there. Unfortunately, unable to ride out of that turn. So she is in second position. She's just sort of taken a moment to pause and listen to the beach announcement there, just with that wind making it a bit harder to hear today. The wind not carrying the sound out to sea. It's blowing it in. It's a little bit harder to hear. This is the end of her wave there, unable to ride out of it completely. So it's going to be advantage Quincy Simmons at this point. She is in the lead with first priority. And I'd say with the clock counting down, she'll be keeping a close eye on Mika and not giving her too much room. That's if she knows she's in first. The wind is pretty strong today, so I'm wondering if they've actually heard this situation update.
Yeah, I see Quincy looking to the beach. Last minute, I'm sure everyone's feeling the nerves. Even I'm really nervous right now, Stace.
There you go, Quincy Simmons up and riding. She's looking to better a 5-point ride here. Nice first turn to start. Board's got plenty of speed under her feet there. Little carve there to set it up as she brings it through the inside. She would be looking to get a finish on that wave. Nice slash there. It's a good small wave surfing from Quincy Simmons. She is looking to better a 5. I think she's done everything in her power to ask the question of the judges on that wave.
I think Meek is actually on a wave now. I hear the commentary.
As we count this one down, it's 10 seconds on the clock. Are we waiting for scores, Lil? How's the computer look on your screen over there?
I don't think so.
So unofficially, Quincy Simmons getting the jump there over Mika Locke. We will get back to you with the
you actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job. Let's get it.
Welcome back. Finals day, Occy Grom Comp. We've seen some really outstanding surfing this morning. The waves are bigger and better than they have been the past 3 days, actually. Time's flown so fast. We've been having so much fun, so that would make sense, as time does fly when you're having fun. I'm with Stacey G.
Lil, how are you?
I'm good. I'm really good.
You've had a big couple of days. How's the energy levels?
Energy levels are really good. I'm fired up. It's finals day, and I've seen, as of any other Grom here, is fired up for finals day. And yeah, I don't even know.
It's all happening.
I'm a bit nervous for everyone. I'm a very empathetic person, so when I'm watching surfing and either kids don't get through or they are getting through, but yeah, I'm speechless because I was watching and
this is crunch time. This is crunch time. The semi-finals, you're one heat away from where everyone wants to be. It's kind of, I think it's a very common theme. You make the final and then you just roll the dice and see what happens. Whereas every heat up until that point, there's just that crazy amount of pressure, internally, externally. It's all built up to this one moment, and you can kind of, you've got one hand on the final, but you've just got to get, through one more big heat. As we see, this is going to be a great goofy foot battle here. This is Lachlan Argyros from Kingscliff. He's got off to a quick start here, and he's up against the man from WA who's been one of the standout surfers of this event so far, Lil. This is Maverick Wilson.
The goofy semi. Wow.
Oh, he's just lasered that wave.
I'm taking some notes from these boys, hey?
Oh, zip. Wow. Really, really tidy surfing there from Maverick Wilson. Lockie Argos has got off to a quick start as well, and he's got himself a pretty good total early on in this heat.
And I must say, throughout this contest, I've seen so many sponsored kids. And, you know, shout out to especially Billabong. I've seen a couple of such great team riders, surfing, and other brands. And shout out to all of them for supporting these Groms. I mean, it's such a confidence booster.
It is.
And growing up, yeah, I got really nervous because I felt I had a sticker on my board and I felt so much pressure from them. But Groms, if you're listening, they wouldn't sponsor you if they didn't see potential. And you just got to, it's just fun. Just have fun.
Totally.
And that's
no,
what
you're
they
spot
ask.
on. As we see Lockie here with second priority, just keeping Maverick honest there. He paddled right up under his grill. He's sort of like, if you don't want it, I'll go kind of vibe. And Maverick didn't want it. He let that go pretty convincingly, but I like to see it. Good bit of pressure on the top of the point here. It's Maverick Wilson with the single best score at the moment, a 6.5, so he's only chasing a 4 to jump into the lead, but I don't think that'll be the number by the end of this heat as we see Maverick here on a good-looking set wave. Beautiful first turn up on the lip there, and he brings that one through the inside. Unfortunately, comes unstuck. That's a big score gone begging because that wave had a really, really strong start. So we see some more fun little waves trickling down the point here, Lil.
I just want to get out there.
The judge is dining out on that first score, giving it a 4.33 just for the one single turn, and I can understand where their head's at the moment, like we said earlier in the day. And with any event around the world, if you are looking at doing face surfing, that the bigger turn you can do at the start of the wave, it's always going to get the judge's attention, and you know that's where all the risk lies. So Maverick, look, that 4.33, Lil, is a good score, but also a frustrating score if you hear that from Maverick, because he had the 4.33 with the fall. There's probably another 3 or 4 points on that wave further down the line. So, look, I think we can be a bit more critical on the under-16 boys. And I probably would go out on a limb and say a bit of an error there that hopefully doesn't cost Maverick towards the end of the heat, because that certainly looked like a really, really nice wave.
Yeah, you know, you got to deal with stuff like that. Will always happen in the heat. You always fall, but it's a matter of being a good athlete and changing your mindset. And okay, stuff happens, but you got to move on and on to the next wave.
You see that at the World Tour a lot, don't you? I think, you know, the person I think who has the best sort of mindset with that would have to be Gabriel. You know, he rolls the dice a lot, he falls a lot, but he executes absolutely when it matters the most, you know. And he's had a bit of a slow year this year, but for certain, he's always the guy that is always, you know, asking questions of the judges, asking the questions of the competitors that is in the heat. He's always pushing, always pushing. He never lets his foot off the gas. And that's what these youngsters have got to adapt a little bit of that in their strategy, particularly on a day like today. You've always got to be, I wouldn't ever be really sitting up on my board on a day like today. I'd always be chest down, kind of having a look at everything that comes my way, because you just never know when a wave like this could just pop up out of nowhere, as we see up and riding. Maverick Wilson, beautiful first turn there. End of the second one, as he looks to join the dots on this wave. He's got a beautiful flowing style, and you can just see the back foot there coming up off the tail pad just to add that extension in the turn, and a lovely finish. You're not wrong, Lil. Some great goofy foot notes to be taken for both of these young surfers.
Yep, I have my pen and my notebook in my bag, waiting.
In your bag.
It's going to come out a bit.
Yeah, it might come out soon. Take us through this one, Lil.
Yeah, like you said, I love his drive from his back foot, and he's got such a lovely style. And he just constantly, like, even the wave was small.
Twinkle toes on the back foot, eh?
Twinkle toes. And there you go, and yeah, he got rewarded for that.
It's pretty impressive score for that wave there. He didn't go into the lip once. It was just a beautiful series of carving manoeuvres, and he was able to get a 7.17 out of that ride. So, you know, that's a perfect example of the error on the 4.33. Just, you know what, it doesn't bother me. I'm gonna rip the next one, and absolutely he did that. More notes to be taken, Lil.
Yep.
On fire.
Textbook. I got my notes on my phone anyway.
They're up here. A lot of Groms journaling these days. Are you a journaler post-heat?
I am a journaler.
Win, lose or draw?
Yeah, everything. I'm more so, I journal a lot before my heats.
Yep.
I have a little checklist.
Yep, nice.
That I check off. I have everything in my bag and beside me that I need. And yeah, I'm actually in the mix of actually doing something with that, with the AIS.
Oh,
so
lovely.
won't say too much.
Good to hear.
But I remember reading Mick Fanning's book, and something that stood out to me was, as a competitor, you have so many thoughts going through your mind. And one thing that he did was he went in a room, he got out all his thoughts, said everything that he was thinking, left them in there, left the room, and boom.
There you go. Worked for Mick, didn't it? Absolutely. Oh, Mick Maverick Wilson. Wow.
Wow.
That was a very, very well put together wave there from young Mav. He's just he's having the time of his life out here on the East Coast at the moment.
He is.
It's always a big one for the West Aussies to jump on a plane and come over here. As they're a different natured mob to the crew out here on the East Coast, particularly the Gold Coasters. Very chirpy, very loud, very in your face, very blonde, very zinked up, very you can usually hear them before you can see them. The West Aussie kids a lot more reserved, a lot more, I would say, humble, and they just let their surfing do their talking, don't they?
Exactly. I've watched Maverick. He's only a couple years younger than me, but I've watched Maverick from the Taj Small Fries under 10s.
Yeah, of course.
All the way here, and I'm not surprised that he's at this level at this age.
Wow, he's been impressive. That's going to be a big score. That wave was a lot better than the 717, so the judges have got a bit of comparing to do here.
Okay, no, it was a 6.43.
I'm so off today, it's hectic. I mean, am I?
I would have agreed. I really liked that wave. It was, technically, that was really good, the way he was just up and down. But, yeah, the judges must be looking for something else.
I think, it is easy to get caught up on scores, and one thing that I do like about the judging of our sport is that it's across two waves, and I think whatever way you look at it, Maverick's got a 13.5 point heat total, and that seems pretty fair to me. You could like wave 1 better, you could like wave 2 better. It doesn't, you could talk about it and go blue in the face, but it's all about that 2-wave total, and his 2-wave total's 13.67, which seems pretty fair to me, and it also is it's fair to the other competitors in the draw as well, not to get too excited about individual rides, because our sport has been 2 waves for a long time, and it's really good to see that difference of opinion is all good, but when we average it out, that's what the scores come out as, and I think there's always going to be differences of opinion, and that's what I love about the sport, and we are dealing with a variable, which is obviously Mother Nature, and then we're dealing with so many different styles of surfing. Everyone surfs different, everyone's got a different approach, and I think it's great that everyone has their preferences. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the future. I've heard so many things about people talking about AI, judging and AI this, AI that. It's kind of hectic. Here's Maverick. Oh, yes.
Wow.
This kid's so sick. He reminds me so much of Ian Crane. He's got the big front arm when he surfs. Or I don't really know what the front arm is anymore. Not his leading arm. The arm that he puts in front of his body when he twists. And a sick little finner to finish there, Lil. You must be getting fired up as a fellow goofy footer.
I think I'm going to visualize being Maverick Wilson now.
Oh, it's a sick call. You got a pretty similar style, Lil. Knock knee. Pretty twisty.
Thanks, I'm going to take that.
You got a sick style.
Oh, thank you.
And I think young Mav does as well, as does Lockie. It's a stacked heat. There we go, 8.6 for Maverick Wilson. It was only a matter of time before he got himself into the excellent range. And he's certainly done that. 15.77 now, his 2-wave heat total. I'm kind of wondering, maybe we missed a wave of Lockie, but it just seems like Maverick's been on all the waves. I didn't know that he would have had priority necessary for that wave, because if he didn't, he's done well to sneak that one under Lockie, but if he did have priority, it was well executed wave selection.
And Lockie has been building. I mean, his last wave was a 6.27, the one before his previous one, and he now needs a 9.5. Still lots of time remaining, though.
You said that pretty casually. I would have said that with a little more sort of despair in my voice.
I don't see. I wouldn't be surprised if I reckon these boys could get it.
Yeah, for sure they can, absolutely. As we see up and riding here. I don't know about it on this wave, but great surfing to start off and a nice second turn to finish. Quick fire turns there. Guess if we're just making some basic comparisons to Maverick's scoring rides and Lockie's, Maverick has had the opportunity to link together a few more major manoeuvres than that. So it's all up to wave selection now for Lockie. He's definitely got the skill set, as you can see there. He's got the power, he's got the strength, but he's just going to have to find himself a better wave, something that allows perhaps 3 or 4 linking turns with a couple of majors in between. A wave that sort of allows that flow part of the criteria to also be shown, because I think that's what Maverick's also been able to do, as well as having some pretty radical manoeuvres. He's been able to join the dots beautifully as well, and it's a great goofy-footed shootout at the moment, Lil. And we're just down to 5 minutes on the clock. These are the type of heats you wish could go for another 20 minutes. But not to be. 4:30 on the clock.
I'm nervous. Sorry, Stace. You keep talking.
Might have a conversation with myself.
This is just so good to watch. Wow. Especially, being goofy myself. I love it.
Love it. Here we go, Mav up and riding. Nice float over the top of that wave. And another huge belt there. He's got another little floater. Man, this kid is so connected to his equipment. That was a pretty hard little sequence of turns on that wave, particularly backside. The section's coming down pretty quick. He's done so well to kind of get up in the lip there and keep his momentum going down the line, Lil. Backside floats.
Backside floats.
How do you go at them?
I love them.
They're sick.
I love them.
I reckon they're low-key real hard, though. I reckon they're underrated.
Do you reckon?
For sure. Like a backside floater, like keeping your speed down the line, big tail drop. Like, I don't know, I reckon it's real hard.
I think I'm not going to say I grew up doing them. I didn't do them all the time, but when I want to do one, I can execute, because surfing boiling pot, I feel like the wave is, once you get one opening section and then you kind of have to float over the second in order to make it down to nationals. So, and they feel cool. It's just like
so
you're floating.
Cool. They're the sickest move. I think it's really undervalued, really underrated, because they're the kind of turn where they're not like this massive scoring maneuver, but they add so much flow to the ride that if you weren't doing a backhand floater there, you'd just be surfing around the section, and then therefore you kind of lose that linkage of your wave. Whereas, I love the last couple of rides of, both of these guys on the backhand to be able to get those floaters up there. It allows you to connect, one major turn to the next and have it linked together as, a combo of turns rather than, major turn, pump, 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 major turn. They're, linking them together. And, it's just those little details that I'm really loving of both of these guys on the backhand approach here this morning, Lil. They're on fire. Both of them deserve to be in the final, but only one of them will make it. And at the moment, it's Maverick Wilson in a pretty commanding position out in the lead. There's under 2.5 minutes on the clock. This is a good-looking wave here for Lockie. Take it away, Lil.
Wow, Lockie. Huge first turn, huge second, and lands that. And the look to the beach, he knows that was a good wave. Wow, Stace.
Does he still need a 9.5 or does he need like a 9.3 now?
He needs a 9.17.
Yeah, 100%. That's the score. Yeah, I love that he just sort of. I mean, it's probably going to be more than a 9.5 anyway, but it's as clear as day now that this is definitely an excellent ride and well into the excellent range. Amazing wave selection there. And, I've been wrong so many times this event, so if you're Lockie's family watching at home, don't listen to me. But there it is. And I guess to my point, I'm glad that he didn't need the 9.5. He just brought that requirement down with the 6.6, and now he's dropped this 9.27 in there, which is an amazing score, particularly under pressure. There was 2 minutes on the clock, and look at how stoked he is, and rightly so, Lil. What a performance.
Stace, this is insane.
He didn't freak out. That wave was always going to have 2 big turns in it. He didn't look to rush down the line. He squared up off the bottom, absolutely belted that first section, and got it up there for the big float and the finish, which is not an easy thing to do, to commit that hard to that first turn, knowing that section was going to be there. Like in his mind, it would have been coming at him pretty quick.
The gods are in his favour today. I mean, okay, but that was 3 minutes ago.
Yep.
He needed 9.17.
Yep.
And he got 9.27.
Yeah. Kidding me.
What?
Yes. What?
I don't usually froth this hard. What's happening?
So good. Finally, we've cracked you. It took 4 days to get the froth out of you, but it's here now. It won't go away.
I'm doing one of, you know how Vaughn goes with his eyebrows. I'm doing the eyebrows.
Young Vaughan. He'd be loving this. Even on his breaks, Vaughan's up there on the pavement tuning in. So Maverick Wilson, who's been one of the standout performance surfers of this event so far, he's got his back against the wall, up and riding. He needs a good score to get through. He needs about a 7.27 by my calculation, and he's had a couple of nice turns to start this wave as he brings this one through to the inside. And I will say he was definitely on his way, but unfortunately coming unstuck there. And Jake Patterson's favourite saying, not at this level. What do you think, Lil? Was he on his way?
I reckon he was definitely on his way. I think those two turns kind of did match Lockie's turns, but however, the wave was different. So
he didn't need the biggest score though. He needed a 7.28 probably to get through.
You did listen in school.
I did listen in school.
Good on you, Stace.
I wasn't that good at English, but I was half decent at numbers. And but nevertheless, that's all nothing now. Well done, congratulations, Lockie Argyros. Fantastic performance. And got to give a big shout out to Maverick Wilson as well, making the trek over from WA. We see some pretty fun waves starting to rifle off in the background there. Thanks for that, lads. That was one of the heats of the event so far. Congratulations to both young gentlemen. And we've got a very stoked young Lockie Argyros moving through into the final. He's from just round the corner, so he'll be pretty stoked to be flying the local flag. We're going to take a short break here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. More action coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
You actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp, the 18th edition here in 2023. We've seen some fantastic performances so far this morning from both the ladies and the men. We are into semi-final action here of the under-16 boys. This is the blue ribbon division, and we just saw one of the absolute heats of the event so far. Stace Galbraith in the booth with Liliana Bowery and the Prez, Jay Phillips. How are you, mate? Welcome to the booth.
Thanks, Stace. Thanks for having me.
You've been tuning in on the boardwalk, mate?
Yeah, I've been on the boardwalk and on the line. It's been fun to watch, man. Exciting to see all of the young kids take it to Snapper Rocks, and wow, great looking condition. I like it like this because it's, it gives you more opportunity, more Olympic action, and it breaks a little bit further off the bank, so you can get something done.
For sure, as we see here, like just letting you get those little chip-ins. We've got a pretty classic battle here. Maxie McGilvray and Hunter Anderson, these two are great mates. They travel a lot together. They've got 14 of the same sponsors. And Maxie McGilvray just coming unstuck there, but good energy in the start. And this is going to be a battle for the ages, Jay.
Great little matchup, mate. Goofy foot, natural foot. Seems like an Occy Curran thing happening at Bells Beach a long time ago, and Curran had the nod over him, Occy, the famous Occy, and they're both explosive little young surfers. I had the opportunity to go back to HPC last week and saw some talented young surfers, just like this young kid here.
He's one of the standouts for me this event. Unfortunately, he was eliminated in the last heat, but wow, he had some good surfing, and it was a cracker heat. Lockie Argyros getting the 9.27 on the basically the buzzers within the last 2 minutes, coming from behind to take that one out. So that was he's going to be our first finalist, Lockie Argyros, from down the road at Kingscliff. So well done, Lockie. Now we're looking for our second finalist here. It'll be either Hunter Anderson or Max McGilvray. I tell you what, Hunter's done a good job for his father's blood pressure this morning, getting a 5.83 on the board nice and early. I think the last 3 heats this kid's had, he hasn't stood up till about 7 minutes to go. So he's got a nice start, and he's going to have a great battle here with young Maxi. Maxi, unfortunately, just coming unstuck there, but I'm sure he'll get back out and put another cracking score on the board. Another fun fact of trivia, as similar as these two young surfers are, apart from the stance, both dads are named Mick.
Yeah.
Wouldn't read about it.
I only just met Mick not so long ago doing the PBC that's the Palm Beach State School program they do up there.
Yep.
And there's a younger Anderson in amongst the group there, and I got to meet Mick, and he's a wild man. He's a classic guy.
He's a classic, isn't he?
Oh, man, yeah. He's a great guy to have a good chat with.
Yeah.
But
plenty of energy, and it's good to have the young fellas. You know, all I guess PBC, man. It's just a melting pot of talent. Like, so if you're definitely looking to further your surf, and it's pretty hard to look past that program, isn't it, Jay?
Oh man, no, it's I think Miami High School's now taken on that same program, Surf Excellence program, which is unreal. It branches out a little more, you know. It gives other kids the opportunity to be able to do their thing and get to one day stage themselves like these guys here today.
And I mean, I don't mean to sound old, Jay, sitting in front of Lil, but back in the day, you know, Eleanor High School had a really strong surfing program. You know, the Dorringtons, big part of it when I was at school there, and obviously a couple of bigger names before that used to bounce between Eleanor and PBC, but then also Miami had a great program as well. So it's great to see those schools firing it back up because, you know, it only helps for those sort of inter-school challenges, and, you know, it helps breed the talent in this part of the world.
Yeah, it wasn't really much going like that around when I was younger anyway. So, you know, I grew up at Fingal Head, just south of here, and, you know, went to Kingscliff High School, and Stephanie Gilmore went to that same school. There wasn't that much of a program, and it was just like once a week they'd do like a bit of a surf thing down at the point there at Main Beach, Kingscliff. And, you know, look, it doesn't really matter about where you go to school at, and if there isn't no program with that, I mean, if you love the sport, you're going to be doing extremely well with it.
Yep, absolutely.
And especially because, I went to, I live in Noosa, so I went to Sunshine Beach State High School, and they have an excellent surfing program. And, you know, you don't need, you know, to have a surfing excellence program, but that extra support, my principal was so supportive, and he said, you know, Lil, this is your second job, you know, you don't really need school because you're good at surfing. I'm like, no, I still need school. But he said none of my surfing went towards my attendance. So after I graduated, my attendance was actually higher than pretty much most people at going to school because, I was away surfing most of the time. But it's you know, when you live on a coast like this, and you have teachers that surf and teachers that are around the beach, it's really cool having that support because, you know, school's important.
Yeah, school's very important. I can't believe it. I'm sitting here next to yourself, and my daughter would be like, "Wow, this is I'm sitting next to a famous young girl as yourself."
Logie nominated.
Yeah, Logie nominated.
Logie nominated.
Yeah, I was hearing that over. That's fantastic, and hopefully you get to win.
Thank you. Yeah. The link is in my bio on Instagram if you guys want to vote. It'd be much appreciated. And it's just, for me, it's just something to show people, you know, you don't have to be huge. I'm just a surf girl from a small town in Australia on the East Coast, and you don't have to be big no matter where you're from, no matter who you are. Anything's possible as long as you put your mind to it. So, thanks, Jay. Have you watched it?
It's good to be talented in and out of the water. And you got one of those. Yeah, no,
it was definitely really cool being a part of a different industry. You know, it was eye-opening because I know so much of surfing, and so many people from the acting industry didn't know anything about surfing, and it's really cool exchanging all that knowledge and exploring just more in life. It's really fun.
Yeah, going back on that, I do sit there and watch it with my kids. Yeah, you know, it's a great show. It's good to see that surfing is getting the showing as it should do.
Yeah.
And you know, it's a great sport to be involved. It's an art of things. It's yeah, it's you can be competitive, and you can be one of those free surfing guys that just like to travel around the world and surf some of the best waves. You know what? I follow Nathan Florence, and he doesn't drop a beat. He just like turns up at all the best spots in the world and just goes. So fantastic to watch.
I think it'd be hard to be Nathan's brother.
Oh yeah.
Like John's sitting there at these locations with Nathan one day, and the next day he's gone. And the day after that, you see a photo of him in a huge barrel, and you can just see John like kind of going, "Oh man!" Like it's both those boys doing well, and like you say, Jay, it's there's more than one way to carve a career out of this surfing passion that we all love so much. So yeah, well done, Lil, and can't wait to see you take it out. Tune in to watch the big speech.
Fingers crossed.
Gee, I'm getting very comfortable in this chair.
It's nice, isn't it? Yeah. A couple of small scores for Maxi McGilvray, and on the board at the moment he's in the lead with a 6.33 total, but I'd have to say it's Hunter Anderson in the box seat at the moment. He's got first priority in a 5.83, so he's really just looking to put a second score on the board here and really kind of look to set up his heat. Jay, you've been talking about it this whole event, like at this point in the event and when you get onto the World Tour, you know, a lot of us, we're all kind of grow up looking for, you know, quote unquote a backup. But I think what the best surfers in the world do is I guess in the heat context of things, that their second score, they're not thinking backup, they're just thinking smash another wave rather than backup. Is that something you would see sort of transition from the juniors up into the senior divisions?
Oh, you know, it's funny that you say that, Stacey. It was like when I was growing up competing in before the pro juniors and all that, it was like best 3 waves. So I could never get a third wave. I could have 2. Yeah. But then as time went on, and went to best 2 waves, and I could never get a second wave. And sometimes it's a bit of a patience game, and you know, you use your rips to your advantage. You got to have that great knowledge of where and what the rips are doing, and the changes of tide, and where you got to approach, where you put yourself in the lineup. And there at the moment there's 2 particular spots out there. It's a little bit wider off the point, and there's one down in front of the Little Marlies. I don't know. As the tide drops, I'd prefer to be going down towards Little Marlies. Yep. Because it's a little further off the bank. Yep. And you can really attack the lip section and get that completed ride.
Yeah, you make a good point there. Max with second priority is actually a lot further down than Hunter. Hunter's up sort of next to the keyhole, so it's I think it's good strategy from both the lads. You know, like Max has kind of realised that, hey, I'm not going to get the best wave that comes through at the top. Hunter's going to be on that wave, so I'm going to try and get busy down the bottom here. And Hunter's obviously got his game plan. He knows where he's seen the better waves, and I think, you know, like what Lil's been saying all week, you got to trust yourself. You got to not worry about what the other surfer's doing.
Yeah, and there's no doubt, obviously, everyone needs a game plan, but Stace, throughout the week, something that really stood out to me was your game plan before your heat, and he said where you put yourself before your heat. So you said at the judges' tower, like just like where the judges are going to see you. You could either be next to the judging tower, but that's where you get judged. That's where the judges will score you from. So I think I really took that. I'm going to put that in my notes.
Lennox.
It's up here.
Down there.
Oh,
yep.
yeah.
I think that was very important.
For this time of year, it's really unseasonal conditions for us to be getting these types of winds. And as you saw in the first couple of days of the event, it was freezing cold through those mornings and those nights, because those clear nights. That was a good finish.
Sick little wave there for Max. He's
good little backup for himself.
Gonna go well there to sort of put his best number on the board there, I reckon, and just start sort of inching away at a bit higher of a total. What do you make of it, Jay?
Oh yeah, a nice little wrap back, and yeah, that was a good finish, completed ride by Max. And he's got something else. He looks like he's just holding himself back for something big for the final. It could be either way, but that was a good little backup for himself to get back into the mix against Hunter.
There you go. So now he's well and truly in the equation in this heat now. Those 2 3-point rides that he was hanging on to were just, you know, in my opinion, not enough to be really building on. But now that he's got the 5-point ride, he's well and truly in the ballpark. Like, it's really this next exchange wins. And it's going to be an exciting one. Hunter's been sitting, he's been waiting, and he's been doing this all event. He's been so patient. It's actually been very refreshing to see, because, you know, a lot of the younger surfers, particularly in the earlier rounds, really high wave counts with pretty low quality. Hunter's been the opposite. Low wave counts with high quality. So it's been really, really mature approach from young Hunter.
So, Lil, are you, when you're competing, do you stay humble when you get approached by people with you after interviews with the heat wins and stuff like that, or do you feel really confident with yourself?
I think a bit of both. You know, my parents raised me to be a humble person, but at the same time, my mum's always put into my mind that you've worked so hard to be where you are, and you gotta give yourself credit. But I see it as, you know, people come up to me and it's just meeting new friends and meeting new people. I've met so many people that I've hung out with, and I just see it as if I were to approach someone that I either idolize or I really want to meet, how I'd want to be, you know, how I'd want to meet them. And you got to treat people the way that you'd want to be treated, and I love it. It's changed my life. I was, you know, having dinner with Duncan and Tommy last night, and we were just talking away, and 6 Groms came up to me at the surf, and he was like, Are you the girl from Surviving Summer? And I was like, oh my gosh, like, even for them to take the time out of their dinner with their friends and family to come and say hi, it just meant so much to me. So yeah, but you have to be confident, you know, and talk with them. So yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah.
And what about you?
It's a little funny to say that, because my dad used to just drop me off at the beach and say, see you at the end of the day, kid. Here's a bit of money. But after time, when I used to finish school, I used to ride my bike down to the South Wall, because I grew up at Fingal Head, you know, so I had to ride myself down to the Tweed River, paddle across just to surf Greenmount, because the beaches here were completely different. There was always a bit of a left every now and then at Snapper. It was a majority a left, and then every now and then you might get once or twice a year that Snapper might break. Rainbow was a bay, as usual, Rainbow Bay. Greenmount was a proper point break. And there was like spots to jump off.
Yep.
And then Coolangatta was beach break.
Yep.
Then you had Spot X. Kirra, you know, Kirra was Kirra. And then you had Little Groin. Little Groin was you had to get out of your car to check the spot. And there was no one surfing it. And it was this incredible way of living here. And but I remember paddling across the river pretty much all the time, just to surf Greenmount all the time. And then, yeah, there we go. Hunter's finished it. Yeah, that's nice. Nice to try and see himself get a bit of a backup. But paddling across the river, and then my dad would come down, pick my bike up, and then go to meet me at Greenmount, and he'd be screaming on the point, going, "Get in!" But then after all that, it was like a bit of I'd ride down to Tweed River, and all of a sudden this bank formed up inside the Tweed River, and that's where I cut my surfing. And it was there for a year and a half. It'd be proper stationary barrels, 3 barrels on one wave, and then on high tide it'd be like 20 turns to the inside.
Wow.
And that's where I cut my surfing.
That's incredible.
But
and no one would have been on it.
And yeah, and then Rabbit and Rabbit and them turned up with a contract from Billabong and said, "We want to sponsor your kid." To my dad, and he goes, "What, is that good?" He never even knew what I was like. But here they are at Snapper Rocks, surfing the Occy Grom comp, taken away from Duranbah. And Duranbah it's a surfing stadium, but Snapper Rocks is a surfing auditorium. It's a beautiful place to be here at Snapper, and I dare say I wouldn't have liked it to see to go to Tugun. Hey, Stace? No. That's where you're from, isn't it?
That's right. Nah, I reckon we keep it at Snapper. There's no good waves in Tugun.
Yeah, well, Occy's a family member in our club, and he's all through. He's Cronulla through and through, but we've claimed him long ago, and glad it's here at Snapper Rocks. And I always like to say that we are now hosting the best junior event, as we are with the best World Club Challenge, the Usher Cup. So
totally,
that's what we wanted, and let's keep it that way.
100%. This has been a great showing so far, Jay. This first year had it had an important job to play, and I think it's done that, particularly here at the finals day. There's been some great waves on offer. There's been some great competition, and none more so than this heat right here. It's super tight. Hunter Anderson waited a very, very long time for his opportunity to strike, and he didn't really get the job done, unfortunately. It was only a 3.5, so now he's kind of playing the role of what Max was playing. Hunter's a bit further down the line. Max is up the top, and here he goes down the end. This could be his last roll of the dice here. He needs a score, a couple of nice turns, and gets the finish. And he's been doing this all event, man. This is crazy. This kid is on a roll. He doesn't need a massive score. I have to think that's going to be really close, Jay.
Very clutch performance by Hunter Anderson. You go, Max. Yeah, he really is consistent. And I like to see with the surfing in today's performances is to stay consistent. And, you know, going back on last week, I was working back at HBC. It's been a long time night. Well, there you go. Hunter Anderson, 5.17. Very, still attainable, but, yeah, under a minute to go for Max. Anything can happen in these stages in this surfing.
Take us through the replay, Lil.
So Hunter just nailed that. 3 to the beach. That's actually what my surfboard's called, 3 to the beach. And he showed me how it should be done. Tap, that second turn really stood out to me. Put it up there.
Thomas named a surfboard 3 to the beach.
Thomas.
Did you say your surfboard's named 3 to the beach?
Yeah, I named 3 to the
beach.
beach.
You named it 3 to the beach. All right.
It's, the model's called 3 to the beach.
It is called 3 to the beach. Wow.
Here we go, little double up, little low road. He's got to go to the air.
Oh, it's a sick attempt. And he did have a couple of great attempts in the heat. I think, you know, Max did a good job to chip away down the end there. He had the one wave where he come unstuck about 3 or 4 minutes ago. It could have been the difference, but some great action there from both the lads. Great sportsmanship. They had an amazing heat yesterday where they both came from behind to get through, but unfortunately today it's a 2-man enter, 1-man leave, and it's Hunter Anderson getting the jump there on his good mate, Maxi McGilvray. I'm sure these guys will have many battles to come in the future, so well done to these two youngsters. Well done to both the mix, and well done to the rest of the extended family here for these two boys. Both great young lads, and stoked to see them enjoying their competing here at Snapper Rocks. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with more action. Jay, thanks for your time. Lil,
thank you.
Let's go get warm.
Let's go get warm.
Welcome to the jungle.
Actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and, you know, try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
The action is heating up here at the Occy Grom Comp as the under-12 girls semi-final heat 1 hits the water. Nava Holmes, Olive Morris, and it's been on. It's the Groms are not holding back at all as we work our way through the remaining semi-finals. Snap off the lip. And it's tricky out here, but still plenty of open face, and you can see that these competitors mean business. Might be under 12s, but my goodness, there is a lot to surf for here at the Occy Grom Comp. Bring her up. Oh, well, get ready for this. There's not going to be a whole lot of sitting around in this heat, I don't imagine. We see Nava getting another wave, and I think both surfers probably on their third or fourth rides each. Vaughan Blakey in the commentary box, and I'm the thorn between two Snapper Rocks roses, believe it or not. Jay Phillips and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew in the commentary box. G'day, fellas. The under-12 girls, you must be pretty pumped on this one.
Yeah, go Rabs.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, both Nava, we're dropping in each other, but Nava and Ollie both had good quarterfinals this morning, so at least they've surfed out here, Jay, and you know, like that second surf of the day, you usually loosen up a bit.
Oh, yeah. It's so funny when you say they're dropping in on each other. I mean, that's what locals do, eh? They kind of like drop in on each other and not the other people who was out there.
That's amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
But Nava Holmes, she's got a household name, Zane Holmes, Ironman champion.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And great-great-grandfather Sherlock
Holmes. Nava, she works alongside under the watchful eyes of Jade Wheatley. Yeah, she's great.
That's cool, surfer. Yeah. Really good little surfer, and she's unlocked the mysteries here at Snapper Rocks in these sort of pretty choppy, difficult conditions. But, oh, man, as I've been saying all week, you know, like the waves really have been ideal, Jay. I mean, congratulations for, you know, facilitating this break for the Groms. First time in 18 years that it's moved from D-Bar over the hill, and what an experience for these kids, man. I mean, if you're in these man-on-man, woman-on-woman heats, there's no way your brain isn't going, this is what I've dreamed of. I've actually been in positions, whether I'm on the bus or lying in bed, just going, to surf a heat at Snapper Rocks with one other person out. Even in these conditions, it's still a dream come true.
Yeah, it's unseasonal conditions at the moment. It's like springtime, look to it. You know, you got to deal with all the different elements that throws at you this time of year. But yeah, as you saw the first couple of days, going back on even on Sunday, that was just so south, that swell, and there was a lot of sweep and not much waves. So you had that long period south swell. But so you had to do the runarounds. But today you just used the rips to your advantage to get you back up like a elevator, getting you back up to the top of the hill.
The elevator, is that what you call it? Yeah, because it's not often that you see sweeps going up the point. And, elevator, escalator.
Escalator, yeah.
What else? The treadmill?
Treadmill.
Excavator.
Yeah, because it digs out the bank too, right?
Yeah.
How does it move the sand around? Does it actually sort of pile it up into little groups? Or because, you know, the south swell kind of grooms it.
Oh, grooms it, yes.
Does it groom it the other way as well?
No, it will, but it would
compacts it in.
Compacts it in, you know. Yeah. It's the great mystery of the sand. It's amazing, really, how much sand moves here overnight. And you come down and there's been no swell, but the rocks are covered. It's like, it still mystifies me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like someone out in the middle of the night with, you know, buckets and spades. And
yeah, mate. Yeah, maybe the Groms.
There's been a couple of years where the Little Mullies shows no rocks.
Yeah.
And that's when you know that is incredible sand. Full sand.
That's full house.
Yeah, full house. So it's deep and shallow. And there was this, I think it was back through the end of COVID, and this really strong northerly swell punched up with a lot of wind. And as soon as that wind swung, it was probably one of the most perfect hollow barreling waves through Rainbow ever.
Yeah.
And what happens is
no one was onto it.
When it's eroded and all the Marley rocks are showing, all these sea creatures move in. They move into the rocks, like octopus and all that.
Oh, wow.
Then as the sand covers it over, it's like, hang on, we're going into hibernation again.
Okay, yeah.
We're going under.
How much reef is off the beach here, Bugs? Is there kind of little bommies and?
There's a reef off at the back of at the back of the takeoff area, but I mean it's not surfed. It's people dive and fish there, but it's a recreational reef. But it really doesn't come into play. I mean, I suppose when it's 15 feet it does, but not really, you know.
And what about the tail end of that reef? Is that called MP reef, Rab? Or is that one that just kind of feathers off it every now and then?
Yeah.
Breaks on it?
Yeah.
Were you guys pushing each other back then, those days, to be sitting on that spot?
Yeah, only him and I out, and he's still fading me. But I mean,
as locals do. But they've been doing the dredging at the moment, eh? So they've been putting that sand a little bit further out. That could be the gentleman's area where, if it does get 6 foot, will be an easy roll in, stepping in behind the rock.
Yeah, they've got all these different grids along the place. They're building a nice little bank up at Balinka.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it's going to be there, and with the idea of going, just like they did up at Miami that time when they built those palmy, and so we might have that little V bank for a couple of months.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's one of the ideas there.
That's great.
Because we don't have them any they don't dredge it. No dredging, dumping inside the bay anymore. So they go down to Fingal a bit. They go down to off D-Bar and Berlinga.
Yeah. So 11.5 minutes to go. We've got Nava Holmes with a bit of a lead here. So.
Yeah, there's been a lot of waves ridden in the early stages of this one. The tide bottoming out. We saw this happen yesterday, and it's really hard going. One thing that I think is kind of cool about the approach that both these young girls have had in this heat is that they're just not scared to catch whatever breaks their way. And, sometimes the sets, Jay, they've just been really dumpy, like really hard to get along and get momentum straight off the takeoff.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. There's two different ways to it because they got that little bit of an onshore, so you can get that nice little chip in earlier than it was the last few days where it's below sea level, little 1-footers. Pretty much you'd like to prefer it like this. You got two particular spots at the moment. You got up near around the rock area, and then you got the little marlies. Sometimes you want to aim for that little marlies because it's a little bit further off the bank, so you can get something done before the closeout section.
Yeah, no, good call, Jay, because I agree. I mean, that little chip in just helps them. That it was nearly impossible the last couple of days, right on dead low tide, to even get in. There was no chip-ins, but with that little bit of chop and a bit of lump and bump, it actually helps it. Even though, but on the other side of it, as the tide goes out, that reverse rip becomes quite fierce.
Yes.
But it's not down at Bali, is it? It's really just up here, behind the rock, trying to drag you behind the rock.
Yeah, that reverse sweep just takes the energy out of the wave, doesn't it, Rabbits?
Yeah, it does. It sucks it out. Like, look at that.
Yeah. She just thought it was going to be a heat-winning wave and then just deteriorated.
And Olive's had some good heats. She's, worst comes to worst, she's still got equal third place. Nava's out front, but Olive just needs a good wave. She's got a great backhand repertoire.
Yeah, the Goofs have been really impressive today. There's, with that sort of pockety cross-wave wedge, they've been able to really load up and attack a lot more vertically than the regular footers. I haven't really seen too many big vertical snaps or tail blows today like we have in the previous days. So the Goofs are definitely feeling it. And there's some pretty electrifying stuff, but far out, man. There has been some pretty sweet forehand surfing out here as well. Max McGilvray was probably our early standout bugs.
Yeah, he was an early standout, but I think he might have just... I think he mightn't have got through that semi then.
No, we had Hunter Anderson.
Wow,
so there you go. So you see the two standouts were Max and Caden Francis.
That's right.
And they both got eliminated by Goofy today.
Exactly.
So
mate.
there you go. They're deadly today.
Yeah, just watching Caden's first heat, he 9s and 8s,
wow.
and then just barely just getting through the second heat, and then knocked out. It's all about just staying really consistent. And you got that ability. You don't really have to tell him much about the technique. It's still that wave catching, surf knowledge, awareness kind of thing that you're going to get you through the heat.
It's funny, mate. Bugs was fully, saying when we were watching that heat with Max, he goes, "Oh, I wonder if he's going to be able to hold on to this energy and not peak too early." And it's a tricky thing to manage that, especially on a day where you're going to surf 2, possibly 3 times to win a final.
Yeah, it's about on a situation like that. It really is about building momentum. Obviously, trying to get the peak performance at the right time. And, you see it in all kinds of sports when you might peak in the quarter, you might peak in the semi, but the final's when to do it. But you got to get there.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get, I remember there were times for me, even, you'd get all the way to the final, you'd really battle and get your way to the final, and you get there and you go, yeah, I'm in the money.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, that could have been a mistake.
Ben's super confident. It's a bit of a downfall sometimes.
It's classic too, because how often do you see semi-finals be the best heat of a comp? Where,
so many times.
Everyone's sort of just so full of energy to make that final because the job isn't done yet. And you end up having, probably, I could think of 100,000 heats where the best heat of the comp was semi-finals and 2, apex predators just absolutely going to town. And then the final, it's just impossible to have that same energy and keep it up for that.
And you're sitting out there in the final and you're going, okay, I'm going to buy this. I'm going to do that.
Exactly. Yeah, it's kind of almost, you almost like the emotion of the semi just overpowers the sort of head, I don't know, the strategy of the final.
No, that's true. I mean, the semis are, they're a great place to peak in one respect because, making the final is pretty special. And putting that big effort into the semi, it's like the first of the finals, isn't it? But, and then someone's there just all cool, calm and collected going, yeah, you have your little celebration.
Exactly, mate.
Yeah, so I watch a lot of WSL ones and even the Australian Board Riders Battle ones as well. And you just see some kids or some, surfers, they stay humble, they're grateful, they're stoked to be here. And you see the results shine and then you get the other ones that have, overly confident. They just like, just really talking themselves up. And then all of a sudden they just go falling down. And I see it sometimes even just at the ABB, and it's just the best event on the calendar.
Best event,
apart from the Usher Cup, but it's just shows when I see my own surfers at Snapper Rocks go a little bit too confident. That's where we just backfire. We can't. Oh, looks like we're going to get not the win this year. Yeah.
Oh, I totally agree. It's, that club teams surfing. It's got to get to a global state. That's why the Usher Cup's so great, man. Like, having a World Club Challenge. It's the one missing ingredient in competitive surfing around the world. Now it exists, and it's and it'll unreal.
It'll inspire other countries to get involved and get club surfing. I mean, it's unreal what's happening in the US, AJ. I mean, it's just it's on fire.
Yeah.
They've got over 50 clubs, and it's super competitive, and it's given the clubs that good standing in the community, and that's what we've developed over the years. I mean, obviously in the 60s, it was more, food fights at the dinners, but and all that sort of stuff. But now it's kind of we've upped the ante.
I reckon it's the golden carrot in terms of a spectator sport. Like, it makes surfing so interesting because all the time, managing the time, the different groups within the team, the grommets, the master. It's non-ageist. It's non-gender specific. You can have as much crew from everywhere in your team representing. And I could see a Super League style, put the jerseys on and you've got your team colours and have a full league.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Am I tripping? I reckon that could be the future.
No, that's gonna happen, mate.
Just need the big sponsors behind your Board Riders Club.
Yeah.
Well, the good thing about in the US, in the US, they've kind of got the cities behind them. City of Huntington Beach, the city of San Clemente. They're really doing well. I mean, as they do. I mean, they've got a chairman, they've got a commissioner. Wow.
How long ago did you introduce the Board Riders to?
Me and PT and Sean Thompson tried to get it going in 1978. I had Main Street, Huntington. PT had Lake Street, and Sean Thompson had Newport. And we kind of got to go on that side.
Oh, wow.
But then when we left, they just weren't ready for it, I mean, and it was too individual. But now it's just unreal.
Yeah, it's really evolving over there now.
It's really amazing what's happened there now.
3.5 minutes remaining here. Nava Holmes has been in control right from the very start of this heat. She's packed away a couple of fours, 4.83 and a 4.9. So, wow, she's nearly nudging, that little next step up there, the fives. Yeah. And Olive Morris, she's been very, very strong throughout this whole contest, actually. She's been really fun to watch. Just needing to get that wave, just a better wave. I don't know if it's wave selection, guys. It's almost like you just got to go something and hopefully it gives you a little double up.
And when it's like this and, little speculators can turn into something. You can't be too precious about your wave choice in some respect because you've got to actually turn it into a little bit of priority hassling there. Not hassling, but eyeing off and keeping at bay. Bit of hesitation. I think Red must have priority. And she, to me, she didn't paddle for that.
Yeah, mate, how good is it to be at Snaffle here? The Hockey Grom Comp. The best junior event on the calendar, I reckon. It's just
on the
amazing.
planet, mate.
On the planet, exactly.
I don't think there's an under-16s comp that carries more weight than this one. Just having Occy's name, like if you're a little kid and you're looking at your two ultimate heroes, like mum and dad or whoever your mentor is who surfed or got you into it, guaranteed Occy was their hero.
Yeah.
So even for these little micro Groms who might not know his story intimately, the parents are down the beach going, oh, my goodness, this is the Occy comp, man. So that carries through.
And, for a long time, I've been always, at Snapper here. I've always wanted a junior event to happen at Snapper.
Yeah.
And yeah, we got the Occy Grom Comp. It's so amazing.
I know you used to, you surfed in those junior series events at Burleigh a fair bit, and just getting to have the point, and it was firing for a lot of those comps, Jay.
Yeah, it was.
You would have been contest director for a few of those bucks.
Yeah, they were great events. I mean, you know, Burleigh, those Billabong Junior Series were, that was it. I mean, Jay was dominating in those, a lot of those.
And it's just so cool for these kids to get to experience that, you know, that empty lineup. World-class wave, even with this, you know, chop, the onshore, it's still fun. Really, really fun. 1 minute, 12 to go. And semi-final number one is winding down. So what does Olive need here, Bugs? Probably just a...
Oh, she's going to need up there.
She's going to need a pretty big score,
yeah,
actually.
She's going to need a 6.5 or something now, I reckon.
And,
yeah, it'd be even more. Maybe a 6.73 or something. So
now,
it's a big score.
How have the Snapper Rocks crew been faring in this one, mate?
6, I reckon.
Look, I think we've got Quincy into the final.
Yeah, Quincy's just firing.
Wow, she's powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bugs was saying her nickname was the Flying Squirrel.
Flying
she's just,
Squirrel, yeah.
She's
AKA Flying Squirrel.
That squirrel's been eating, you know, gamma rays or something. She's just bulked up heavily. The power game is so good.
Yeah, that's right.
And 20 seconds to go here. This is winding down. And a great heat.
But we did have a few of our surfers like Caden Francis, Tommy Horn, Will Fitzgibbon. Yeah, just to name a few. We've had, like, it's just staying consistent, be able to progress through all these rounds and deal with all these different elements and waves and choices you take and making sure you're on the right way and just to get you through these heats. I mean, you know, you get a long time out. 20 minutes is a long time.
It is.
15-minute hit that we usually have at Snapper the board riders. But yeah, I don't know. 20 minutes, 2 ways. That's all you need.
Yeah. All right, well, congratulations there to Nava getting the job done. She's into the final, so a huge result. And we're going to take a quick break here from the Occy Grom Comp. We'll be back with semi-final number 2 of the under-12 girls just after this.
Welcome to the jungle.
Actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and, you know, try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
When we get up every
hang in there, mate. Help us through.
Yep. Welcome back to the Occy Grom Comp 2023. It's Snapper Rocks, and wow, powerful surfing going on here from Lehani Zorik. And here's a little replay of what happened during the break. Off the bottom and crack. How do you like that one, Jay Phillips?
Wow, that was incredible.
That's a one-turn wave, but really, really solid. And it's wonderful to be here. Heat 2, semi-final number 2, under 12 girls. Bugs, we've been watching all the action since round 1, heat 1 of the under 12s, 14s and 16s. And this young lady has been a pure standout.
She sure has. And it's good to see the judging is adjusted. Like, we're not looking for that down-the-line stuff. We're looking for individual turns. And Lehani, she's definitely been the standout in the under 12s.
So you want to be careful here. Illy Fraser has also been extremely strong in her run through this event. And we're really at that tricky moment again in the tide. It's you know, opportunities can be pretty few and far between when it's really, you know, coming in hard on this bank, sucking up and draining out. But Lehani's been in good form, and you know what? She has barely got out of her wetty. She's the classic all-day wetty wearer, mate. Just Grom vibes deluxe. Every time she's coming from her heat, I'll look down the beach, and there she is, ripping down towards Greenmount.
And there's Illy.
And here goes Illy.
On the backhand.
Yep. Nice little snap. Bails on that one.
So I was having a good little talk with Glenn Elliott the other week when I was down at the HBC, and you know, he's just all the basic fundamentals judging criteria, where it's you know, your big cars, big roundhouse cutbacks, your long extended floaters, you know, your re-entry turns, and just make it look all fast. And I'm glad that they've noticed that it's not all the big down the line kind of stuff. So it's keeping it tight in the pocket and being more explosive, it looks like, with the judging criteria now. And Leilani is just showing all that. But wow, she's just, her family's beautiful, and they brought her up really nicely down in the areas of Byron Bay, and I think she's a part of the Lee Bar crew, and what a area to be growing up in.
Yeah, mate, let's get to see Lehani and her little brother surf a fair bit. Atlas Zorik as well, and yeah, great family. As are so many of the surf families. Geez, it's nice, you know, the communities that have been built up around the board riders clubs. It's like, yeah, you've got your family, which is the board riders, and that's fun. But everyone who's involved with the clubs, you know, it's almost like that classic thing that made footy clubs so special when we were all Groms. You know, it's a community effort.
Yeah. And
you're only as good as the families and the, you know, sacrifices and energy that everyone's putting into your club. And it stretches, as they say, from the front office to the tuck shop, mate.
It's insane with our board riders when we have a club round here at Snapper. We have to close off our judging area just so you haven't got the parents looking over it.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a bit a hard one. I remember, you know, I've seen it with Bugs. I've seen it with Occy. I haven't seen it with you, Jay, but I'm sure it's probably happened. But you know, the nerves that the parents feel, it eclipses what the surfers are going through by 10 times 10 at least.
I reckon.
Yeah,
it's harrowing.
Bowie's actually given my daughter a wild card into the event, and she's like, I don't want to let myself down or you, Dad. So I was like, fair enough. At least you're talking the truth to me.
Wow.
But yeah, it would have been nice to see my own daughter have a little go at it and, you know, showcase her stuff at Snapper with no one out. You know, it's a little tough. It's always a wave catching event, and you know, I didn't get started until my you know, mid 15, or when I was 15 anyway, because I was more like laid back, nice country person coming from Fingal Head, and I had to join the forces of Snapper Rocks to find the mongrel.
Yeah, it's the same as me though. I mean, as I was saying the other day, like I watched the 1968 Queensland Junior titles out here, and they had the under 14 cadets, and I mean, there was this blonde-haired kid from Noosa and this kid from Burleigh, and I just went, oh, I'm not good enough to go on that. And I just sat and watched it. Me and Pat Riley sat on the hill and watched it.
So you got those late bloomers and you got the early bloomers, you know, and it's, you know, I was probably classified as a bit of a late bloomer in the sport. and just had some still, surfing and enjoying the times I have in the water. And
You're just blooming now, mate.
There you go.
yeah, so I enjoy it. I had a good trip to Indo this year, a good family trip, and man, I would recommend going to Sumba any day. I think I had this one spot in the islands around there and surfed to myself for about an hour, and I pretty much had a little moment crying, going, I think I'm just surfing Kirra, but on top of reef. It was like,
unreal.
So yeah, the guys.
The Stoke is with you forever, mate. That grommet Stoke, it lives within you. And even though you can get a bit cynical and bitter sometimes in your older years, there's too many people out, it doesn't break out what it used to, all that stuff. Soon as you find yourself in some half-decent waves, you can tap into that inner Grom so quickly.
I tell you, even with thousands of people out there, you still think it's no one out.
Yeah. Well, doesn't happen often for me, Jay, but yeah, I'm sure.
Put the blinkers on.
I'll take your word for it, mate.
I'm going left.
That's it.
But you know what? Just on that whole, it doesn't really matter when or how your career blossoms. Like on tour right now, a really good example of two completely different pathways would be Jack Robinson, a child prodigy, earmarked from the age of, 8 years old. And then Cal Robbo, a guy who no one really saw coming, was playing rugby league almost professionally until, or looked like that was going to be his career path. Broke his arm in a grand final, got into surfing, and here he is on tour getting, 10-point rides and mixing it with the best in the world. So it doesn't matter when it happens. If you love it, you can make it happen.
And then there's, even though, to me, the stories like Ramsey Buchan and, 13 years on the QS and finally making it in his 30s.
Yeah.
Even though, it's a real shame that the injury happened and he's not in it now, and I don't know how his injury's going now, but gosh, he's a good surfer.
Oh, mate, unbelievable.
But didn't those guys suffer it, like having that injury pre-season and then
really
not making it back on?
I feel for it.
Yeah, I wish they could open up a little bit more and give them those injury wild cards back into it. Because that would happen to Liam O'Brien, didn't it?
Yeah, and he had to get his way back in through the Challenger Series, and he's done that pretty well.
Yeah, it seems to
me.
But
I think Ramsey was still injured when that series began here. He still wasn't ready.
Wow.
And there's another one. There's another guy from France, Reunion, that just made it. It's just great. I mean, like perseverance, and they can have careers in their 30s.
Yep.
Well, Punchy Sullivan didn't really qualify, get serious and go, I'm going to have a go till probably late 20s, early 30s, and then it's like, wow, like one of the most powerful surfers in the world.
Very pleasing on the eye to watch. Style mattered back then.
Oh, Punchy's such a great surfer.
Well, mate, the other really crazy one, like we talk about Occy's comeback being the greatest comeback in world sport, but after he retired, about 2 years after, maybe 3, he went in a couple of QEs just for a bit of fun, ended up getting a couple of results and was well on his way to having a third tilt.
Wow.
It was amazing. You remember that? He did really well at Margaret's one year. And,
that's right.
Just for all money, it looked like he could have just hit the queue and had another run. And yeah, it's classic.
He could still hit the queue and probably give him
I'll tell you what, he looks incredible.
Yeah.
Mate. He looks so fit, and the surfing he's been dropping on Instagram has just been insane.
Insane. It's so crazy that we do get it really crowded out here, and you see the likes of Occy and Rab in the water. You've got to give them this respect. I'd be dropping on everyone if the person just paddles past me and already just had a wave and expected the next one. It's like, mate, come on. We grew up around that surf ethic time, and we give respect and you earn your respect, and that's how you got to treat Occy and Rab in the water and the likes of other OG people from Snapper Rocks. And
on a good day, I got my ranking up to number 642.
Oh, it's tough going out here, boys. This lineup, like, there's a reason so many champions come from here. It's a heat every time you paddle out. Like, it's combative just to get on a good wave out here.
And you got the sitters too, like your sitters are the Vassar, Damon Harvey, Mitch Parkinson.
Wow.
They'll sit half an hour waiting for the best wave to come through. Then you got likes of Mick and Dingo and Parko, dropping myself. I just see whatever's in front of you and go it and finish it, run around, jump off. Actually, you get to line up to yourself for a second. There's a set. So just that hour, Surf will do.
Mate, that's hilarious. I love that you call them the sitters. You know who the ultimate sitter is? Craig Anderson.
Oh,
Apparently
yeah.
he'll sit out in the water for 2.5 hours, not move. And this is whether it's, you know, in the Australian desert or at Macaroni's, and just not move. Just hold position, 2 hours, 2.5, wave the whole day will come in and he'll be on it.
On it, yeah. Does look fantastic
that.
on camera, though.
He does,
You do
doesn't
get
he?
the best waves.
Mate, if you've got that sort of patience, you're going to have a style exactly like Craig, probably.
Yeah.
Very,
So 5.5 minutes to go here, and it's really the seesaw is just not moving up and down, is it? It's
Now that 8.5 is sitting there so good for Lehani. It's a big score.
and that's one turn,
That's-
Bugs.
yeah, it was-
What a turn!
One great turn. Looks like she might have just got something there. And she's just having fun. Certainly the conditions aren't a hindrance to Lehani. She's got that couple of big moves in her repertoire. Illy needs to get going. She's just falling behind here to the point where it's going to be difficult to do it in one.
Yeah, definitely needs to put a score on the board in the next minute or so.
In fact, I think she's comboed.
Definitely.
Yeah, so just under 5 minutes to go. I mean, an equal third at Snapper Rocks.
it's fine.
Very impressive.
Very good result.
Yeah.
So what do we got followed up next? Is it the semi-final of the under-12 boys? I just saw glimpses of a young Dave Davidson son, Brendan Davidson.
So that's Snapper represent.
I've been asking him to come along and join Snapper, but he's in Kirra.
Oh, he's in
There's
Kirra.
a bit of something happened a long time ago. Like Davo went on to surfing for Kirra, but we don't want to get into that long story. But yeah, young Brandon Davidson just lives right here at Rainbow Bay, and
He's been surfing really well, mate. I've really enjoyed him. He's got that beautiful read. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it was just only about a year ago that he was still getting pushed in.
That's right.
Yeah.
A year ago, he was
ago.
getting. It amazed me when I saw how much he's developed.
Oh, low road. Gets the little chip. I thought for sure there was going to be something pretty major coming. Here we go.
That was a priority call right there.
Oh, nice one. Well, Illy blocks, and but the wave, just that one little backside re-entry.
Yeah, from where Lehani was, that was probably the connector. But Illy, it was the best wave that's come through for a while. She's going to do a run around, and 3 minutes remaining. She's got time. Yeah, we haven't seen many runarounds today with that reverse rip, but she's going to give it a go. That's cool. Yeah.
That's a cool board spray, isn't it?
Yeah. Flower power. Go, girl.
And out the back. What a cool shot. One competitor racing up the beach, and Lehani there just...
overcooking it.
Yeah, not finding the timing, and so that might give Illy a little bit of confidence, because she was running around the point thinking, you know what? She didn't make the most of that. And
there's a move.
Door's still open here.
Here's a move. There's a bit of a strategy. I'm liking it. Bit of lateral thinking. Try her hand up around behind the rock.
Time's going to be.
So
really
what
the
happens
enemy.
there with priority? Does young Illy Fraser get the priority on that situation there, or does
Well, it just
Lehani
depends, because Lehani, if
was
she's
already in the
got
lineup?
she's got back to the designated takeoff spot, she'll probably get it.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yeah. There we go.
she'll get it for sure.
2 minutes. And Lehani in control, and you'd think it's pretty much undoable from here. I mean, we have seen a couple of occasions where quick rides can happen in succession, but this is a big, big ask. Semi-finals. When I was a kid, all I wanted was a surf trophy.
Yeah.
And went in board riders. And, fought my guts out the first couple of years, didn't get any trophies. And then there was a one-off club championship at Brunswick Heads.
Yep.
Got knocked out in the first heat, but won best wipeout, and there was a trophy for it.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. You got it.
Yeah, you got one, mate.
Finally got a trophy.
Finally. How was your... You must have had a couple of trophies.
I tell you, my first time, I was 11 years old. I joined Snapper Rocks. As I was saying, a little late to the party of being a competitive surfer. But I joined it, and I came up here with Dean Bevan, and it was at Duranbah, our club round. I made the final. I dropped in on Dean Bevan, and he knew every trick of it, and he put his hands up behind me. And I didn't go back for about 4 or 5 months. So I thought I was in trouble.
Oh,
that was nice.
Nice ride here from Illy.
That'll get her out of
37
combo.
seconds. Imagine it.
But like it was never under 10s or under 9s or under 12s. It was just straight under 15s back then.
Yeah, that's right.
And, there was like, Jason Buttonshaw, bloody... there's a big name, Shane
Had
Bevan.
a few.
Yeah, like some crazy names thrown in the mix. And just the fact that I ended up with a trophy at the end of the year, they brought it down, actually. Dean Bevan brought it to me after that time. And it was a 6th place trophy, I think, 6th or 5th.
Classic.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, and that kind of like going, oh, you know what, I want to do surfing now.
Well done, Jay, and congratulations here to Lahani. What a commanding performance. 8.5, got the work done right at the very start of this heat. Bad luck to Illy there, but a really good run. And, mate, 3rd place at Snapper Rocks in the Occy Grom comp. What an achievement. So she'll be able to reflect on that tonight, and I bet you anything she feels really proud of that. So congratulations. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back in just a minute with the man himself, Mark Ocolupo.
Welcome to the jungle.
Actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
Welcome back to the Occy Grom comp, and we're at Snapper Rocks, and it's finals day. Yes, finals day. It's been 4 days of non-stop frothing, supercharged Grom action. Vaughan Blakey and Mark Ocolupo, the man this contest is named after. G'day, Op. Welcome back to Snapper, mate.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great to be here on finals day. It's great to have the waves pick up a little bit. White just doing a huge turn there. And, yeah, I was pleasant surprised when I woke up this morning. I actually was up at D-Bar in the dark, and I saw a set break way out the back, 3 of them, whitewash all the way, and I'm like, well, hang on, it must have picked up a little bit, and it has.
Yep.
And thank you, Mother Nature. It's
Big
epic, and we're stoked.
It's picked up a little bit. It's also come a little more around the corner. It's like sort of, it's not as down the line or pushy along the sand as it was during the first 2 days, 3 days. But there's way more opportunity and some good sections, mate.
Yeah, well, because it's this easterly. Lucky it hasn't got too much north in it. A lot of east in it. And Snapper, yeah, it just kind of, with that reverse rip, it just kind of, breaks out a little further with the chops. And because yesterday it was so smooth offshore and not breaking till it was on dry sand, and it was impossible. It wasn't surfable. And we moved down the point, as you would have noticed, and everyone viewing, but it would have been good to do it a little earlier. Those a couple of chicks heats. I was thinking last night, and here we go, Davo, little Davo up and riding. Wow, nice snap there, nice connection. I'll get back to that story, but you know, like I've seen this little kid ever since he was, ever since even before he could swim, which is, you know, we all want to teach our kids to swim before they can surf. But Davo's been pushing him in ever since he's been seems like 3 years old or 2 years old. I've been seeing him.
Bugs and Jay was saying he was start of last year. He was still pushing him onto waves.
Yeah, well, yeah, and pushing him. Davo's out there a lot pushing, and Davo, you know, obviously he's a coach, and he has his surf lessons that he does here right at Rainbow. And he's a fixture here, his dad, Davo. His dad's a really good surfer, really good technique, goofy footer. And his son's a goofy. And unlike myself, all my sons are natural. But, you know, he's got his son, he's goofy, and he's got a good technique like his dad.
He does.
And he's got a big future. But what I was trying to say yesterday is the chicks. You know, I feel for those girls that were out there. They could not get an opportunity, but we might have made a champion. You know, for one of those girls that was so ready to surf and they had the whole heat, could not find a wave that was surfable. Actually, not one wave was surfable, but 50 yards down the point that was open, and they might have just pressed the fuse in them just to go, I'll never let that happen again.
Exactly, mate.
And, you know, it might have created a champion because that's probably the worst conditions maybe they'll ever surf.
You live and learn.
And look, it's a barrel. Oh, he's looking for the barrel. He was a little deep, little Liam there. But, you know, you never know. You just kind of fused a champion out of that because one of those girls will say it's never happening again and might have just really lit someone's fuse there, what I'm trying to say, if you can understand what I'm trying to say.
I completely understand and agree. We've seen a lot of adaptability from these young competitors. You know, they're paddling out, they're sort of getting to know the conditions, and the conditions have been really different from day to day. And the way that they're able to sort of manage their heats, you know, restructure their strategies, get out there and put a whole different sort of, plan into play and get the results, mate. And, you know, if you're not catching waves, you know that you've got to readjust. You want to get out there and show what you're made of.
Well, you do.
Nothing worse than not being able to show you.
I know. I remember kind of similar things happening when I was young and just surfing absolute closeouts, you know, and you got to make something happen. And, you know, and you do. And then it's a breakthrough moment and all of a sudden, you know, your confidence boosts. And here we go. Oh, he's a little grab rail takeoff there. That was sick. Little mini Davo snaps back into the source, gets a vertical snap. Can he ride out of it? It'll be tough.
Oh, impact zone.
Doesn't ride out, but his style and technique, you can just see Borno. It's just epic.
Oh, it's there.
It's already sound. And how old is he? He's
11. 12.
Yeah, he's not old. That's what we know that.
No, but even just, you know, that little insider, his first wave, a 6.73, or maybe that's a combination of scores there. But just that line, just that carve back to the power source, the little whip out of it, connecting it beautifully. And this other guy who's on screen now, Liam, he's been a real standout as well, mate. He puts it together beautifully, joins those dots. And the maturity of kids, you know, I mean, back in the day, you'd see a lot of flappy arms, you'd see a lot of bouncing, and these days it's all about the rail. So they're just getting that technique down so early.
And I really love that, you know, because I'm all about that, just that sound technique, you know, arms low, don't use the arms until you're in the peak of your turn, you know, always keep them down lower than your waist. And it seems like a lot of these kids have got that, you know, just through coaching and just, you know, or, you know, just trying to, you know, mimic your idols or your dad or, you know, which you don't really want to do. Everyone wants to have their own style, but you get it from somewhere.
No, for sure. And, you know, John probably is the leading example of a guy who just keeps his arms completely still, down by his sides, and just unleashes into those turns, almost chooses when to use them. Because he can add a lot of whiplash to his turn.
Yeah, it's everything, you know. I mean, the more relaxed they are, the more, you know, power you get, I think. And I think it's all, you know, it doesn't come from your arms. It just comes from your hips down and your...
It's all in the hips, off.
It's all in the hips, like when you're on the dance floor, Borno.
Oh, mate. Well, this is semi-final number 1 under 12 boys. I think we're straight into the finals after this hockey. It's been an amazing 4 days, mate. Congratulations on such a sick event.
Yeah, I want to thank Surf Lakes for coming on board.
Yep.
You know, JS has been on board for a while, and Billabong for, you know, inventing this whole thing. You know, when they came up to me, here we go, wide up and riding just behind the blue umbrella. Gets one move in, but Billabong came up and to me when I was, you know, still on tour and said, you know, would you like to, you know, have an Occy Grom comp and a comp named after you? And I was like, wow, that's massive. And I was kind of freaked out, and I went with it, and now I'm just really proud and honoured that it's just come to this. It's now we're at Snapper, and it's just such a good little stepping stone for these kids to get on the tour. They've got the Challenger Series here. Oh, most of them will be in it one day, and they've already had
the experience of
Yeah.
surfing this wave with one
Yeah.
other person out and under pressure too, which is a whole different. Being out here on your own with a mate.
It doesn't happen.
It might happen if you
well,
surf in the dark,
on a-
3 in the morning or something.
Or even a day like today, maybe, but probably not.
No.
I mean, it'd be crowded today.
But you add that element of competition, and the other cool thing about this comp, mate, I was watching the under-16s, and these Groms know each other's games. They know the demeanour of their competitors. They know the strategies that they've got to employ. They know how to get under each other's skin.
Whoa.
Oh, a little butt slap there for Brandon, and it's just cool. Like they travel around, they get to know each other, and you can just see that building competitiveness, the push that comes with it.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking that. I mean, if you got up at super early in the morning on a day like today, you might get it for 10 or 15 with just you and your mate, but it doesn't happen. But you're right. Here we go.
Ooh. Drainy little low road,
Oh,
gets
nice.
the fins free. Oh, he doesn't complete. Points gone begging there for Liam. He's in the lead.
He's in the lead. That would have probably bettered a score. That with that one move, it was critical. The tail slid off the coping there, and the low tide just got him. There was no bottom to that wave.
It's so cool when they get that little chip shot. That wasn't there yesterday. With all this water moving back and forth and the wind and the tide and whatnot, there's little ramps that get you into those little dredgy sections today. Yesterday it was just like take off and hope for the best. If you can get down that face, you're probably going to get a score. But today there's little cheat codes. There's little push-ins.
There is.
Yeah.
Just 'cause with the onshore and the reverse rip. That's what it is.
Here we
It's
go.
got-
Slice.
Oh, nice turn. And a
Oh.
second one. He'll ride out of this. Oh, he won't. He was looking down the line where he should have been looking in front and actually just completed the wave. He kind of, I guess, bit off more than he could chew. He was looking down there thinking another turn, but if he rode out, because I don't think the judges have deemed that ridden out, and that was important right there. It was a crucial part of the heat, and he needed to ride out of that, Vorno.
Look how tight this heat is, Ock. There's less than half a point between these surfers. They've got a real similar build. They've got a similar approach, but, I mean, we've got the backhand, we've got the forehand, and it's really tight. I think, these two, they could be battling their entire careers. So I think they've definitely got that maturity in their surfing that hints at, real greatness once the muscle mass builds up a bit, mate.
I reckon you've nailed it there, yep. In years to come, they'll be battling it out. All these kids will be. And
who was your
such
first
fond
rival,
memories.
mate? Like, if you think back to your early
Yes,
Grom years, who was
well,
someone who just
it
went,
was
I
like-
want to get that guy?
There was a guy called Todd Ingham.
Oh, I know, yep. For
Way
sure.
back, came from North Sydney, a little blonde, goofy footer that was red hot. Like, he was actually better than Damien Hardman, and he kind of faded away. But it was Duma too and BL, but before that, I mean, it was the same age as Duma. BL was a bit older, so it was more Duma, but it was Duma, but Todd Ingham, even better. He was the guy. Yeah, he was there. We used to have these comps called the Moving On, which was the chocolate milk move.
Yep.
And there was contests at North Narrabeen and around, I like to say there was one at back behind DY there, that beach, Collaroy.
Oh,
Is it Collaroy?
Yeah, behind DY.
DY.
Is that Curl?
Cool.
Yeah,
there you go. My missus, if she's watching the screen now, she'd be
Freaking.
shouting out because she's a DY girl. And hello out there to Jess if you're looking. I mean, and what tuning in she might be because the kids are a little sick at the moment with the flu. I had it. And hello to Jasper and Java if
I
you're
hope the
watching.
kids are
Love you
feeling
guys.
better.
They are feeling better, which
That's
is
good.
great. Mummy's a great nurse.
Yeah.
And they're all home. Because it's cold up here on the Gold Coast.
It's chilly
right
as,
now. You
man.
don't want to be outside if you're sick right now because it's freezing.
I think one of the cool things about your career, Rock, is that you had, you had those Grom and Hood rivals, but then you had rivals from almost every generation as you moved through. You had Tom Parran, who became, your great sparring partner.
It's a good point. It was Duma and and that, and it was obviously then Luke Egan. When we started travelling around.
Yep.
Because he was Newcastle, but in a city it was, Duma and Todd Ingham and that, and then then it went international and it was Curran. Yeah.
Look at this. Speedy snaps off the top here from Liam Koa.
He's getting busy.
Yeah, this is a three-peat. Nice
And he
snaps
rides
there.
out.
But, I mean, you and Curran, mate, you guys really hit your straps at the peak moment in your careers at that time.
We did.
Brought out the absolute best in each other. Then you end up having a rivalry with Kelly Slater and Taj Burrow.
Yes. Then it went full circle because I left the tour for about 5 or 6 years, and then when I came back, it was Kelly. And as soon as I came back, or even tried to come back, it was the Pipeline Masters when I went through the trials all the way to the final, and I met Kelly Slater. Then the next year, I had a lot of battles with him. I got on tour and then ran runner-up to Kelly when he won his umpteenth world title. I think it was nearly 9 or 10 back. Nah, it was probably around 6 or 7 back then. I don't know. Anyway, it was a lot. But and then I was and it was him and obviously Taj
and then Luke again, and then you and Luke had in your world title year, and there was good battles, good heats with you and Luke.
Yeah, for sure.
97, 98, 99, like you guys were doing a lot of caddying and surfing together, but also having some pretty good heat.
Yeah, we had some heats together for sure. We had a crazy heat at Fiji in the quarterfinal where he won. And then I don't think we met at G-Land when he won, but I was caddying, and we caddied for each other and travelled together for a fair few years. And it's really good having a mate that you can bounce off and caddy, get caddied for, because out at Chopu or Fiji, if you break your board, your most important person is your caddy.
Yeah, exactly.
And plus, when you travel with your mate, you can bounce off them saying, does that board look good or not? And they'll tell you the truth.
Yep.
It's important because, then that was our coach, and, these days everyone's travelling with a few people telling them these things and stuff, but back then we didn't have that.
It's funny, Ock, it's such a long career, so many different rivals and stuff, but it feels like the blink of an eye, and you're still surfing as good as you've ever surfed. I've been watching the clips on Instagram and stuff, and it doesn't feel that far off, does it? Doesn't feel like that long ago. You still feel young at heart.
Yeah, no, I mean, but surfing doesn't feel far off.
No.
I've got to be feeling good that day. So you can't pick those days when you're competing. They just come. It doesn't pick you so to compete, full time, you've got to be feeling good a lot. And, obviously the body's not as good, but I mean, in general, I feel like I'm not far from it, on a good day when I'm feeling good and the waves are good, obviously they've got to be good, but it's great. I just don't want to lose it at this age, in my 50s. I just want to keep on surfing as much as I can.
That's it.
To just get that feeling.
And I mean,
you never know when a Masters event's going to pop up.
It's got to pop up
and
soon.
I'll be primed for
That's it, mate.
And I can't wait. I mean, you never know.
Yeah, well, we want to see it, but I just don't think you're ever going to age, because your Grom froth levels are as peaking as anyone in this event.
Yeah, I still am so excited to just get in the water.
It's so
pretty
cool.
much no matter what. If it's a beautiful day and a beautiful sunrise, no matter what the surf's like, I just want to be in the ocean.
Yeah, mate. Such a legend. Thanks so much for having us up here.
Oh,
at
no
Snapper
worries.
This event.
It's epic.
Mate, 2.5 minutes to go in this. It's semi-final number 1 in the under-12 boys, and Liam Koa is in the lead, a 5.5 and a 5.1. Brandon's right there, man, at 4.9. So he's probably looking for just a high 5 to get through this. It's right there for him if he can find the right wave.
Yeah, it would be a high-ish 5, and it's crucial times. I'm thinking he's got priority. I mean, in these kind of conditions, it doesn't really matter unless your guy's sitting on you, which he's not. They're not sitting that close, and White's having a sniff.
Just a little bit behind that peak. Brandon's just got to, I think, take a breath here. He looks like he's looking in, and he's a bit frantic. I think he's got time, anything could pop up out of nowhere in this lineup right now.
Yeah, well, his dad's standing really close to him because the waves are breaking so close at the moment. That'd be pressure on its own. But, for a kid in this new environment, this is probably the first event he's competing. I know he's probably been in a few Snapper Club rounds for sure. But this is the first time in the limelight. And what's he going to do?
He's got time. That's the thing.
He's got time. Not much.
Not much.
He doesn't need much. His style and his technique in this environment and his local break. You think he's going to do it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
The big difference really is that 3-turn combo that Liam got. The 5-5, it was rapid fire, it was high speed, it was well connected, and it's just been that little point of difference so far. The extra turn, longer wave, a little bit more opportunity. So we're watching really carefully here. 1 minute to go. Who's going to get that place in the Occy Grom Comp final? Far out. What a cool comp to have next to your name on your little resume. You know, there's probably not that much on these kids' resumes at the moment. You know, as you said, club rounds came fourth. You know, maybe club challenge.
I thought you meant my resume.
6. No, your resume. Holy smokes.
Hang on.
Pages long.
He's looking. Oh, I'm looking at little Brandon here. He had a look at that wave. It sped off really quick.
Oh, what's this? Is this a lump hock?
I can see a big lump.
Wow, is he in the right spot? He might be.
Well, he's kind of in between, but he's going to have a go.
And here he goes. Nice read. First of all, gets the turn. Low road coming up. Bashes it on the backhand. Gets the combo. And, the judges might cruel him for that.
I don't think he rode out.
Oh, the body language says it all. He fought hard to keep it. And meanwhile, out the back, Liam's found a little grower. But that was tense, man. The first, I love the way he read that first line. You know, he couldn't go too hard on it. But he just missed time, the final re-entry. And even there, good sportsmanship. He goes over, gives the little high five, even though he's disappointed. And that's really cool to see, mate.
It is cool. Little fist pump. But well done there. We'll be seeing much more of him in the future. It was a well-surfed heat from both kids. Thanks for having me. Everyone that's tuned in, enjoy the finals. It's going to be great. I might come and sneak in and do one of these finals, but going to have some lunch at the Rainbow Bay Surf Club, actually.
Yeah, excellent, Ock.
And enjoy. Thanks for having me, Vaughan.
Thank you for coming down and sharing the froth, mate. We're going to have a quick break. We'll be back with more from the Occy Grom Comp just a second.
Welcome to the jungle.
Actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp, the 18th edition. It's a lovely winter's day down here at the beautiful Snapper Rocks, southeast Queensland. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else besides you, Vaughan Blakey. How are you, mate?
How good is this? I mean, we're lucky. We're in the booth. It's warm. There's no wind. We've got a clear view of the lineup and the action. We got Jackson Sands and Jasper Glossop out there. It's been a pretty radical morning, man. The performances have been going through the roof, but the battles have been real fierce, eh?
They have been. And a big shout out to the Goofy Footers. They have been going pretty ham-boned.
Thank you. Yep. Backing that. And really, I guess when you've just got tiny little pockets to get your surfing done, you know, we're not seeing a lot of down the line, repetitive or, I don't know, rapid fire surfing.
Yeah.
You're just getting these one little stand-up vertical section. The goofs are just lining them up and just going kablooey, kabow, kabam, kablamo. It's like an old 60s Batman episode.
Just comic. These are little comic characters in this. A classic couple of Groms here.
Yeah.
Jackson Sands from Palm Beach. He's an absolute powerhouse. Member of the Snapper Rock Surfriders.
Yep.
And doing great things this event. And young Jasper Glossop, who spends his time between here and Indonesia, I believe. I could be wrong there, but great young surfer himself. And I mean, both of these guys, like, obviously every kid wants to win this comp, but at the end of the day, these kids have had 3 or 4 heats to themselves at Snapper with no one out. Like, that's a win in itself.
Fully. It's one of those lineups where you just, until you're so supremely competent and confident, you just do not get anything out here. You don't get a sniff.
Nah, not even a morsel.
Nah, and it's almost like you're invisible when you're a Grom and you're surfing Snapper.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
People just... You never feel more insignificant in your life than when you're a grommet paddling out at Snapper Rocks.
There's not a lot of humanity out at Snapper
No,
Rocks.
there's not, mate.
There's no helping women and children.
No, it's not one of those lineups, that's for sure. It's back to the dark ages.
It actually is a full-time warp out there. But, look, it is what it is, and you're growing up here. You learn how to kind of pick your spots. You sit down in 150th priority, and then over the years you work your way up to, 117th priority, and then all of a sudden, maybe one day you'll be in the top 50 if you're lucky. And no doubt these kids will be there one day if they put their time in. And, it's one of those things. It's like any wave around the world. You just got to put in the hours.
That's it, mate. But even still, if you're out there at the same time as the apex predators, you may as well be invisible, even after all those years.
Oh, 100%. I think the worst thing that happened to this community was when Mick, Dean, and Joel were all retired.
Oh, of course.
Dean a few years before Mick and Joel, but then when Mick and Joel hung the boots up, those 3 guys out behind the rock together, throw in a Damon Harvey and a Nick Vasicek and a Mitch Parker. Going, Sheldon Simkus is coming up, and you're going, oh, my God, there's no good waves left.
And zap! So here's Jasper, a little backside snap to get things moving. Yeah, mate.
How's the commute been up every day, mate?
Oh, it's mellow. I just get in the car, whack on the drop, catch up with, because I can't get enough of you and me. So I'm like, I want to hear what Stace has to say. I miss you.
You're too kind.
And then as soon as the podcast ends, I just call you. And if you don't pick up, because I know you're screening me a fair bit. No, if you don't pick up, I'll just listen to your answer machine over and over.
Oh, yeah, well, yep. There's a couple of crackers out there.
I'm not going to listen to this message, so please text.
Yeah, that was, I remember I had that answering machine when I had a pretty, I guess you could call it somewhat of a white-collar professional job. And Jasper Glossop, got to be careful there, Grom. And I had this guy, fully call me, and, once he got a hold of me, he was like, mate, you better change that message bank, and if, you better get back to me. And I'm like, whoa, chill out, I'm only a kid.
Wow. Anyway, hello to Glenn Elliott, if you're out there.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry for not answering your calls, Elroy. Thanks for teaching me everything I know.
Oh, hey, true story. True story. I was commentating the Vulcan Pipe Pro once. And the finals were on, and I wasn't commentating the finals, so I was out in the yard, and it was screening live to a drinking establishment in Sydney, and all the Monster Children crew who are friends of mine were working there, and Kieran Burke,
of KB, of course,
KB. So he apparently they're all there. And I'm on screen, and everyone's going, yeah, it's Forno. And Kieran's like, I'll call him. And then he calls me, and it stays on the screen. And sure enough, I look at the phone and just put it straight in my pocket and just burn him in front of everyone.
Oh, no.
Oh,
That's a
hectic.
tough crowd to be flagging, too.
Oh.
Those boys don't miss any punches.
No way, mate. It just,
Oh.
like Jason Crombie, who was the editor, was going, mate, it was the greatest moment of my working career.
Yeah.
Yeah, so good. Jackson Sands, look at this, Stace. That was a really nice little ride, wasn't it?
It
A
was.
4-point ride.
It was great. He's chipping away there, adding to his scores, and I think that's just a nice strategy to have today. You can't really go out there thinking, I'm going to get a couple of 9s straight off the bat. You've kind of just got to work your way into your heat, and he's certainly done that here. He's got a couple of scores that he can look to build on, as does Jasper Glossip. Like, all of these heats have been real close. The talent pool, we're obviously whittling our way down to the finals here, so it's getting super exciting. The judges have got a lot of work on their hands, and they've been doing a really good job so far. And it's today we crown our champions, Vaughan. This is what it's all
so
about.
Stoked. I love comps like this because, like, the reason why, look, you're a WSL commentator, mate. Like, you work the big leagues. You are calling heats where John and Yago and Gabby and Felipe and Carissa and Steph, you're dealing with the top of the mountain, the peak. But, like, the reason why I come to these events is so good is because you get to see those seedlings, like those names that are at the very top. You start to see those seedlings sprouting yet again in the next generation. And who's been standing out for you? Like, I know that you're in a role as a team manager. You have an eagle eye for that sort of thing.
Absolutely.
Who's been sort of like the standout new face at this Occy Grom comp, do you think?
I know she's got a twin sister, so I should probably say both to keep it in the family.
Yeah.
So I will, but I would say Eliza Richardson and her sister Rosie. They've been great, and they are both in the final together.
Oh no!
And there's just an element of Eliza's surfing on the backhand that's
ruthless, is what I'd say.
It's ruthless out of the top, and it's electrifying out of the top, but in between her turns, there's this weighting and unweighting of her board, which is just, like you said, a seedling of a pro surfer. The anticipation is high. You never know what you're going to get out of the top, and that's the hallmark of a great surfer. When they're coming off the bottom, what are you going to get? You don't know.
Yeah.
And that's what I've seen a lot out of Eliza this week, and her sister's been doing a great job as well, and it's obviously a really strong surfing family.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I love it. I love the sibling thing. It just it yields results time after time.
Yeah.
There's been so many siblings on tour. I haven't really seen the sisters.
Twins in a final, man. That's so cool.
Wow.
I don't know that we've ever seen that before.
Have there been sisters on tour before? Lots of brothers. I know there's been lots of brothers, even a few cousins. There's been a brother and sister combo on tour with the Wrights, obviously.
Yeah. Well, brothers and
sister.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and I know actually Kirby Wright won Surfest.
Yeah.
So that's probably maybe as close as it's got.
Big family. Big surfing family. Two sisters. That's a good call. I'm not too sure. I know obviously Steph's sisters, they surfed when they were growing up, but they chose other paths in life, not to compete. And then I'm trying to think who else. I know Carissa's got a sister that rips as well, but again, never really went after the tour. And then I'm just trying to think, like, down the line, who else there could be.
There's definitely going to be sisters getting on tour at some point, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, the talent pools is too deep. There's so, the curve of improvement for women surfing.
The Huppets girls.
Yeah, there's a couple there, yep.
Yeah. Mate, well, that's cool to see. And I've been really tripping on Caden Francis.
Yep, he's been
Ocean,
strong.
Lancaster. He didn't do well in this event, but when he did catch a couple of waves, wow.
Yep, no, you're right.
Man, there's some really good young talent coming out of this country. It's good to see a little push going on again.
Yeah, definitely. And just like a couple of just unique styles as well. Like, I think Maverick Wilson is another name that stands out for me in the under 16 boys. Like, he got an equal third this event. Great showing. But it's just that kind of throwback kind of stance. You're pretty knock-kneed and whippy and real fast down the line. And it's as a proud natural footer, it's sort of surprising to me that my two favourites this week have been Goofies, but it is well deserved. They both, Eliza and Maverick, have both been absolutely shredding.
That's cool, man. Thanks for sharing. I reckon those two are definitely going to be in the picture as they move into their pro junior careers. Because right now, under 16s, it's you're kind of just really starting to feel out who your opposition are going to be, and kids can be amazing at 13 and then sort of cool as they sort of, I don't know, grow into their bodies or sort of progress a little bit. But other kids can come on strong. And it's around about this age, isn't it? The 16s, the 14s, where you start to see that transition take place.
Definitely.
And
Yep.
I reckon what you're talking about is the key. It's that in between the turn stuff that shows you.
Yeah, it really does. Who's kind of got control over the board? Who's really looking locked into their equipment? And it's just those little details because everyone surfs really good. Anyone, pretty much everyone in this contest that enters, they rip. They're doing great things to even be here and be out in the water. So most of the the foundational stuff, top turning, bottom turning, it's all there. But it's those little details that I was talking about earlier that really stand out as you get a bit older and you progress in your surfing. Jackson Sands here looking to further extend his lead.
Far out, he's a hungry little grommet.
Little machine.
Isn't he? He's just, if it comes near him and it's got any sort of corner, he's just on. He's not even, the brain's just going, just go everything, man.
Everything. And how could you not? No one out, little peaks everywhere.
It's nice.
So frothy.
And it's working. Like, he's got a 4 and a 3.87. Jasper's out there with the 4.1. Being a little more selective, I'd say. But this is a good close heat, this one. Little Liam Coa getting through before.
Yep.
And Brandon Davidson, it was, oh, man, you want to talk about a kid who really understands surfing.
I didn't even know that was Davo's boy.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed. He's absolutely ripping.
Really has that, I don't know, the connecting of the dots down. Must have done a lot of dot-to-dots as a Grom, mate.
I reckon with young Davo out here.
Imagine that. Imagine if he was such, a surf brain that you did things like that.
Yeah.
You made your kids. It's, you know what it's like? It's like a bad action movie where you're training the little Padawan and you the wax on, wax off thing where you're going, how is this karate? I don't get it.
During the time where we had to keep our distance from one another, Adam Robbo had his young boy, which I thought was cool as he had him expensing up surf trips as mathematics, flight to the Goldie, board bag, extra luggage.
No way.
Yeah, and I was like, that's so cool.
That's your maths homework.
That's your maths homework,
cool.
So I was like, oh, that's actually, that's real.
Maybe we could make a surf and karate kid, though.
Oh.
And you just put all the commentary cliches. So, you have, the grommet turns up to the...
Patty Zhu girl, the 11-year-old from China? She has to be the caricature for that.
Oh, perfect. Well, imagine, she goes over to Mr. Miyagi's house and he's just says, okay, you've got to build a house today. You've got to build houses. She's going, what's this got to do with surfing? And then later on in her career, she's like, building house?
Oh, you're giving away a good idea here.
Yeah, what do you reckon?
Oh, mate, I reckon you're onto something.
I reckon we get together.
Yep.
We have a few red cordials and we just pound this screenplay.
I think so. You've just done a big run of tours, probably a little aged out of this demographic here, but I'm sure the parents got along to the shows. You've been a busy boy for the greatest surf film ever made.
Yep. Getting your feet in the wax, there's another one.
Oh my
so
God.
you just turn up to Mr. Miyagi's and just stand in hot wax. Actually could be pretty funny, man.
Yeah, I'm kind of I'm a bit stumped. There's a million surf cliches and they just seem to roll off the tongue, but now you put me on the spot to one.
That'll be right. As soon as you need them, you can't get them.
I can't think of any.
4 minutes, Stace. 4 minutes here. The Groms, this tide, I'm just going to say it, sucks.
Yeah, you're spot
It's
on.
the hardest tide to surf at Snapper, and without this, with this tiny little wind swell on it, it's just whatever you can get with a corner, you just have to go.
The one thing we have that is sort of helping the situation is this little bit of onshore
That's
flow
right.
this afternoon. Thank God for that. Because if we didn't have that, we probably wouldn't even be able to surf it. It's just allowing the Groms to just get that little chip in, and these youngsters are able to kind of get off a couple of quick fire turns.
Have you checked Little Marley? Because yesterday that was sort of, they extended the competition break, and it was a bit more open down there.
I've just been locked into this VR world right here, Vaughan. So I haven't actually had a look over the shoulder there down the lines.
Have you been in the Surf Lakes VR world down on the beach?
Is that what that is? Awesome. Yeah, I've seen some kids getting around that the other day. No, I'd love to, though. And I'd also like to go to Surf Lakes.
Here we go. So a little late drop. Snap it in the pocket. Far out, man. Are you serious? Look at the wave this kid is riding right now.
Nice.
Oh, my God. It's comically awesome.
Yeah. As we got down the line here,
hey, this is way down the line. I'm telling you, this is way, way down the line. So it looks like the Groms might be thinking what we were just thinking.
Little turn out of the lip there.
Here we go. He's got a little opener and a low ride. Yeah, baby. Jasper Glossop, he just turns around and says, huh?
He doesn't need a big score.
Did you see the belt claim yesterday?
I did. Yeah, that was fantastic.
Far out.
Yeah, that was a good throwback.
I didn't even know. I think you actually schooled me on that. I was like, far out. What's your favourite non-claim claim? Blow of the nose, slight lift of the shorts, Slater style?
Oh, yeah, or like pull the wetty down if you just got super kegged at chopes or something and the wetsuit like redden up your thigh and you're just exposing a lot of thigh, you pull your wetty down. No, I love the ballistic ones. Like Geordie went crazy one year in Rio and he's had all these different claims and stuff. I mean, I love the creativity. Griffin's been trying to like do this like golf swing one, which just... I don't know if he's putting or driving the ball. It's like,
Gabby's been doing the three-pointer for a couple of years now.
Yeah, the Jimmy Butler. But situation changed there. Jasper Glossop, a 5-point ride down the end there. So big change in the heat there. But Jackson Sands won't hang around. He's going to get up and get on a wave here.
Hey, this is huge. 1 minute 30, and Jasper Glossop really asked the judges the question then too, didn't he? He got through that wave, looked straight up to the tower and just said, are you not entertained?
Give me the score.
Rusty.
Now, rest assured, Jackson Sands got a ride there, and the people that needed to see it saw it. Our professional panel of judges are all over it, and they'll be all over this one, and we've got some vision of this ride. Should young Jackson look to go, he's got himself positioned on the bank a bit further down where Jasper was. And what we saw yesterday was just a little bit more open face for these surfers to... there's nothing more frustrating when that happens.
That right there showcases exactly what's happening on the bank all the way from Snapper Rocks down to Little Marley.
Yep.
It's like deep water and just running like a river wave, like behind a trawler. Look at it.
It's
so
like
45 seconds here, Stace.
He's got the skills to do it. He's got the get up and go. He's just got to find a wave with a bit of a shoulder. And he does here. Oh, no, just in and out of that one. There's still time to go.
Oh, he's paddling out wide, 30 seconds. He's got a chip shot here.
He does. Up and riding.
Oh, my goodness. This looks like a good one.
Down the line.
Cracks it.
Nice turn in the lip there.
Cracks it again.
And
gets a little curve.
And a third.
Oh, don't tell me.
Wow, well done, Jackson
Wow,
Sands.
is he going to look up? No, he's just going to ride that one out.
Yeah.
What have we got here?
I think it's pretty comparable to Jasper's last ride, and he doesn't actually need the same number. He's a slightly less by my
Hey,
calculation.
how impressive was he catching that first little one and just getting over into position for that wider chip shot that came through?
Never gave up, just stayed on it right till the end.
Well done to both surfers. Riveting final minutes in that heat. And we're just waiting on scores now. And
as the boys congratulate each other, and they're going to come up and listen to the results.
Going to stay with them. Look at them. This is huge, mate. This is get it into the final.
This is for a spot in the under-12 final here. This is massive. We are waiting for scores for the judges, both the surfers looking into their families on the beach to see what's going on. And there it is, a 4.63 for Jackson Sands. He does get the nod there from the panel.
Wow, that's incredible.
Sick buzzer beater moment there for young Jackson. He'll be over the moon. Good sports there from the young fellas. Great contest from young Jasper Glossop as well. And what a fantastic showing there. Great entertainment. Thank you, boys. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be back with more finals action coming right up here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp.
Actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
Welcome back to the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. Just saw a cracking heat there between Jackson Sands and Jasper Glossop. It was crazy last couple of minutes, just back and forth, back and forth. Jasper Glossop took the lead, but it was on the buzzer. Jackson Sands, the young local Snapper Rock Surfrider, getting the nod there on the buzzer. He'd be stoked to move through to the final here, the under-12 Occy Grom Comp. In the meantime, in the water now, we have Olive Hardy and Quincy Simmons. This is another stacked heat. This is our first final for the day. Liliana Bowery, welcome back to the booth.
Thanks, Stace. I missed ya.
What have you been doing? You've been hiding out there in the rain?
I've literally been sitting in my car watching live heats and a little bit of TikTok, and we're back.
We are back. We've got viewers all around the world today. We're broadcast everywhere around the all corners of the globe. And I'm sure there's a lot of people tuning in from far and wide, particularly from West Oz, cheering on young Olive Hardy, surfing against the local shredder Quincy Simmons. And the surfers just opting for different parts of the bank at the moment. And this is the kind of, different kind of strategies that you will see in these sort of, more mature divisions. They're a bit more confident, Lil, with their approach and their read on the lineup, and they're not really worried about what the other surfers doing. They're just purely focused on where they can do the best surfing. Olive obviously saw the buzzer beaters happen down the end here in the last heat and is looking to exploit that part of the bank. Quincy, she knows this wave better than anyone in the draw, and she's looking to get some scores up the top of the point. Where would you be at the moment? It's an expansive lineup, Lil.
I think depends on where my competitor maybe will sit.
Yep.
I think both banks are ideal. I would maybe ideally start at the top, come back for a backup where Oliver's sitting, or start where Oliver's sitting, do a run round, start at the top.
I know what you mean. There's like a whole bank that you could use.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, although you didn't commit to one, I do know exactly what you're thinking. And that is be everywhere, which is possible today. Yeah, I think that's a real, why not use the whole bank? You might as well.
May as well. But then it's that struggle of, if I see my competitor and I'm sitting down the bottom and see my competitor getting a good wave out the top, that's where you start to think, did I make a good decision?
True, yeah. Those thoughts are going to race through your head, aren't they?
Yeah, or am I going to go sit up there now? Or am I going to stick to my plan, stay down here? And they are still 20-minute finals.
Yeah, yes. I think you're right. I think they are 20 minutes. We need to get through the round here before the day's end. Although it's finals day, it's not a short day at all. We've still got heats all the way till the end of today.
And will the presentations be held here, Stace, or will they be at... Last time I was at the Prezos for the Occy, it was at the Kirra Surf.
That's right. It's a great question that I think I need to go and find the answer to. Stand by.
Okay, so Quincy and Olive getting quick pop-ups, nothing much to offer. I'm sure they both have some great game plans that they're trying to stick to, evidently, because Quincy has stuck up on that top bank and Olive is standing her ground on that bottom bank. But here is Olive Hardy now. Couldn't see much there.
So, Lil, to answer your question, we are having the Prezos right behind us.
Oh, wow.
Here at the Rainbow Bay Surf Club. So,
great.
Anyone tuning in that's nearby that wants to come down to the Prezos, get on down here.
Bring your raincoat.
For all the competitors that are probably tuning in their cars, watching as well, don't have to go too far. You're hosting the Prezos. You excited?
I'm really excited. Bowie literally just asked me, do you want to hand out trophies? I'm like, it would be an honour to shake these such talented young Groms.
Couple of small scores to start this one off here. No one really landing a massive strike just yet. As we can see, the heavens have opened and the rain is fizzing down. Oh, Quincy, nice big turn there. Just unfortunately coming unstuck.
What are your plans for the rest of the week, Stace?
Definitely keen to come down to Lennox and check everyone out down there. I'm just not too sure which day yet. Maybe Friday.
Okay.
And then in the meantime, not a whole lot. As we see, a nice little roll in here, presenting itself for Quincy. That's the kind of wave you need on a day like today. You just need a little bit of luck and a wave that gives you an entry before it goes bone dry, and this wave's done that. She's able to get 2 nice turns off there, particularly that first one, Lil. That was a nice manoeuvre.
She did really well to maintain her speed there and execute that through the last turn. I must say, I'm feeling pretty sad having this is my last heat of the day commentating with you, Stace. So I've had such a great time.
It's been awesome to hang out. You've done such an excellent job.
Thank you. Learned from the best.
Yeah, Vaughn's great.
Come on now. He is.
I usually spend most of my time sort of out in the field at these events, so it's been nice to be on the couch and be out of the elements. Although I do like, getting to hear the surfers' thoughts and feelings after heats. And the World Tour events as well. I think it's very awesome that all the coaches are very, very good with their time. Always give great insights on the broadcast, and I think that's where. The sport's obviously changed a lot in the last 5 to 10 years. Basically, every single surfer traveling with a coach. Mm-hmm. It is. It's talking to the surfers is fun. Sometimes you get good reactions, sometimes not so much. But it's the coaches and the support staff that I think kind of hold the keys to unlocking some of those surfers' secrets. And if you're lucky enough, they'll be open enough with you and they'll give you some good stuff. So if you're ever at CTs, go and pick the coaches' brains. There's a couple of really good ones out there. As well as get a photo with your favourite surfer. I mean, why not? Sounds like we've got some scores coming in for Quincy Simmons. I'm expecting it to be a pretty decent number. She looks to just pin drop out of the lip on that wave. 7-point ride for Quincy's last wave. So she'll be pretty stoked to hear that number. Olive Hardy down the end of the point has got a 3.67 and a 4.07. Apart from getting an angle from the judges' booth in future events, Lil, what other little tips have you picked up from the competitors this week, and sort of anything they've been doing well that you think you could take a leaf out of their book?
I think definitely staying busy.
Catch 20 waves.
Catch 20 waves. Will get what you can on conditions like in conditions like this, and just stay keen. Don't
Got to stay keen.
Yeah. And don't get too flustered in all of it. I know it's like a huge contest. You have a broadcast, you have priority, you have like huge tents, but they just had fun and really held themselves really well. And I'm really proud of them, and I'm gonna take that.
I like it. Yeah, they have. There've been lots of good sportsmanship displayed throughout the whole contest.
And I think if we were to get a bit more specific, stand out to me was Maverick Wilson. Unfortunately, he did get knocked in the semis. However, his surfing just, top to bottom, backhand, really, really using his back foot, just coming straight out of a turn into another one and hitting it harder every single time. So shout out to you, Maverick. Really loved your surfing, and I think I'm going to visualize you a little bit through my surfing on my backhand.
For sure. You might have to go and rewind some tapes.
I think I might.
He did a great job. I mean, his highlight reel through this event's going to be fantastic to watch. I'm sure that all the kids will be ripping their waves off the YouTube live stream and getting them out there for everyone to go and have a few replays on. But, yeah, I'm with you. He had a great event. Any of the young ladies stand out for you so far? We've nearly wrapped them up. This is the first final.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching the Richardsons. They're actually in the final coming up.
How
in the
classic is that?
Girls.
I can't think I've ever seen that before, right?
Yeah. there's been siblings, but no twins.
Yeah. Olive Hardy just having a little look in there at her positioning, and this is a great angle of the sandbar. You can really see kind of how shallow it is, and then how it just goes into deep water almost immediately. I had lots of things in my mind this week for what the bank was going to look like, but I didn't think it was going to look like this. This is a unique experience for our surfers, having to, display some different sets of skills like Quincy is here. Lots of good down-the-line board speed, and just little details like takeoff on the entry and things like that. They're the things that are really counting on a day like today, making sure that you can get the most out of these rides. Be pretty hard out there on the backhand, Lil, but these surfers like Maverick and Eliza, they're really showing how sort of, with the right timing and technique, you can get some great surfing done.
Absolutely. They make it look so easy, and I'm sure it's not that easy out there.
As we see down the line, Olive Hardy. Just milking that one through.
What do you think about the hops, Stace?
The what, sorry?
The hops.
The hop of, like, groveling? I actually think it doesn't. It hinders you. Yeah.
We've seen a lot of that this event, and that's something Dean Brady actually got us out of the habit of when we were younger. On the beach, he'd say side to side.
Yes.
Constant, on the beach, we'd be like practicing and.
It's a good point. Like, you look at Kanoa Igarashi or Griffin Colapinto at Huntington Beach, like, it's not a hop, it's a drive.
Yeah.
Which is hard to do in, really, really small waves like this, particularly ones that are, like, running off the bank. But, the fastest part of your board is the rail, not the deck. So it's like, or the underneath of it. So it's like, yeah, it's definitely a good point that Dean makes. Going from side to side and rail to rail is, something that, as we see here, just a bit of body language from Olive on the run around. She's getting a bit of a drink into her. And just got to keep her chin up here. There's still plenty of time remaining for her to get 2 waves. I mean, she doesn't have the full heat on the clock anymore, but 6 minutes is still more than enough time to construct a heat. She could still do it in 1 wave. She would need about an 8.7.
6-7.
7? Somewhere around that line. Sorry, I don't have the calculations on the screen here, and I'm just trying to give a broad outline of what she might need. But it'd be an excellent score. She could do it in 1, or she could do it in 2. Like, if she just gets another wave, it could even get like a 4.83. And we saw that earlier in today with Lachlan Argyros. He had a couple of low 6s. He was able to get a high 6, which took his requirement from a 9.5 down to a 9.17, which it does make a big difference. Like, 9.5 north is... We're talking 10 territory. But if you can just bring it down to just a little bit more of a bite-sized number, you can do it in 1. So I think it's the same thing here. I'm not too sure we'll see any more 9s today just because of the wave quality, not because of the talent in the water, but just the wave quality deteriorating. So with Olive needing a high 8 at the moment, I really think her best bet is to try and chip it into 2, which I think she could do in two waves here in 5 minutes. So we'll see how she goes.
Yeah, now, like I said earlier, she has chosen to sit up further on the point. It was going to be a bit like that, where the winner, you kind of have to sit with where Quincy's getting her best waves, because, unfortunately it wasn't working down there for Olive. So she's made that decision. We'll see how she goes. I reckon she's got it. I reckon she has the ability to do that, absolutely. But
what time on the clock do you think you go from a 2-wave strategy to a 1?
I'd probably go 2 minutes. That's 1 minute to. That's 1 minute to place yourself. 1 minute for a wave.
Yep. So she's got about 2.5 minutes then if she wants to do it in 2 waves. If not, it'll be a 1-wave roll of the dice. And the unfortunate thing for her is that she doesn't actually have priority. Quincy Simmons is far too smart of a competitor to give her any real room, and so she'll just be monitoring her here. She goes up and riding. Olive Hardy. Just coming unstuck there, but. Good to try and create a bit of space between her and her competitor. Doesn't want to be sitting right next to her. Want to make sure there's a bit of daylight there.
I mean, why not? You know, Quincy's been getting really good waves. I think even if I had second priority right now, I'd probably go sit next to Quincy.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things like you're going to have to try and sell them on one. That's it. And you can't really sell them if you're not near them. They don't have a decision to make. So you're right. It's a sort of a double-edged sword. But I think by sitting next to them, you kind of start making them guess. You know, you got to keep asking the question. Keep asking. Are you going to go? Because if you don't, I will. And you know, you can find the little chinks in the armour there. You know, and that's the first part of this puzzle is just getting priority back. Because you know, Quincy's got a pretty commanding position in this at the moment. So there you go. There's a little bit of momentum that Olive needed there. So she does have priority, and you know that was a move on Quincy's behalf to not let her get the wave. So now this is Olive's chance that she's chosen to execute on. She's a nice slash there to start, and a little finish there, but unfortunately just coming unstuck. But again, it's just the same thing again. You can get back to her, get her to sell her on one. Your turn again. Like, you know, the clock is counting down, so there's only so many more times you can. You know, manufacture that to happen, but that's the game.
Who do you think, in your opinion, is the most strategic surfer on tour?
I think that, you know, strategy over the last sort of 5 to 7 years has been like flipped on its head, and so, you know, a lot of people would think, oh, strategy means like, you know, really smart with like wave selection and stuff like that, which that is one part of strategy, but the most impressive strategy that I've seen of the last, you know, little while is the way the Brazilians surf their heat. They don't build a house. They literally chuck the roof on first. And so often you'll see these, you know, particularly in finals, like Felipe Toledo for his first finals went 7 from 7. He surfed 7 finals and didn't lose one. And his approach, his strategy was swing for the fences early. And whether you fall or not, he'd just keep swinging. And so that to me is a very impressive strategy. So on that side of the sense of like the attacking strategy, I think, you know, Felipe, Gabriel, Italo, very impressive to watch. It's exciting surfing. It's an exciting way to, you know, put heats together. But then on the more kind of like actual chessboard style of competing, I'd probably say Owen Wright. He, you know, an incredible reader of the ocean, pretty patient, waited his turn, waited for the right wave, and then executed on those waves, which I think is very hard to do. So yeah, different ends of the spectrum there. There's multiple different strategies that get executed every day at these events, and yeah, they're probably my two favourite from both sides of the spectrum.
There you go. Ooh.
There's under a minute on the clock now. Quincy Simmons with the 12.83 heat total. Olive Hardy is chasing at the moment. She does need a high 8, and we're kind of getting into that realm where she'll have to do it in one wave. Quincy now up and riding. She's looking to better her 5.83. A nice turn to start, but just unfortunately comes unstuck. She's got one hand on the trophy at the moment. This is the blue ribbon division in the ladies here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. It's been a fantastic event so far, Lil, and we've had some great supporting sponsors along for the whole journey. I'd obviously like to thank them for coming along for the ride, and you know, without all of them it would not be possible. So a big shout out to JS, Creatures of Leisure, Surf Lakes and Mophie for helping us bring this one together, as well as obviously Billabong, long-term supporter of this event in junior Australian surfing across the whole country. And we will count this one down, Lil. Give us our champion, take it away.
And the champion for 2023 under-16 girls Occy Grom Comp is the one and only Quincy Simmons. Congratulations, Quincy. I'm very blown away by all these girls surfing, by all of the girls surfing. I've got no words left. Stace, I'm speechless.
Congratulations, Quincy. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. We'll have more finals action coming right up. It'll be the under-16 boys final. Don't go anywhere.
actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
Welcome back to the 2023 Billabong Occy Grom Comp. We are live from Snapper Rocks, beautiful Queensland, and we see some quick fire action here from our under-16 boys final. This is Hunter Anderson. This will be potentially his second or third ride. Himself and Lachlan have got off to some quick starts here, so we'll catch you up with some scores shortly. But in the meantime, I'm joined by a very special guest in the booth, equal third this year, young Maxi McGilvray. Maxi, how are you, son?
I'm great. Such an honour to come surf Snapper Rocks with only a couple people out. It was sick.
Isn't it what? Tell us what it's like when you're out there, because obviously surfing, Stace Galbraith, Maxi McGilvray, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, but Maxi, back to you, mate. What's it like when you're out there and there's 1,000 people in the lineup? We obviously all know what that's all like. Tell me what it's like out there with no one out. How was the froth?
The froth was insane. That you never really, it takes you usually half an hour to get one wave, and it was good. You got a couple waves in 20 minutes. It was so sick.
Good on you, mate. And I know you, you probably fell one heat short of this event of what you wanted to do, but mate, I've got to commend your sportsmanship. It's awesome to see you hanging around down here and cheering on the boys in this final, mate. So well done on that.
Yeah, thanks, Stace. Sick.
You had a great heat with Hunter the other day. Both come from the dead to
Yeah.
get through. That must have been pretty cool to make a heat with you, mate.
Yeah, we were both third and fourth, but luckily got the scores we needed in the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, awesome. And Bugs, we've seen Maxi surfing around town, and he's the eternal grommet, isn't he?
Yeah, always out there, and when he comes up, and yeah, got a great little style going, Max.
Thanks, Rabbit.
And we've obviously been tuning into the World Tour and seeing your boy, fellow Evans Head surfer Cal Robinson, doing fantastic things.
Yeah.
That must make you obviously so proud, mate. He's such a great bloke.
Yeah, it's so good seeing a World Tour surfer come from Evans Head.
Yep.
It's the best.
What about that 10 he got in Portugal? Are you kidding me?
I was losing it.
You would have been up a few late nights watching some of his heats recently. They're on the other side of the world, the last couple of comps.
Yeah, there's a lot of times getting up at 1 o'clock in the morning, but it's so worth it.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Well done. Stoked for all you guys down there. It's been a bit of a wet couple of summers for you guys, and I know that Callum's been doing wonderful things for the community, and just having him on the tour and having him to cheer on is, I think it brightens up a lot of people's days, and as you do, mate, with all the things you're doing. So, yeah, good on both of you boys. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about Hunter. You spend a lot of time with him.
Yeah, Hunter's definitely one of my best mates. I've always hang with him. He's such a cool kid, but let's go, Hunter. Let's go, boys.
I like it. And what about Lockie's semi, mate? I'm not too sure. You might have been, were you in the water, or did you just... how did that play out? Were you in the first or the second semi?
I was in the second.
Okay, so you would have been potentially paddling out as you saw that exchange go down between him and Maverick. Yeah, what was that like? I mean,
he's on such a tear. His backhand is insane.
Yeah.
And there he is right now.
Look at him go.
Lachlan Argos needing a wave now because Hunter has posted a couple, not giant scores, definitely gettable, but a 5.17 and a 4.17. Lachlan just entering there, but Hunter just seems like he's very active in this final.
Hunter, ripped that one.
He's been a bit busier in this one, hasn't he, Maxie? This is the most amount of waves he's ridden all event.
Yeah, for sure.
His first couple of heats, he was very patient, wasn't he?
Yeah.
You know, maybe this is the adjustment. Instead of waiting for the best waves, just like surf, because you're looking for any opportunity, and you speculate, you just back yourself to one giant turn might turn the final.
Yeah, absolutely. How do you go with that through events, Max, if you have to change your strategy up mid-event? Is that something you like doing, or you like sticking to the same game plan?
I usually like sticking to the same game plan, but if it doesn't work out, usually I just breathe and reset.
Yeah, awesome. I know you've been doing lots of training down the road at the HPC. Another great Evans Head lad down there, Pete Duncan, taking you through your paces. How's Petey been?
Yeah, for sure. Petey's the best. So close to Pete. It's good to have him come up and talk me through my heat strategies and reflect on what I did wrong.
What about what you did right? What did you do well today? Tell me one thing.
Oh, I had a great quarter.
Yep.
Got some pretty high scores and surfed it well. And then in my semi, I kind of crumbled. I wasn't reading the sections right.
Bit hard with that run out tide, wasn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It was
Couple
pretty
mirages.
sectiony.
Yeah. Here we go. Hunter, take
Let's
us
go,
through this
Hunt.
one, Maxi. What's he got?
Oh, yes. Ooh.
Oh, he wrestled with it and surfed out of it.
Determined.
So Max, you had a fantastic quarterfinal.
Yeah.
You know, your scores were, you got the good waves, but you also surfed them so well. As you see, this is the best ride of the heat, so the final so far. What do you reckon, Max?
Yeah, I'd say it would be. Threw a lot of spray on that first turn and rode out clean at the end.
There we
Yes.
go. Couple of nice scores there for Hunter, a 6.33 and a 7.17.
Oh, wow. He's opened up a bit of distance now between him and Lachlan.
Talk us through what Lachlan might be feeling at the moment, Maxi. Just sort of behind the 8 ball at the minute. How do you like his chances coming into the last 12 minutes? Obviously, I know you're quite close with Hunter and you're cheering on your mate, but just from another perspective of a competitor, like what's it like to be out there hearing that you're in second?
Yeah, I definitely think Hunter's got to be careful. If Lockie gets priority and gets himself on a good wave, we know what Lockie's backhand's like. He'll definitely rip it if he gets on a good wave.
So what do you reckon, Max? I mean, Lockie, to me, looking there, he needs a high 8, something in the high 8s. That's a big score right now. How do you reckon? Do you reckon he waits with priority for that high 8, or is it a two chipper?
I reckon he betters his 3 or 4.87 and then waits for priority because he's still got a bit of time on the clock. Here he goes now.
Take us through it, Maxi.
Carve.
He's got a little runner.
Ooh. That wave probably better the 3. Didn't offer too much, but
Yeah.
He's probably got to better that 4.87 though, right?
Yeah.
Like, because to really get into the game here, I reckon he might have done it there.
Yeah, if he has, it might be just. But as we saw from an earlier heat, I mean, again, I was sort of, he needed a 9.5, and I wasn't ruling him out for his ability, but it was more just the conditions. You know, a 9.5 was such a big score, and it's the same now with him, like you said, Bugs, needing about an excellent ride, an 8-ranger. That's like, gee, man, they're hard to come across out here today. So I think what he's done well.
Oh, Hunter just linked one nice.
This is looking solid. It looks like he's built up to a peak performance in the final. This is the right time to to really do it, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
That comes with a bit of experience. And Hunter, has he had a lot of experience in Connors?
Yeah, he has. He's had a couple great results before.
Did you guys have a final here at the Occy?
Yeah, last
year. Yeah. You got the win there, eh?
Yeah.
Well done,
wow.
son. And was that in the last year of the 14s, or was that your first year of the 16s?
14s.
Cool.
This is my first year of the 16s.
And you get
now.
another year at this age group. Yeah,
Yeah.
classic. And you guys are the same age?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, there'll be lots more battles to come by the sound
Yeah,
of
for
things.
sure. He's 1 month older than me.
Gotcha.
Oh, no. I'm 1 month older than him.
Yeah.
That's classic. But, yeah, like you said there, Bugs, he might have improved just slightly, a 5.8 there for Lachlan. But I think we're waiting for a score of Hunter, which is sort of like the hallmark of a great surfer, isn't it, Bugs? Just when the level gets raised, they go again, and then it's better again and again, and you just seem like you can never quite claw them in.
Yeah, he's answering everything Lachlan throws at him. Because Lachlan just got himself in a position where now he needs up in the high 8s, the high 7s.
Hunter's in a pretty good position here. Great start.
Certainly is, isn't he? I think if we're not waiting for one more score, it's like definitely a very favourable scoreboard for Hunter at the moment. But I have a feeling he might have even improved on a score. We'll just come back to that in a minute.
It was a good
or so.
ride.
It looked like he had a pretty good ride there in the replays.
It did look like one of the top couple of rides in the heat so far.
There it is, an 8.2. So as you mentioned, Bugs, like just continuing to inch in front, and you know, job well done there for Hunter.
Yeah.
He's put it back on
Great
Lockie
position.
now.
Oh, Lockie.
Take us through this one,
Looks
Maxine.
like a good wave. Oh, no.
He's going to need a solid 1-2 combo to get back in this heat, because that's what Hunter's doing.
He's kind of in that same position as earlier, where now he's going to need like upwards of a high 9. He really needs to bring that requirement, I feel, back closer to 9. Again, it's not so much for the talent that these boys have. They've got that in them to do it. But as you know, Maxie, with that tide running out, I just don't know that we'll see that many high-scoring rides. What do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely getting a lot more sucky and shallow on that sand bottom. It's definitely harder to fit your turns in. You got to give yourself a bit of space down the line.
Well, I'm doing my math here. I think he needs a 9.57 right now, which is really a big score.
Huge score.
In his semi-final against Maverick, he needed a 9.2 and he got a 9.27, so he's definitely capable.
He's got it in him for sure.
That's unreal, isn't it? That's so good when you do that.
And what boards have been on this, mate, this week, mate? I know JS been a long-time supporter of you, and they're supporting this event really well, and yours and Hunter's boards looked amazing. What were you riding?
Yeah, I was on a JS Monster 2020.
Lovely.
5.1.5 by 16 5/8.
Lovely.
Such a great board.
What's it like hanging with the JS team? I know they put a lot of work into their team riders, and the team photo shoots are always like a pretty star-studded lineup, aren't they?
Yeah, it's such a great crew. JS is really supporting us, and he's such a great dude.
What's it like doing those big team photo shoots?
Yeah, it's pretty cool seeing all the pros and WSL surfers. It's definitely a good experience seeing them do all the big combos and airs around me and Hunter.
Yeah. And crew from all over the world. You know, guys like Ramsey and Matthias Hurdy and Sammy Pupo's just joined the team. So it must be pretty cool to see all those different kind of surfers in your backyard.
Yeah, for sure. Here goes Lockie.
Nice little slash there as he brings this one through the inside. A good sequence of turns there. Probably not quite getting the finish that he was chasing though, Maxie?
No. Do you think he might better his 4.87?
I think he might, but the point that Uncle Rabbit made earlier is that at this point in the heat, that sort of becomes inconsequential, and that's just because he's behind. If he was in front, bettering the second score becomes worthwhile, but just because he's behind, he's chasing. At the end of the day, he really needs to improve on the 5.8, just to narrow that requirement, bring it down.
Yeah, he needs to get about a 6.5 just to bring it down to at least a manageable, gettable score. I think that was a good ride. It's just, as you said, Stacey, that there was no finish to it, but a couple of good moves. And look at now Hunter is on the hunt.
Yes.
On the hunt.
He's become the hunter.
He's had one second place here at the hands of you, Maxie. I don't think he wants another one. I think he wants the big trophy.
For sure.
And what trips you been going on lately, mate? You're a pretty busy boy. Did you go to Hawaii recently?
Yeah, I went to Hawaii with Billabong not too long ago. Me and Hunter flew over by ourselves, and that was so fun.
So good. Where'd you stay?
Stayed at the Billabong house at Pipeline.
How lucky.
It's the best.
So we see the boys just following each other down the line there, and rightly so. Some good strategy. Hunter's just got to be careful there. He doesn't look to use his priority. It was just looking.
Well, there's that 6.5 I talked about.
Nice call, Bugsy. Take us through this one, mate.
Ooh.
Getting a little bit of umbrella action there as the lads move down the line.
Wow, that's made it pretty interesting. It was a good ride, and if he got the big finish, he would have got up in the 7s, but the 6.5 is pretty handy as we come into the last 5 minutes.
And yeah, you're spot on, Bugs. That's just going to bring it back down to a bit more of a bite-sized.
It's back to the high 8s, I think.
8.87, which is, but I still think that's like pretty relative to what's possible out there. We did see that earlier. Like you said, Maxie, he needed a big 9 earlier, and he got it.
Yeah.
But it was just through that chipping away at that big score that kind of brought it into a number that, allowed for what the conditions were going to allow. At the end of the day, at this point in the event, everyone's capable of a 10, but you do need that canvas to work with.
Yeah, for sure.
And with that tide running out for the rest of the day now,
made it a lot harder.
It's made it a lot harder, hasn't it? But there's still some fun waves out there. The gents are doing a great job. I mean, if you look at these totals, 15.37 and 12.3, they're, even the 12.3 is a great total for today's conditions.
That's what I'm calling. I'm calling this is a high-scoring final.
Yeah.
Oh, look out. Now, Hunter has got priority now, wouldn't he?
Yes, he would.
Yeah. He's just cleverly positioning himself down the line from Lockie. How's Evans Head board riders going, Maxie? You got a bit of a crew down there?
Yeah, there's actually a lot of great surfers coming up from Evans. A couple of my mates are surfing really well.
Awesome. And what about in the women's? Any young girls ripping down there, or any open women's?
Yeah, there is. There's a couple of younger women.
Yep.
My sister,
Awesome.
she's surfing a bit, and
Sick.
a couple of her friends
Cool.
are definitely getting into it.
Yep. Love to see you guys at the ABB one year.
Really?
I'd love to. I reckon that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Young fella such as yourself, and maybe
Yeah, I reckon that'd
maybe
be
we
pretty
can
cool.
Borrow Cal Robbo off the tour if we're lucky. Might
Yeah.
have to get a letter signed off to get him down there.
I do Liba,
Oh, you do too. That's
Yeah.
right.
but
I understand why. I do get it. They're a great club.
yeah, they are.
Yeah. How long you been doing them for?
Oh, it would have been about 4 years now.
Oh, good on you. Yeah,
Yeah.
fantastic club. Great part of the world.
Yeah.
And obviously, Rabs is the man here at Snapper, and then I've been in that club since I was a young grommet. And you do get kids from other areas come to join the club just because their town might not have a board riders and
Yeah.
stuff like that. And getting in those competitive clubs is it's great for your
so
surfing,
good,
and
yeah.
good to. It's great training.
Great heat practice, hey?
It is. Speaking of heat practice, Hunter's done a fair bit of that. He knows exactly how to close this one out. There's 3 minutes or under 3 minutes now on the clock. And
go.
So in this situation, Max, what would you be thinking if you're Lachlan Argos? What would you be thinking you need to do to get away from the Hunter?
Just try to separate himself a bit to Hunter. Probably not sit up on the point on him because Hunter can swing and go.
Now, what about trying to sell him onto a wave or
Yeah,
See, I'd maybe think about turning around and just taking anything, just get down the line,
get down the line.
get away.
Or sell Hunter on a wave and then he'll end up with priority.
And we saw that in the last heat there with the under-16 girls. Like, that was exactly what needed to happen. And it did happen a couple of times. Olive Hardy did sell Quincy on one back and forth. And, it was, it's just that game that you got to play. But, look, I don't want to, we'll let Lockie get this right here.
I think this might be what I was talking about now.
Yes,
and,
he has.
and then just keep paddling wide. Don't go back there.
I don't want to jinx it, so I'm not going to say anything. But I think you might be needed pretty soon, Maxie, so we're going to let you go, brother.
Let me go.
Let you go. Thanks for coming in.
Yes, Hunter.
Well, I don't know. There's still a minute 45 to go, so I'm not going to say anything. But I do wish you all the best for the remainder of this heat, mate. I know you've got a good friend in the water. Appreciate your time, Maxie. See you soon, mate. Good
one,
lad.
Max.
But as for the Lachlan camp, it's still well within reach. We've seen him do it once before.
Yep.
And we've just relieved young Maxie McGilvray here from the booth.
He's got something special going on.
He might have something special going on. I don't want to say anything.
He looked pretty excited.
Charlie Medina owes me, not me, he owes Malia Manuel a CT win. Courtney Conalog needed a 10-point ride at Bells, and he said, nah, it's done.
Oh.
You know what happened after that.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. It's never over till it's over.
No, a minute to go. But they're dangerously close to each other.
Charlie Medina, come on, mate. Why did you say that? Outside, some good set waves approaching. Still priority with White, and he will execute it here on this wave.
Jeez, he's been getting the good ones.
Wow, little runner. Oh.
Yeah.
Pretty much had to go, right? That wave looked like it was going to be good. You just can't take any chances at this stage in the game.
Oh, he was going on that one.
Yeah. So now it's Lachlan out the back, Bugs.
Look at that. Just corkscrew, just weighted himself perfectly. What a final. This is an amazing performance. Look at
Here we go. Yeah, that's it. Just wait. There's still 15 seconds left, You do want to make sure that you don't throw out any bad energy. And you're also respectful to the fellow competitors out there as well that are still trying to surf their heat. But it looks like it is going to be wrapped up here, Bugs. Our blue ribbon division.
Yeah, just a scintillating win there by Hunter. Now I see what was going on. It's the honour.
How good. Congratulations, Hunter Anderson, under 16, Occy Grom Comp champ, as we see embracing his mates down there, and rightly so. Classic little characters, aren't they? Absolute frothers.
Absolutely.
Well done, Hunter. Great sports there.
Great sportsmanship there. Lachlan coming to congratulate Hunter on a great win. Well,
this is classic. This is
going
to be a bit of a lopsided chair here.
I was going to say, this is a big effort. Oh, yeah. Oh, Lachlan's going to do it. That's awesome.
Here we
That's
go.
really awesome.
Nice. Well done, Hunter.
Oh, look at the little guy behind. He knows what to do.
Yeah. Well trained.
Well trained. He knows the script.
So sick. It's a long chair.
Yeah, there's a lot of sand at Snapper. This could be,
there is.
I can see, Maxie's starting to, feeling the
All that training they've been doing paying off. Well done, kids. Well done. It's a sick result there, and his name will go alongside a couple of very, very prestigious names there on the under-16 boys trophy.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Really good. A lot of well wishes. It was really good to see Lachlan, get it down there and share him up the beach. That's really an awesome gesture.
How good. Well done, Hunter. Well done, Lockie. Great stuff, boys. We're going to take a short break here at the Billabong Occy Grom Comp. Don't go anywhere. More finals action coming right up. Stay tuned.
Actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
Here we are at the Occy Grom Comp, and the under-14s girls final is out in the water, but look at this, Bugs. What a fantastic final that last one was.
Oh, wow.
And, Lockie Argios, he'd been so special throughout this event, but, geez, it was a tale of the goofs, and you can't go past Hunter. What a performance.
No, well, Hunter is just the champion, but, Lachlan Argus can hold his head high because he had a great tournament.
He did. Well, interesting stuff about to play out right now in this under-14s girls final, mate. Eliza Richardson, Rosie Richardson, twin sisters. Like, I can only think of a handful of times in life where this may have gone down. And the Hobgoods obviously would have surfed finals in their sort of junior amateur days against each other. Yeah, far out. What other twins are there? There's Joel and Kai. They would have surfed a few heats against each other.
Yeah, that's right.
The Fitzgerald twins.
The Takahashi twins.
Oh, there you go. There's other twins in this event as well, so classic.
Now that's a first.
So apparently, Eliza has the rub on Rosie a bit.
Okay.
They've met a few times in finals, and Eliza might have the edge.
And she has in the first exchange.
And there you go. And Eliza, Rosie would be aware of this, but Eliza has probably been the form surfer of the entire event, boys and girls.
Yeah.
She's just been rampaging through the draw and posting monstrous numbers. But something happens when you come up against your siblings.
Yeah, I think I'm going for the underdog. I'll go for Rosie in this one.
Okay, all right. You throw it down, mate.
You wouldn't normally do that, but with twins,
yeah,
I think you've got to separate them.
Okay, well, if you're on Rosie, I'll go for Eliza, and then that way there's someone in the booth batting for both teams.
Unreal.
There you go.
Well, Rosie she went down pretty hard on that one. She went for it, but she a bit of a missile through the water.
Yep. So Rosie Richardson out there in the red, 3.33. Eliza in the white.
Yeah, it'll be expected that whoever loses to chair the other one. Absolutely expected.
Yes, of course. Well, it's become such a massive tradition now in all surfing right around the world, Bugs. When did you first see it starting to pop up?
What, twins?
No. The chairing. The chairing's rather kind of, it's not. That wasn't going on in the 70s, was it?
Oh, absolutely not.
No, you wouldn't. You'd rather spear tackle someone into the sand than carry them up the beach.
No, halfway up the stairs at Bell's, and hang on, up the stairs at Bell's. Hang on, there's been a bit of he's over.
Come and grab a seat, brother. Oh, this will be fun. So we've got a very special guest. Yeah, mate. The earphones don't work, so you'll just be chatting to us. We'll just talk extra loud. There you go, mate. Whack it on. And congratulations, Hunter.
Thank
Huge result, mate. Winner of the Occy Grom Comp. How does it feel?
I'm super stoked. I've been working for it for, I don't know, a year.
Yeah.
I've just been having such bad results, and finally to get a win, it's been good. So
Good on you,
super
man.
stoked.
And, working on it for a year. So that's how much this comp means to you, Groms.
Yeah.
Like, you can see it a long way off, and you're just like, eyes on the prize. That's where I'm going to be in a year's time. I'm going to lift that trophy.
Yeah, me and Maxie had the final last year. He got me, but
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he
one.
told us all about that. He was just in here commentating.
Yeah.
He told us that he won last year, but you've moved up a division.
yeah.
That's
Under
awesome.
16s.
That is so awesome,
Yeah,
Hunter.
super stoked.
So tell us about, the final, you really peaked at the right time.
Yeah.
15 point, I think it was 15.23. I mean,
Yeah.
there's two big scores.
Yeah, I couldn't hear anything, so I came in. I was like, I was pretty surprised at the scores, but yeah,
Oh, wow. Rosie hit. That's 2 big snaps.
Jeez,
And
Rosie.
she's going to get a third. And, mate, do you know these girls? Are you familiar with their surfing?
yeah, they used to be in Mitchell Peterson's board riders club, Noosa board riders.
Yep.
So I know them up to a certain point. Yeah, but I do know them. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I've heard that Eliza's been sort of getting the better of their exchanges over the past few finals.
Yeah,
Like-
Eliza in the lead at the moment.
and Eliza in the lead, but Rosie just got a score then for sure.
That's a score. I'm calling Rosie's going to get a pretty decent number there. She looked good on that wave.
Mate, how tricky is it out there? Is it hard to pick the ones that are going to stand up and give you a little bit of a run?
Like I was sort of sat out the back, got 2 good ones. Oh, Rosie 6'5".
Wow.
That's what I thought. I thought that was
it was-
a better ride than Eliza's first
Yep.
one.
Yeah, it was pretty tricky out there. I was just sort of trying to follow the waves. Like, I got 2 good ones out the back. I couldn't hear anything, so I went down here, and then I had to pedal back up. It was just no good down here.
Mate, one thing that blows my mind and has really impressed me throughout this event is the way that you guys understand strategy. Like, right at the tail end of there, it was crucial that you held Lockie off that last set wave. Any chance?
Yeah, 'cause I paddled for it, and I pulled back at the last minute. I knew he'd paddle, but he'd be too deep, so I'd still get priority off him.
Ah, cool. See, that's what, mate. Where does all this knowledge come from? Is it coming from coaches? Is it coming from the HPC?
Yeah.
Is it?
Coaches.
Yep.
Mark Richardson.
Oh, as good as it gets, mate. There you go.
And some of the people at the HBC definitely been doing heat strategies
Yep.
and that. Been working up to this,
Cool,
so I'm
mate.
super stoked.
So what's the dream for you, Hunter? I mean, obviously, this is a huge win. This is a breakthrough win, I'd call it, in your career. It's the biggest under-16s comp in the world. You've got that title, mate. So where do you go from here? Nice
Skull
little row.
Candy, obviously.
Oh, straight down the coast.
Yeah.
Next comp, Bugs.
Yeah.
You'd be familiar with that pattern, wouldn't you, mate?
Totally. It's a Grom tour.
Oh. Yeah,
Well, Eliza just got a pretty good one there, and I
Skull
think
Candy. That'd be a good win. And did you hear about the new comp down in Vico? Another 10,000.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know what it's called. It's like the. Do you know what it is? The new 10,000 comp down in Vico.
Let me check. I normally know every event in every tour.
Yeah.
But not that one.
I don't even know what it's called.
We'll get to the bottom of that and we'll find out. But, so it's just all about short-term goals for you at the moment, mate. Obviously, the big dream would be to get on tour one day, I'd imagine.
Win a world title.
Oh, far out, Bugs. Sound familiar?
Yeah.
You've heard a few kids say that in your time. And you've really created the pathway, Bugs, for kids like Hunter to realise those dreams.
Which one's which?
Yeah, it's tough, mate. Well, look, let me help you out. Eliza's in white, Rosie's in red. That's about the only way you can tell.
Well, she's a goofy, though.
Yeah.
She's a goofy, and Rosie, our little
Eliza.
Rosie, she's a natural.
Oh, wow. I didn't, what am I talking about? Classic.
10 minutes ago.
10 minutes. Oh, that's flown by, man.
Yeah,
Flown
halfway
by.
through the final.
How quick does time go by in these finals, mate?
It was so quick for me in that heat, except for the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, when you're holding down the lead and you've got to use priority. That's
And have you had many heats against Lachlan?
No, not really. Eliza. Oh, crack.
Jeez.
That's a good score.
That was just one. Like that
Good
last
turn.
one, she got a 6-3 on that last one for 2 sort of quick turns. That was one big one.
I reckon that's a good score.
You know what's crazy is Rosie,
judging,
Rosie got a 6.5 and she might have been going, okay, this is great, but you know that Eliza's going to throw every single thing, including the kitchen sink at her.
How's that spray?
Here we go. Rosie now. Flying down the line, plenty of speed, needs a big turn here and gets it.
Yeah.
And the low road bonus section. Would have been so good to get a little extra kicker in there. That would have been another 6-point ride for sure.
Yeah. So she's got the highest score of this final so far.
Yeah.
So you can imagine, Eliza and Rosie come through this. She gets this one good turn. And this is a tricky section.
Yeah.
It's a real crumbly
And then to
section.
even just get
Over
down
the
to
double
there.
up. Then she just got on that wrong side of the rail,
It's so sucky out there.
Yeah.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can imagine them in the under 6s, the under 8s, and they come back and whoever wins gets
Wow,
one.
there we go. Eliza Richardson, 7.83.
Whoa! Eliza.
That was a huge turn, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a huge turn.
Heavy section. Spray went
I think that was one. I think that was one of your scores for a while there. A 7.83. I think you got an 8.2.
Then I got an 8.
Yeah, you got the 8.2. That blew that out the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, when they're in the under 6 division together, the twins in the final, and they come in and the winner gets one extra M&M.
So how's this, mate? A 4.7 for Larsa Rosie. She needs a 6, or what is it, a 7.64 to move into first. And, will it come down to the backup rides here? If she can get that.
Well, it looks like Eliza's got her two good scores
very
locked
good
in
scores,
for the
hasn't
moment.
she? Yeah, that's right.
Could imagine the beef between these two out
Oh,
here.
mate, can you imagine? Yeah, it's not just a battle in this heat. It's a constant battle in all areas of life when
You
you're a
remember
twin.
when I won this?
Yep.
Yeah, sort of that back and forth.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Do you reckon they get chirpy? Chirp at each other? Just like
Probably. All brothers and sisters are like
they
that.
do. Have you got brothers and sisters,
I've
mate?
got a younger brother.
A younger brother?
He's 10.
Cheeky?
Oh, no, he's good. His name's Nate.
Nate dog. Hope you watch him, mate. Or is he on the beach?
He's on the beach.
Oh, classic, yeah. So what's the deal? Are you up here with the family? You made a big holiday
Oh, no,
out
I
of
just
it?
moved down here.
Oh, classic.
I moved from the sunny coast down to Palmy.
Oh, the old Parko pathway, eh?
Yeah.
He's from up that way, relocated to Goldie.
Yeah,
That's
he
when
lived
his
at-
career
Parker
just
lives
went
at Moffat
kaboom.
too.
Yeah, that's
That's
right.
where I live.
Is it?
Yeah, well, I used to.
Well, I had a chat with Gary Elkington and Joel Parkinson. They were saying that Moffat's Beach is exactly like tiny little Sunset Beach. They were saying that there's a rock there and the way that it all breaks, Bugs. They were going, that schooled them
Except the shore is a bit better.
to become because they both won, I think, three different comps at Sunset Beach, both those guys. So Sunset experts. What is it about the sunny coast in Hawaii, Bugs?
Yeah.
So many performers from up there, mate.
Yeah,
Julian Wilson, pipe master. Gary Elkington, pipe master.
Yep.
Joel Parkinson, pipe master.
Yeah.
And all Sunset
Hopefully
champions.
Reefy boy's coming through.
Yeah, Reefy boy, what a legend. He's over there in the Changers, isn't
He
he?
got knocked yesterday.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, it was a tough heat.
Yeah, it was a tough heat, wasn't it? Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, love reef surfing. He's just got more pop.
Just couldn't find a good wave,
Packet
could
of
he?
Pringles, that kid.
Yeah, we were down at for a South Coast trip down at Ballina, and we had the Yeti.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had that, and me and Reef split the peak because we took him down for the trip. And I pulled off the back of mine, and as you swing the camera over, Reef was just doing double his one at Rockies.
Oh,
the biggest
wow.
straighter, and just lands it perfectly.
Yeah. That's what launched him into the world.
Yeah.
Those free surfing, your little Rocky session, he did 2 monstro airs, and all of a sudden the whole entire world went, wait, whoa, who is this?
Yeah.
And, it's pretty rare. And then he gets into a couple of CT wildcards and went ballistic, mate. Got a 9th at Narrabeen. He surfed in Margaret's a couple of times now, and far out. He's just such a talented surfer, isn't he?
Yeah. He rips too. Like I surf. He used to live a minute walk away from me.
Yep.
5 minutes left in a 2 Richardson's final.
Yeah, classic, eh? Oh, mate, this is, probably a familiar situation for Rosie because she's surfed a few heats, as we've said. I kind of got the lowdown on the rivalry here between the sisters.
Okay.
And Eliza has the edge at the moment. They keep
Okay.
surfing against each other, and it's Eliza who keeps getting the win. So Rosie would just love
A win.
to get one back, chalk it up.
14.13 heat total. Wow.
Here we go.
Oh, hang on.
Boom. Oh.
Wow, touch of the Chelsea hedges
Tell you
there.
what, that
eh?
would have been. I reckon that would have made better than 6-3
If she'd
landed
made it, yep. A little bit more flair.
Going off that 7-8.
Drainy section.
Yeah, she might. She's left the door open now, though, for
Got
Rosie.
priority.
Come on, Rosie.
Oh.
Tide's even getting lower, isn't it?
It is, mate. And here goes Rosie. She's
Here we
got
go.
one here. It's clean face. Snap
Snaps it off
right
the
on the
top.
sister's face too.
Boom.
Oh! Oh, can't get the right out.
Oh, that was a shame. She's having a go. She's really having a go.
It really
though.
is. I mean,
Yeah.
look, it's not just about these two. Eliza Richardson has been the form surfer of the event, Bugs, like
Yeah.
by far.
That's right.
Boys or girls. So, you know, Rosie, she knows what she's got to do, and she knows she can bring something that maybe other competitors can't bring against Eliza.
Yeah.
But it's still a mountain to climb because far out, mate. Eliza Richardson has just been building and building, and all her numbers to get through her heats are huge.
Yeah.
Who's your favourite surfer? Hunter?
I have to go Arcow. I
Arcow.
love him, eh?
Good on you, mate. Yeah, actually, I could see a little bit of Arcow
Yeah.
in your style. Have you
Yeah.
heard that before?
Yeah. I think I've heard. Oh, I've heard a few. I've heard Tommy Carroll,
Oh,
Ryan, Sean Cansdale.
oh, mix them all together in a big blender, mate. You got a little Hunter and
Yeah,
the
that's what
champion of the Occy Grom
That's
comp.
what you got.
Yeah.
Good on you, mate. That's a fairly far out. I would take any of those guys, even just a pinch of them.
Yeah.
That's a great compliment to be compared to those names, man.
Oh, 3 minutes. That's gone so quick.
Hasn't it? So this final's just about done and dusted. And it's Eliza Richardson who's holding down the lead. Rosie has a really good score under her belt, a 6.5, but she needs that 7.64, fellas. And it's really tricky. Tide's still going out, believe it or not.
It was even tricky when I was out there. Like, I just took off on my last wave. I did one snap and then couldn't get another turn. It just ran off on
Yep.
me.
Yep, it's so fast, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
But every now and again, you get the one that kind of wedges like this. And Eliza's
Go,
actually
Eliza.
user priority.
Boom.
Oh, that was so
Two.
nice.
Oh, that would have been a big score.
Yeah, and that first turn was just showing you everything
Super quick transition.
that
Good
she's
surfing.
got. Yeah, really good surfing, mate. Great stuff. And what's the plan? So straight down to Lennox? You going to go down tonight, or are you going to
No, I'm going to Top Golf tonight, believe it or not.
Top Golf
Yeah.
to celebrate?
Yeah. I can say that.
Okay, Maxie going to be there with you?
I think he might come, yeah.
Yeah, good
I
stuff.
hope he comes. I'm
Excellent,
going with
mate.
Mitchie, but yeah. Because they're staying at our house. Like, boom.
Oh, how's
Boom.
that?
How's a transition?
Yeah,
Bang, bang.
that's world-class surfing right
That's
there.
excellent, sir. If she landed that, that's in the, like, 8s.
You reckon it's going
9s.
excellent?
Yeah, that was a good
Yeah,
surfing.
I'll go along with that. That was in the 8s for sure if she landed that. First turn was so good.
Wasn't it?
Quick.
Now, you reckon they'll dock her a little bit for going for that second one if she just pulled off that first big one?
See, Matt Wilkinson, do you remember years and years ago, Bugs, there was the Coldwater Classic, came back to the CT, won
Yep.
at one CT at Santa Cruz.
That's right.
Willie was in the final,
Yep.
had priority.
Yep.
He gets this wave, uses priority, which leaves TB out the back, with a minute to go. He does 3 monstro backside snaps and then falls on the last one, right? But he always maintains that if he didn't fall, he would have got the score.
He would
And
have.
they punished him for not completing.
No, it's the same as Philippe Toledo versus Medina a couple of years ago in the finals.
Yep.
Like he did the best surfing you could ever imagine, then went for just a real weird little spinner at the end and fell off, and they docked him.
They said, no soup for you.
Yeah.
Here we go,
At
Eliza.
28,
To close
Eliza.
out. Wow, 20 seconds.
What do you reckon, mate? You got to complete, don't you? It just has to be done. You have to get that last turn, and you got
You
to
have
grease
to land it. When
Yeah.
I was out there then, I almost fell on 2, which was both the 7. Here we go. Eliza. Not much on that wave. On
Oh, Rosie looks a little bit disappointed here. And the sister chalks up another victory.
Yeah.
Eliza, but mate,
It's
It's
a family celebration.
Oh, it should be.
First and second.
Absolutely. This is a massive moment for both sisters and for the family. Congratulations to the Richardsons in Hull. I mean, I know that Rosie's going to be disappointed for sure, but
It's not like she didn't compete good.
exactly, Hunter.
She had
Thank
a
you
good
for that,
final.
mate. Very good. Well said. Very well said. And the sisters come in, and it's a ginger cuddle. But, Rosie is going to be probably bummed. There's no two ways about it. You know, you don't like losing to your siblings. It doesn't matter who you are. You know, me and Ronnie, we play backgammon. I hate losing to him. I hate it.
Exact feeling.
Yeah. So, anyway, look, we're going to take a break here. Congratulations to Eliza Richardson. She gets the W at the Occy Grom Comp. More finals coming up after this break. Hunter.
Yeah.
You actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
Well, 4 days of red-hot gromity action. The froth is everywhere all over the beach. It's all come down to this, the last three heats of the event, and this is the under-14 boys final. We've got the under-12s finals after this. We've already crowned 3 champions, and we're about to crown another one as we see Hemi O'Brien versus Lakana Cullen. This is going to be a lot of fun. Vaughan Blake in the commentary box. Mark Occhilupo, welcome back, mate. Your Grom Comp has delivered yet again.
So stoked.
What a great weekend.
Yeah, it's been a great week, and good to see the waves picked up a little bit today. These two kids, Hemi and Lakana, both surf really well in their semis to get here. But here we go, up and riding straight up.
This is Hemi, and a beautiful first turn. Gets the combination. I'll tell you, they're as rare as hen's teeth in this low tide. He gets a third turn in, and he will ride out, and this is going to be a great way to open this final. He's actually got a couple of scores already, Ock.
Yeah, he has just smallish scores, but that one will be a big one.
Yeah. So Lakana is really building incredible momentum. His semi-final was a full mind-blower. He just went completely mad.
Yeah, I saw it. It was very impressive.
Yeah. We've already crowned 3 champs.
I saw.
We had Quincy.
Yes.
Hunter. And Eliza Richardson just then.
Yep.
So that's our 16s, one of the 14 finals done. No real surprises, I don't think.
No,
right.
I don't think there is either, Vaughno. Because Quincy, honestly, she spends more time out here than anyone.
Got the cover of Surfing Life, right?
Out of the women and even the men. She does.
Yep.
And her mother films every sesh, and it's every day from dawn till dusk.
Yep.
And I saw her mum up there at Rainbow Surf Club having a wine, and she deserves it because she spends so much time with her and the commitment. They're going places. I reckon Quincy, she's got a good chance of getting on that Challenger Series.
Yeah, fantastic, mate. She's been in Stab High, so she's done a bit of travel. She's competed overseas. She's a name that people are watching. She just got the cover of Surfing Life in a really nice tube, so that's
Yeah,
a huge
I saw
feather
that.
in her cap. And now she's got the Occy Grom Comp win.
She
That's
has.
all time.
Yeah, deserved it. And Hunter, very deserved it. He rides for JS. He spends a lot of time up here because of that.
You said he just moved to the Goldie, actually.
Oh, yeah, and actually he has moved, yeah. So no wonder I've seen him.
Yeah, mate, you've been seeing him.
Good move, and, we've all done it, haven't we? We all made the move, a lot of us up here. Me, myself, about, over 30 years ago. But, in this, you just got to do it. There's just so many good surfers and so many good waves. It's what do you call it?
Well, it's a hotbed.
Hotbed.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's a breeding ground. It's a fertile little petri dish full of nutrients for a surfing career.
I knew you'd have the words.
Mate, so Hunter was amazing. If there's a surprise in the under 16 boys final, it's just that a goof came out here at Snapper and just schooled everyone. And they've been really the dominant force in this event. Eliza, obviously goofy as well, just took out her sister who's a regular footer. So something's moving, something's brewing, Ock.
Yeah, love it.
The goofs, mate.
Yeah, I'll get more goofies on tour, that's what I say.
I'd love to see a few more rippable, long...
Lefts on tour.
I think the dream tour. Yeah. Let's get a little rejig going on here as we see Hemi on fire. Jeez, he's in rhythm right now. Rocky, he's off to a flyer. I tell you what, sometimes in these sorts of conditions with the tide going out, you can really find yourself just doing a lot of paddling and looking around, but these guys are on. And Lakana now. That's more like it. Whoa. Well, that's firepower right there, Rock. If you want to point a difference, it's not that sort of little pocket snaps. It's releasing those fins.
Yes, definitely. And it's monsoonal out there right now, by the way. We haven't had rain here for about 2 months, and it's pouring down. It's really coming down. We do need it.
Yeah.
So just to put back those bushfires, when you really needed some rain. It's good, but it's testing conditions for the kids. Low tide, very wet. You really got to bring your, your A game and just get through this weather and put down some good scores. Hemi he's put down a 6.67, so here we go. Lakana.
Yeah, Lakana.
2 quick turns right there in a short space of time.
He is so good at sort of fitting his board into really small spaces on these waves, isn't he? And he whips it really hard. He's got this amazing ability to hit the lip and pull the nose right up under his board. It's a really good skill to have in such short, dumpy waves.
It's a good skill to have anyway. I mean, even on tour, if you can do that, it's just another weapon in your arsenal. And look at that. 2 real quick turns and really rhythmical too. They were good. I think the judges will like that, and they did at 5.83.
Oh, he's into the
lead. There's been
lead.
a situation change.
Interesting, because I thought Hemi was off to it looked like he had just jumped on the horse and started whipping it and was running off over the horizon. But Lakana's pulled him back here. 5.83 and a 6.37. Oh, the judges love this one.
Oh, so it probably was a 6. Yeah, and
no, that was a
replay.
throwaway.
That wasn't a score. But yeah, maybe that was not a 5.83. It could have been a 6.3.
Yeah,
7.
I think it's that where his nose finishes up when he hits the lip. It's actually beyond where he starts his turn. So he's got a really, really good ability to put sting into his turn there.
Yeah, well, it was just a little piece of ocean, wasn't it? And there's a lot of them out here. So if you can find that and put a 6-point ride on that, there's a lot more of those out there. So it's pretty hard to beat in these conditions, it seems like.
It reminded me a little bit of a boxing match, that, because Hemi had sort of landed a couple of blows and Lakana just got the counter punches straight in. Didn't sit around, didn't wait, didn't let it get into his head. Just let the surfing sort of answer back straight away.
He's found another little piece right here.
This is Hemi. And I'm loving the energy. These Groms are really wanting it badly. We've seen that in all the finals so far. It's a little bit heartbreaking off when you see, the Groms throwing everything at it.
Whoa.
Oh, and he pulls it out. Fins out the back. This is going to be a big score.
Boy.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even know.
And he gets a finishing turn. Can he ride out of that? No, he can't. I would be... when you do a move that good, like the last turn, you really just want to make sure you make and go a bit safe just so you can hear, your true score of the big move. So I would have tapped that a little bit less. But anyway, they will still score that first move, obviously, and let's see what it is because his fins came right out.
Yeah, that was so cool.
and I thought he nosedived.
He's just such a live wire. I can't believe how quick he is when he brings his turns in. They're sort of like if you blink, you'll miss him. And Hemi is approaching this with the same thing. But I was going to say, it breaks your heart a little bit when you see the kids, coming in if they've lost the final. But it's such an achievement to make it all the way through to finals day, to make it to the final. And, I think once the initial disappointments dissipates, you'll be able to really enjoy the fact that you did so well.
Yeah, definitely. Here we go. Just to have Snapper to yourself, just such a good, learning curve for these kids, having a Challenger Series here, which just ran a couple months to get back. And they've already, had the feeling of surfing out here. So, and they will probably a couple times more before they get to that, that stage in their career. So a lot of experience for them, and it's perfect for them. And I'm stoked Billabong, and Snapper Rocks made it happen. We got the permit to move here. Thank you to the council. Thank you to everyone involved. I mean, it's been such a good event. The webcast has been great. Thanks, boys. And to Bo and Stevie from Billabong. Surf Lakes came on board. JS have been sponsoring it for a while. And then I picked up one of these things. These little things are all time. It's an Mophie charger. So if you're lost in the outback with no charge on your phone, all you got to do is bring this with you. And you rule.
Super handy, mate.
Super handy.
Yeah.
They big aerial, but they suck onto your phone like a reverse leech. They don't suck the power out, they put it back in.
Oh, mate. What would leeches be putting into your body?
Well, I'm
That'd
not
be
too
weird.
sure.
Power, okay. Mate, big air attempt there from Lacano, and this is what he did in his semi.
Look, and he's lost his board. He snapped his leash here.
No.
He's not happy about it at all. It seems like a string problem. He's like, Dad,
and
you
look
stringed up my board wrong.
Look,
and
the tide's changed too. The rip's not taking the board back out to him.
It's not reverse rip on the inside. It's howling. So if he doesn't get it real quick, it'll end up down at Greenmount, wasting a lot of time. So he's got to get on his bike.
And energy.
Like an Iron Man, get those legs up out of the water. Come on, out, lift them.
Uh-oh. Geez, this looks spectacular.
And it looks like White is taking advantage of him not being in the lineup right here. This is exciting stuff, Vaughan.
Yeah, this is something we haven't seen yet. There's a little bit of an equipment failure, and he's going to race around. And Hemi, far out, mate. Run into the Mophie tent. Get on that reverse charger. Get that energy.
He's lost his string. He's actually looking for his string because he's lost the string. And there's no way you're finding it. It's like finding a needle in a haystack.
Oh, mate, yeah, it's
but
longer.
He'd probably be blaming Dad because Dad probably tied his leash on.
And meanwhile...
And that's a dinner table that I don't want to be sitting at.
No, thanks. He looks very upset, Hemi. And rightfully so, mate. This is the final. Come on, it's the Occy Gromcom Under-14s final. Hemi's going to run around here, but someone must be running down a string. Here we go. This is it.
Oh, these guys are wasting some time here. Come on. He needs a score.
Oh, he's going to ditch the leash.
Ditch it. Yeah, just ditch it.
I mean...
Oh, no, this is heavy because one fall and your board's gone again. He's saying, come back. He's like, oh, no, we're going to do your leash or not. Come on, make up your mind, guys.
Oh, well,
We've got time here.
Here's the good news for Hemi. If he can just settle down a little bit, he's got 6 minutes. It'll take literally 15 seconds to paddle out the back, and he's within one scoring
get this
ride.
String through. You know, sometimes when you can't get the string through, and it just doesn't go, and then you need a stick, or a stick, and the stick breaks,
mate,
then you find a shell, and the shell breaks, and the waves are pumping, and then you can't get out there. Oh, it's happened to me how many times?
No,
it'd be 1,000 at least. Look, and they're still battling with this. The Hemi's going, are you kidding me? Seriously? Come on. Yeah, at least get your leash on.
Okay, here we go. He's back in business.
Come on, go, go, go. That's
man.
Pit stop. It was a slow one.
It was a very slow one. But he's got, he's going to be out the back in about 3 seconds, and he's got plenty of time. And look, Lacana didn't actually improve his situation. So here he goes.
Don't talk too soon.
Ooh. Too deep there, Rocky, and I think that Lacana's probably going to be going, I wish I just had one chance to get a little bit of pressure added to Hemi's whole situation. He's going to be a really good comeback here if he can find the right wave.
It would be. definitely make that dinner table, that dinner a bit better, because it's going to be awkward if he doesn't win. Definitely.
It's all part of the game, mate.
It's all part of the game.
Sometimes you snap your board, sometimes you crease your board. I think I remember Andy Irons winning a Pipe Masters final on a crease board. He did a floater and it creased, and he had to surf the whole rest of the final on it. So it can be done, mate. The equipment failures don't end you all the time.
The amount of times I've passed Andy a new board, after him breaking a board in Tahiti or Fiji or Pipeline, is many a time. I've often been Andy's caddy and loving it.
Hemi.
Here we go. Hemi's back out there. He's not happy, but what can he do? He's got an open face.
Snap.
He does a little snap. He's got some more room. I would have liked him to get up there for that second turn.
Yep. There was one little second there I thought, is he going to get tubed on this thing?
I know.
And Lakana here, he's busy.
Yeah, I often think that, like once you've done one good move, and even though you're late to that lip, why not just go for it? Because it's a turn that you might make only 1 out of or 2 out of 10 times. But if you do make it, you've got nothing to lose. You land it, you get doubling your points.
That's it.
Because the lip's there. It's there for a reason.
Look
at
at
that thing.
Oh, see, I thought for a second there might be a bit of vision, and that would be interesting to see
how
how
the
the
judges
judges
go
score
up now and
that.
float over it, light on your feet. Yeah.
You were the master of surfing on whitewash, though. I don't think anyone surfs whitewash like you surf whitewash, mate. You could just bank it off the bottom and just, it's like it was a big green face in front of you. Oh, okay,
3 minutes, yeah. So thanks to everyone involved, I was saying anyway.
Yeah,
Surf Lakes for
that's
coming
right.
on board. Steve and Bo from Billabong, who do a huge effort behind the scenes.
Legends.
Bring this event to you. Safa Scaffer, who is a good mate of mine, Wonksy, that sets the scaffolding up.
That's right.
So it's all family. It's JS, been with them for 20 years.
Creatures are down here?
Yeah, Creatures are here too. Thank you to them. Mick Fanning came down, which was great. All those commentators that, you, Vaughan and
Thank
Rab.
you, Rock. Oh, it's a pleasure to be
and
here, mate.
Liliana and Stacey. Thank you, guys.
Tapper.
Even
Tapper's
had
over
Dingo
there.
Morrison come down and to commentate, and even we had Koa Rothman. I didn't hear that. I wish I heard that interview. I was running errands, but thank you, Koa. I know Koa's dad very well.
And a couple of the Groms.
Eddie, and it's great to have him over here. Hopefully I run into him before he leaves. But it's been fantastic. The judges, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nah, good on you, Ock. And, it's the stoke that makes this comp what it is, mate. And moving it over to Snapper has just been such a buzz. It's really, really fun. I've just been watching, as we see here, with Hemi just caught behind. He's got 2 minutes to make it count. And for him, I guess the positive is Lakana hasn't run away with it yet. The scores are pretty much the same as they were when he had his leggy string blowout. So he's got a little bit of time, and there is the odd wide one that opens up. And, that's what he's hoping for right now. Lakana's deep, and he'll have priority. But
He wouldn't need much,
Here he is.
He'd only need a mid-6.
That's it. A mid-6 will do it. But yeah, mate.
He's looking for a 6.64. I just heard over the beach commentary.
6.64. There it is. It's so doable. And here goes Lakana on the inside. Let's see what he can bring. Nice pocket snap. Yep.
Oh, and he fits 2 in, but doesn't make it.
No, that's not going to change anything. Yeah, the feeling, Occy, of being chaired up the beach by your mates at Snapper Rocks. Far out. I mean, only a handful of crew get to experience that in their entire lives.
No, I came close. I don't think anyone was going to carry me, though. Dingo Morrison beat me in the final back in the day here in the big event.
Yeah, it was an amazing event. The first of the Coolie kids to win at home. And,
yes.
You were just
and there was many
Coolie
to follow.
kid as well.
Well, not really, but but I love the Coolie kids. Joel and Mick ended up winning numerous amounts of time after that.
What's this, Occy? 25 seconds to go. Here he goes, Hemi. Snap. Is he going to get a low road here? Another one. Now he starts to get busy. Gets a big finish.
Right out of it.
He'll ride out of this, and oh my goodness.
He doesn't claim it.
Out the back.
Behind him.
Oh, float the boat and throws it up. Lakana does not ride out. Has Hemi put himself in the frame? You'd have to think he's gone close here, Rock. This is 3 turns right on the buzzer.
I think it's close. We're going to have to stay with this one. And see, after that leg rope dilemma,
My goodness.
finally got him rhythm. And the last wave opened up for him.
Opened up, and he had to get away from Lacana. Lacana had priority, so he had to really motor down the peak. Let's watch this one. First snap. It's a bit of an in-betweeny, speedy, a zappy one there, but the big finish. And he does get the tail slide and rides out. So 3 turns. Judges are really going to have their work cut out here because I reckon it's right there.
Yeah, they're hugging it out. That first turn, and I think he's saying to his to Lacana that the first turn he didn't get all of it.
Yeah.
So, well, maybe just under.
It's going to be right there, mate. That was a fantastic end to that final. Look, he's looking hopeful. You never know. I mean, you're on the beach, Ock. You've been there.
6.3, not enough.
Oh, gosh, that's close. Wow. Oh, you've got to hand it to Lacana. He's been on fire this entire event. He's just been ripping, and he almost slipped through his fingers. But fantastic effort from Hemi. And we're going to have a quick break. Oh, thanks so much for coming to the commentary box, mate.
Thank you, everyone involved.
We'll
I'll see everyone at the Prezzo.
Okay, we're going to have a quick break, and we'll be back in just a moment with more action from the Occy Grom. Check these scenes out. Magic stuff at Snapper Rocks.
Rainbow Bay Surf Club.
Actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
To the Billabong Occy Grom 2023. It's the 18th edition. Up and riding, Navarre Holmes there. Beautiful snap in the lip, unable to just ride out of that turn there, but she's been in great form this whole event and absolutely deserves her spot in the finals here. She's been one of the standout surfers and she'll be looking to go all the way, but she's coming up against some pretty tough competition. Byron Bay local Lehani Zorik, aka the Mini Shuckers, up and riding. She's also been on fire this event, and this is going to be a very hotly contested under-12 girls final. Stace Galbraith in the booth alongside Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, it's kind of gone pretty quick, eh? We're already up to the second last heat of the whole comp.
Yeah, finals day has really just powered through, and we've had some great performances, even, very marginal conditions, you'd have to say, and tricky conditions, but still great performances, high heat scores. I mean, I think the judges have, the head judge has done a good job in making the adjustment to suit the conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a style of surfing you see very often, is it? Like grinding, low tide, groveling. It'd probably have to be one of the hardest things you could do on a surfboard, I think.
Oh, I totally agree. It's so hard. You're really just looking for those little sections to get one or two. If you get a two-turn combo, you're going to be up in the 6s and 7s.
And we've seen that all this week. The judges have been consistent. They're rewarding the bigger surfing, the committed manoeuvres, and both of these surfers have been doing that. But it's just, at this point in time, it is just going to be a matter of, who gets the waves. They're both super talented young surfers.
Yeah, well, I mean, Lehani and Nava are the two standouts in this division. They have been on point the entire tournament. Lehani's been putting down some, big scores. So is Nava. I mean, this is going to be tight, and so far, it's a very low scoring start to this final. Like, no one's broken it open yet with a singular good move. So it's right open to be cracked, this one.
Absolutely, and I like Lehani's approach at the moment. She's just literally riding everything, which I think you have to do on a day like today, because you don't really know. Sometimes the low road becomes available, or it might be a bit of a high road trim, and you just have to roll the dice. And we've come into an era, Bugs, which I'm sure you had a hand in it. I'm confident you did. No wave limit.
Oh, no, that's absolutely... Like, we just got rid of that. Like, remember it used to be... I just hated rules for rules. And you go, why do you have that? First of all, it was 10 waves. You get an 11th wave, you get an interference.
Yeah.
That was outrageous. Then it was 15 waves, and it was like, well, just why limit it? I mean, if we're going to have, like, best two jet ski for entertainment, why have any limitations? Take the shackles off.
Totally. Speaking of taking the shackles off, a great strategical adjustment here, I would say, from Navarre Holmes. There's just not a lot of quality rides at the top here, as Lehani is no doubt keeping an eye on her competitor, Bugs, because this is, this is CT level kind of strategy here, where identifying there's nothing going on at the top. You're not going to live and die by the sword here. We're going to move.
I've been waiting for someone to do it.
Yeah, and the one thing I think we will notice here is that Lehani will follow.
And the classic move there was that with the reverse rip, you actually have to get out of the water and run to... Instead of doing the run around, you're doing the run down.
Might be the first time I've ever seen that happen here.
That's right. That was a good move, because that's the only way to get down. The reverse rip just holds you in that position, or takes you out behind the rock. And we see Lehani now, she's going, hang on, of going down to investigate.
I'll have to see what all the fuss is about down here. They're paddling down to a part of the bank where Mick Lowe defeated Andy Irons in the 2004 Quicksilver Pro.
Oh, yeah.
It didn't happen. It didn't finish at Snapper. It didn't even start at Snapper that year. Big cyclone the week before, as per usual.
No sand whatsoever. It was a rainbow special.
It was.
Yep.
Yep.
And it was still fun.
It was. No, there was some great moments in that event. The expression session that year was, Andy and Bruce Irons, that was like the first time I think I'd ever seen like aerial surfing that big with my own eyes.
Big.
Not just on a film. And I just couldn't even believe what I was looking at. I was like, oh my God. The expression session that year was unbelievable. Andy and Bruce just went absolutely nuts. And then later on in the event, it was Lowy raising one up for the Goofy Footers after Joel and Dean had taken it out the first 2 years, and it sort of never looked like a Goofy was ever going to really get a chance in it in that era.
I remember at the time going, well, we had to move to Rainbow for a Goofy to get it.
It took, I think it took 10 years to the dot, actually, for Gabriel Medina to flip that around.
And again, he did it on the wide bank.
He did, yeah.
It will always stand in controversy in this town forever and a day.
It will.
It just will. It won't ever go away, that one, because the traditional Parko barreling behind the rocks.
Yep.
And Medina, what couldn't be denied was doing those big 8 backhand snaps.
Yes, absolutely. And, it was one of those trending moments.
Yeah, it was a trending moment.
And we have had one of them recently, and the difference is, we'll get back to that in a minute, Leihani Zoriki, nice slash in the pocket there.
Yeah, there's a point of difference right there. I still do feel Parko got underscored on his first good behind the rock. He did everything you could, but it was just one of those things.
Interesting to note that Joel didn't take to a letter to the editor on that, or round up his 2 best mates to post about it online either. They just sort of seemed to cop that one on the chin.
As did everyone in the surf club. We're just like, there was no threats. It was just, okay, well, we might have one more beer.
We'll see at Bell's. Yeah. But no, it's a cool thing about surfing in that it's just, you just need a chip in a chair. Like, Gabriel at the time, to his credit, coming up against Joel at snapper, pumping waves.
Yeah.
Like no one was thinking, particularly here at the Gold Coast, even though he'd had Joel's number in an earlier final in his career at San Francisco, it was still, Parko snapper, just don't even bother.
That's right.
Give him the trophy now.
That's right.
And it is it's the one thing I love about our sport is that favourites are favourites, but if you step up on the day, it's all for the taking, and it is a really cool thing to watch.
There is another element. I don't think it happened this day so much, but there is the other element that you can out-local yourself, and that on memory, your locals will always go to where we should be taking off.
Totally.
But sometimes you come to town, there's a wide bank, and they don't know the break, and they go, well, it looks better over here.
I feel like travelling Australian surfers have been a benefactor to that over the years as well.
That's right.
You go to Hawaii and go, I better just go this wave. Yeah. All of a sudden, you've got yourself a heat total, and it beats a favourite. I think Mitch Cruz beating Shane Dorian at Backdoor Pipeline. You wouldn't think of that in a million years.
No.
But just the fact of just that eagerness and the keenness to go, can go your way.
No, that's true. It's sometimes it's harder on the locals because it's not quite hitting the traditional spot.
As we see behind here, Leihani up and riding. Nice snap in the lip there, like really, really hard turn to do.
Yeah, what's happened is that Nava's gone down there, but nothing has eventuated. So she's really thrown the dice on this one. But the other day, what was happening was that they were horseshoeing into that little Marley rock area. But with this chop and all that, and the low tide, it mightn't be happening too far down the beach.
It's
looks like Leihani's gone about halfway.
Yeah, we saw Jasper Glossop and Jackson Sands have a really good matchup down the bottom there. So it was like signs that there were waves down there.
That's
but
right.
Again, look, as you mentioned earlier, it's just varying degrees of very tricky conditions. There's not one spot that's like a clear standout to the other. It's just where
here's a wave, but
get a bit of
she
luck.
couldn't quite get the chip. Yeah, a bit of luck is in. You always need a little bit of the rub of the green.
Yep.
But Leihani is actually making it work for her.
Yep.
She's on the pulse of whatever pulse is out there.
Yep, exactly.
517 is the high point. And she's just busy. So that, as you said, Stace, you like this strategy.
Yeah, you just got to roll the dice. Here she goes again. Nice open face carve there. You can tell she's got really nice technique. Tucks in for a little tube. Not quite on that occasion, but nevertheless, like a well put together wave. And just trying to build on the 363 at this point.
Yeah, she'll do better. I think she'll definitely do better on this one because that's a great carve for what's out there. This might rival up there with that high fours maybe. 5-2-3.
Highest score of the heat so far. That's put herself in a very, very commanding position here, coming down to the 6-minute mark in this heat.
Oh, it sure is. You think about it now, it's like, it might be high 7s or something. Maybe close to 8. So, yeah, it's not working out down there for Nava.
Yeah, it isn't at the moment, is it? As we see another wave here from Leihani Bugs.
She's just found this little spot where it's just offering, if she can get 2 turns in here, nice little tail slide. So, yeah, she wants to win. She is looking it's a full grommet attack, I'd say.
Yeah, she's absolutely, and she's been pretty ferocious this whole event. In the early round in the heat, using her priority well.
And now she's going down. Like she's got the two. She's happy with her top 2 rides, and now she's going further down the beach.
She's just improved there again, 5, 6, 7 on that last ride. So just edging even further ahead now.
See that wave there for Nava, it was further out. It was a chip. Nava's really hugging the bank, and it's super shallow where she is, and maybe she's just a little bit lost out there. Now she got a 5.7 for that. So she's building.
Building and
Lehani is building and building. Now Nava needs more than an 8. I think more than an 8 out there is 2 chips. I don't believe you can.
Probably going to have to do it in 2, yeah, you're right.
You can't do it in 1 on these conditions. Geez, we're under 5 minutes. This one's just flown by.
It has, hasn't it? Just the Grom froth. The clock just disappears so quick. And still well within her reach, Like you can get a couple of waves out here pretty quick. Like if you look at Lehani's waves, they're all back to back to back to back. They weren't minutes apart.
No.
So it's doable. It's just a matter of finding that opportunity. But I think Lehani's a very savvy competitor, and like you said, she's already gesturing sort of down the line. Which means, I doubt Nava will get 2 free looks at a wave. I think she'll have priority now and she'll get to use it once. But once she paddles back up the point, I'd imagine Lehani will start to come pretty close to her. And that's another thing you have to manage there. How can you get your priority back and get another turn?
I know. Yeah, it's a shame that it hasn't worked out for Nava to go down there and just get one good one, Would have been nice to see it a bit more competitive in this heat, but Lehani just got in that little groove there where she just got a 5.17, then a 5.23, then a 5.7.
Wow, only 3.5 minutes remaining. And again, another great initiative of this event, and it's not something new. Like Billabong have been pushing this format for a long time, and it's the woman-on-woman competition at this point in the event to really give our young juniors a chance at learning all the things that come with these different styles of event. Surfing a 2-person heat bugs, as you know, so different to surfing a 4-person heat.
It really is.
What would be the one big difference that you notice as a competitor?
Well, I mean, I think in the 2, one, just, working the priority properly, wave choice positioning, those basic things, but just having the patience to nail the wave when you need it, and, to get that high point ride. Lehani's doing a great job in building. She's just building her performance. I think in man-on-man surfing, it's really important to do that, and then really use it properly. Use the clock properly in your heat management as you come into that last 5 minutes.
Absolutely. It's another level of kind of pressure, isn't it? You've got your decisions. You get a bit more freedom to make them, but they can have more consequence.
Oh yeah.
Whereas in a 4-man heat, if you find yourself with your back against the wall, you've kind of got free reign just to move up and down the point as you please.
Yeah, you do. You rove around a lot more.
But just with the one-on-one competition, it's like a bit more like a tennis or a boxing match. There's a serve and a return serve straight away.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. And then all the cool groovy things like selling opponents on dud waves, using your priority, positioning yourself with first priority. So under 2 minutes remaining, Lehani, well, she's had a great tournament. She can't be denied that she's been pretty much the standout surfer. We haven't seen Nava really been able to showcase her talent in this final.
No, and it's a real bummer because she had some highlight moments throughout the event.
Yeah,
and like you said
did.
earlier, it's just one of those things. Even just a personal, just get one to put yourself in the heat.
That's what I think. Just so that you feel good about things. It'd be great to see her get a nice one towards the end. Here's a little wide section that she might be able to get into. Yeah, she'll go this one, but see, she's so on the bank. Yeah, see, that's just really. Oh gosh.
Oh, yeah, my word.
I don't know about that section right now.
There's literally no difference between being on the bank or off the bank. It is just one. It's like
See, look at this. I mean, it's just going to hold back. It's coming out of such deep water stays. And it's just rising up, and nearly the bottom goes out before the top.
Totally, and as we've seen here, Leihani, she knows how to play the game. She's a keen student of professional surfing, and she knows, at this point in the heat, it's not so much about building on her total as it is just taking an opportunity off her competitor.
Yeah, and if that chip in does come there, then Leihani's in the great position. I think they might have deemed Nava did paddle for a wave. I'm not sure about that, but it's all irrelevant really with 20 seconds to go.
A young lady from Byron Bay has got one hand on the winner's trophy here as she looks in to see what her competitor's up to. There's 5 seconds on the clock. We're going to count this one out. It looks like it will be Leihani Zorik from Byron Bay, victorious in this under-12 girls final. Congratulations, Leihani, as you can see there. Absolutely stoked, and as has been with all the divisions, great sportswomanship there. Both had great events, and it was a great performance there in the final from certainly Leihani, and we know Nava had some great moments in this event, just a little out of rhythm in the final, but we know that she'll be very proud of her performance. There you are, first in white, Leihani Zorik, second in the red, Nava Holmes. Well done, both of you girls. And we have one more heat to go. The big guns, the big titans, the under-12 boys. They'll be coming up next. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
In 5, Vaughan, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Vaughan Blakey, for the rev up. Thank you, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, for having us all week, mate.
All time, mate.
And thanks for the Snapper Rock Surfriders for obviously playing a big part of the involvement here, of course, with the local government and, of course, Billabong. You know, it wouldn't be possible without, you know, the support of all those major partners there. And, you know, the kids, mate, they must just be so stoked. Win, lose or draw, you get a heat out of you of no one out. That's, you know, that's dream stuff right there.
It's all about the kids.
Yep. Yeah, it's been a great week and it's been a great 18 years. Like, it's so many good years at the Occy Grom Comp. You know, unfortunately, the waves are a little bit tricky through the lower tides of this event, but, you know, in the mornings and afternoons of the first couple of days, we had some great heats and some great performances. And now we're into the thick of it here with the finals. This is the under 12 boys final. I love this little division. You know, these kids are just all attack. There's not a lot of, you know, you won't see much, you know, cat and mouse. It's just go, go, go.
Yeah.
And I love watching these young tackers get after it.
Yeah, well, they would have watched that the last final and realised that it's all happening at the head of the point. I mean, that's your best chance of getting a chip in is up the top there.
Jackson Sands and Liam Stewart bringing us home here this afternoon. They've both been on fire throughout their whole event. Jackson had a close semi-final, and it's one of those things, Bugs. I saw it in Western Australia with Gabriel Medina. He had a heat where he needed to come from behind in the semi to make the final, and it was almost like you can make that happen, you win the comp.
Yeah.
You just come into the final with a head full of steam, and it's really hard to stop those competitors, isn't it?
It is. And, well, Liam had one of those in a much earlier heat. He was in a super stacked heat. And it was the one where they were down at Marley Rocks when it was super clean on a couple of afternoons ago. It was so great. And really impressed with this young guy.
Yeah, he looks relaxed on his board there. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck. But, yeah, you make a great point. Like, at any point in any event, if you can have a heat where you come from behind, you almost just feel like you're kind of running on borrowed time.
Yeah.
And you just let it all go, you know.
You get that little squeaker.
Yeah.
And that's all you need.
Yep.
You go, okay, well,
I could be out.
And you go, well, okay, you either go, I won't make that mistake again, or like, okay, I've got a lucky break. Let's go.
Yep.
I'm going to ride my luck.
And you need those, don't you?
You
in a whole tournament.
No, you do. You need one of those. And look at these scores: 4-6-7 to 4-5. 3. I mean, they're neck and neck.
Yeah.
So this is going to come down to a classic little showdown here. Here's a replay. Jackson Sands. So he's just sitting in second place, but not by much.
Not at all. Still plenty of time remaining here for these youngsters. They both, as you say, Bucks, they got their feet in the wax. They know how they're feeling early on in this heat. So it's just you know, again, very much like the other finals that we've seen. I don't think there's an opportunity today to surf an inferior wave up. It'll just need to be a good wave, flat out. It's not one of those days where you could look for an insider, because the insiders, they're not really breaking. It needs to be a decent wave, and it needs to be surfed well, and whoever gets that wave, I think, will be in a pretty strong position to take this thing out.
Gee, yeah, that's a good call, Stace.
Which isn't always the case, is it, Bugs? Like, sometimes you go to events around the world, and if there is, you know, flurries of sets, you can see, say, the surfer that's suited better to those conditions potentially surf a wave up.
Right.
You know, Philippe Toledo comes to mind.
Oh, yeah.
Mick in his heyday. Parko, like, they didn't always need the very, very best wave to win heats.
Oh, no, what an advantage that is.
Oh, sick attempt there from
Liam
Liam.
Going for it, absolutely. Look at that, the board nearly tombstoning. And he's up, and he's right, he's sweet. Made of rubber.
Yeah, they certainly bounce at that age. That was,
and he looks like he's going a bit wide now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's made a decision to go wide. So it didn't work out for Nava in the last heat, but let's see if Liam can probably, if anything, to go wide, you need to be on that little chip there. You're like off the bank.
Kind of out a bit, huh?
Out a bit, and just wait for one of those ones to crumble and give you that little shoot. Yeah, he's going out a bit now, so this could be a smart move by Liam. See, it's right on the bank. You can't. You can nearly not get into those ones.
Stuart Mouse would be getting barreled in that thing.
Okay, 11 minutes remaining. Neck and neck. Liam has abandoned the prime position. He's obviously, his coach has spoken about it. Now, if they'd watched the last final, which I'm sure they did, they might have noticed that there was a couple outside that were there for the taking, but to be right on the bank, I'm not sure about that.
It's hard, isn't it? Like, it's probably where you want to feel safe in the heat, like on the bank.
Yeah.
You can see the wave coming, but if you can take the risk of just sitting a bit further out, and like you said, get those little chip-ins, that's where the real points lie.
It's nearly unsurfable to be right on the bank. You've got to, it's like, look how shallow it is right now. We must be dead on the low tide,
Getting close. 2:30 in the afternoon here, local time.
Yeah.
And, thanks to everyone for tuning in around the world. It's been a fantastic event to be a part of, and stoked that Billabong have stepped up the support this year and chucked it on the live broadcast. It's always nice for these kids, friends and family that aren't able to make it to the beach, able to tune in all around the world, whether it be at work or away somewhere else. So you see Jackson Sands up and riding here. He did get into that wave nice and early, but he just kind of rode the high line.
Yep.
Was unable to get down the double up. It's like Leihani Zorek, the champion in the under-12 girls. She just rode a lot of waves, didn't she, Bugs? She just kept on trying.
About halfway through that final, she just found this little spot where it would just allow her into the wave and then allow her to do one big carve and maybe a second, and that's all it took.
Yeah, those little sidewinders. It could be something here for Jackson.
And he looks like he's taking the same approach. This is the kind of wave Leilani had. Well, he made that.
Did well to get that turn up and into the lip. He only needs a 3.77.
Yeah, 3.77 to take the lead, and
have to think that might go close.
Yeah, considering what the the scale would be right now, it'd be close to the number, wouldn't it? Or did he need to do it a little bit cleaner?
Potentially, sort of just the wave had a bit of a ruffle on it, so that might take away from the scoring potential. But the degree of difficulty in that one turn was certainly there. I mean, if it's not the score, it's going to be super close.
Yeah.
And if it is the score, I think it'll just over. There it is, a 4.5 for Jackson Sands. So he's, 3.9. So he did get the score just marginally. He's gone into the lead and. But again, he wouldn't be feeling safe with that number. He'd be happy to take the lead at this point, but he knows he's going to have to keep building.
Yeah, well, it was a timely. It was timely for him to leapfrog his opponent, because Liam down on this bank here, this is iffy down here. I'm not convinced that he can get one right on the bank here. Where Jackson is a little bit where Leihani was in that last hit, just that tiny little chip in.
Yep.
It's not a chip in so much, but it just stands up not so fiercely on the bank, but they're both down here now.
A bit more sort of diagonally across, and they can kind of go across the wave for a moment in time and get a bit of board speed happening, whereas, I know what you mean. Further down the line, it's just an airdrop to death.
Yeah, and the thing is that that little wave, it wasn't a set wave also. It was just a little one behind, like that one. You nearly need those little ones that just are runners.
Yep.
And the sets are just coming on the bank and slamming.
Yep. As we see 7.5 minutes on the clock here. Nothing separating these competitors at the moment. If you just look at their two top scores, it's only 0.17 between them at the minute.
Oh, here's a set.
Well, this is a tall wave. Going to have to paddle hard. Late drop, pull in. Oh, had to straighten out there.
That was well done, though. It was really difficult in the whole situation.
Yeah. So now Jackson has a little look at that wave behind, and look, it's one of those things, Bugs, where with the scores the way they are, I know Jackson would want to be building on his numbers as well, but it's getting down to the point in the heat where you could probably start to keep a bit of an eye on your competitor and start to play the priority card over them. Should Liam look to move down the bank, I'd be surprised to see Jackson sort of not want to shadow him a little bit and just keep an eye on proceedings, because Jackson's essentially got the lead.
And, I mean, I'd be considering on the coaching thing, saying Liam, come in and do the runner right up the top of the bank.
Yep.
Right to the very top of the bank, and try your luck up there.
Yeah, as we go, Jackson Sands there up and riding. He's looking to build on 3.9. Nice snap off the top, and another one in the lip there. So he was able to get the two turns in, which has been a bit elusive so far in this heat for these young gents for the last couple of minutes at least.
Yeah, well, we don't know if that was the end of Liam's ride, but we know that Jackson just got two manoeuvres in. The first one, nice little fast little snap, and he finished it off with a second backup. So that might go. That's a great little snap. It's just a little 1-2 combo.
Yeah, you take that. So we'll wait
And
for
now,
scores to come in.
Jackson might be playing the game now. He might go, okay, that's going to give me a little bit more separation. He's fairly confident he's going to improve on at least the 3.9. Oh, this could be the chip in I was talking about, though. He's got a bit of space.
Oh, unfortunately coming unstuck there, but like
Geez,
you
that
said,
would have been
Bugs,
it. That would have been it.
he just got the chance to kind of draw out a bottom turn there. As we'll see if Jackson gets the same opportunity. Nice little stab in the lip there. Oh, he just has to bail out.
Yeah, that's how gnarly it is. Okay, now you know what? We've got 3 waves to score there. We might have 4.
So we're still going to wait for some numbers as Jackson looks into the beach.
Okay, we're going to have 5 minutes remaining, and this would have been the score of the heat so far. Right here, a big wave, bang, great snap. He had to complete it. Whereas Jackson, he took the safety under the lip, didn't try too much on that one. I don't think Jackson's wave is going to go in, but it's his previous wave.
That's right, the little...
double little 1-2 combo. But Liam, that would have been a winning wave.
And just for the opportunity that the wave allowed him, to draw off the bottom and then change rail through the lip line. It's just those minute details that the judges are looking for. As you said, Jackson on the prior wave sort of turned under the lip. Liam went up and into it. And these are the things that the judges pay attention to. But something that Jackson has done really well this heat is that he's completed his rides when he needed to. And so that is the biggest factor. You have to make the manoeuvres. And Jackson's done that really well this heat so far. He's... had a fantastic showing this whole event, and he's doing a great job here with 4 minutes on the clock.
Oh, is he going to get over the bump? Is he going to get it? Yes, he is. This could be interesting. He's going to need one big move. Well, considering what he's done earlier in the tournament, and even on that, I thought maybe he'd just go to the bottom and just go for one huge move, because he's got it in him.
He does, yeah.
Liam's got a couple of big moves in his repertoire. Still not seeing any improvement. See this one here.
Just sort of unable to get that board up and over the lip line, didn't he,
It
Bugs?
needed to get up and over the lip line to probably get a 5.
Yeah, I think so too.
But he might have the right idea here in that he's even further down. It's where they were having the heats the other day. There's still time. Now, we haven't seen any scores, so that either indicates that...
We're still waiting for... I'm not too sure if we're waiting or the scores didn't factor
Exactly.
in, but Jackson had the 1-2 punch, and then we had the wave of Liam where we kind of caught the end of it there. So the judge is probably just reviewing a few scores here and seeing if that had any bearing on the equation. As we see Jackson Sands, he's like on the sand. And looks like we might have a surfer up down the end. Oh, this is a little like sandy runner. Oh, a little snap in the lip there with a bit of drift, but unfortunately, again, just can't make the completion.
He's got the right idea, though. He had to go further again, further than he thought. And now they're down to where... And Red might be still looking for more waves down there. They might just follow each other. See, look at these little chips.
The Jackson at a point now where this is where it gets a bit hard. You kind of you want to be able to control your competitor.
Okay, there's been a change. A 4-5 somewhere came in there.
And this is the thing where Jackson just needs to focus on himself here. He's got the skills to better his situation and get the score to go back and lead. He just needs to worry about that now. He can't worry about what Liam's doing. Liam surfed off into the sunset.
Yeah, that was a missed opportunity there because I don't think he was paying attention to he was just hugging the bank a bit too much and it crumbled down in the deeper water. And they're the ones that you can just get around, and I think that's what Liam got before. Yeah.
Jackson looking for a little sidewinder here. Here he goes. He's
Yeah.
got a little bit of a run on it here as he goes down the line. Blasted in the lip.
It's hard to make those ones right on the
super hard.
sand.
There's 90 seconds to go. I still think that's enough time to get another wave.
Yeah.
You could almost, like you said, Bugs, just kind of run up 100 metres and then just dunk yourself back in the lineup.
50 metres. Just have a little run up on maybe the dry sand, though. And See, there's two things here. On the inside, he used it well to paddle down with the current. But as soon as you go out in the deep water, you'll get into the escalator, reverse rip.
Back up. So we see Jackson Sands.
But Liam has taken the lead. So Jackson Sands, that little 1-2 combo didn't better the 3.9. That was a tough call, but maybe they're going on the one bigger move, obviously.
And I would say, as a theme for the event, they've been pretty consistent with that. And, you know, Jackson's been a benefactor of that as well throughout this event, just a one single manoeuvre scoring highly. And it's now these two youngsters as they paddle their way back up the point here. Still, like, firstly, looking to improve on their situations because they don't have huge totals. You know, it could get blown out of proportion if one of the surfers really opens up on one of these waves, as Liam is earning his way down the line here. Nice little lip line finish. He looks back with a bit of a glint to the judges.
Yeah, there's 15 seconds and out. Is there a way for Jackson? And still, even on a day like today, the free surfers are going out.
Yeah, absolutely, yep. We're going to count this one down, Bugs. Thanks so much again. We'll get back for a bit of a post-comp wrap-up, but at the moment it looks like Liam Shamkua over Jackson Sands will make that result official in a second. It looks like the congratulations are running down the point to young Liam. And no matter what way the cookie crumbles here, it was a great event for both of these young competitors.
Yeah, they battled hard.
They did. It was super exciting. And as was every final today, it was all guns blazing from the start.
Liam got a 5.5.
So there it is at the end there. Liam just putting it out of doubt on that last wave. A couple of nice turns and a big finish. That'll be enough to get the job done here. He's the under-12 boys champion. Congratulations also to the local lad Jackson Sands, a runner-up finish, a valiant performance.
Sure.
You know, anytime, Bugs, you get to surf every heat in a contest, it's not a bad thing, is it?
It's a great thing. What a great wrap. Unreal.
So good. Thank you so much for tuning in to the 2023 Occy Grom Comp, supported by Billabong and everyone else that jumped on board this week. We're grateful for your showing. Cheers to Live Heats for keeping the scores online all week. Creatures, Surf Lakes, JS, Mophie, and all the supporters of this event. Rainbow Bay Surf Club, we'll see you up there for the presentation. Thanks again to Billabong. Thanks, Occy. We'll see you next year. Cheers, thanks, Bugs.
Cheers, mate.
Actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and, you know, try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
Actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
Actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.
actually find interest in something, or if you love doing it, give it your all and try to excel in it. You can be super at your best job.
Let's get it.